Hey, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. We're just back. It's so nice to see you guys here on day 3 at SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. It's hard to believe, Brian, that we're at day 3, but please, stay where you are and understand that we have a whole third of the event left, right?
I know it's been a jam-packed 2 days, but I'm glad it's day 3. I'm full of energy. I'm ready to get back to my desk and start doing some more work, some design work. Like yesterday, I was really inspired. I think we heard from over a dozen different customers between the multiple panels that we had in general session. We had them here on live. So exciting. We also saw how Works enables a lot of different industries, a lot of different companies to extend what they're able to do with SolidWorks. So I was super excited yesterday. I was excited Monday, although Monday feels like a week ago at this point. It does,
yeah. But that's sort of the nature of 3D Experience World, right? Every year, it's like you're just taking in so much content. The days are running long, so it totally makes sense that we'd feel that way. So you mentioned day 2,
yep,
general session. We heard from so many fantastic customers. We heard about upcoming technology, technology that's available today for us, SolidWorks users to use. What did you think?
I really like the panel format. I think that's one of the neatest things about being purely virtual. Bring together the 6 customers that Florence did on the R&D panel, and then Jordan led the industrial design panel that led eventually to industrial design. But it's just awesome we can bring these people together and still deliver, a pretty good show. I hope you all enjoyed it out there. Let us know in the chat what your favorite part of day 2 was, or world so far. And let's check in with Tracy and just get a quick recap from her perspective of what day 2 was all about.
So let's take a look at our day 2 highlights as well as a preview of what's coming up next. In day 2's general session, Florence, Manish, and the SolidWorks R&D team showcased customers ExoVolar, Nazca Robotics, and SmartFlyer. These 3 companies have propelled their businesses forward by using 3D Experience Works technologies to bring ideas from concept to reality. The team also gave us a sneak at some of the new roles and features coming soon. Brian Zayas provided another example of customers succeeding with 3D Experience Works with his interview of longtime SolidWorks customer Stark Systems. Their renewable, modular wall systems were in high demand during the pandemic. So they discussed how they were able to scale to meet customer needs by moving to the cloud. We also took a deep dive into the joys and challenges of serving a diverse set of customers with a panel led by Jordan Tadich. Jason Pohl, Lee Christie, Mark McCulley, and Jesse Hahn talked to Jordan about how SolidWorks helps them to deliver exceptional customer experiences. It was energetic, it was fun, and it was informative. General session replays will be available by 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and they will be added to the virtual event platform each day for you to watch on demand. One of the big announcements at last year's event was 3D Experience SolidWorks for Makers. Today, Manish announced new features coming soon to help better address the needs of this growing community. We also added some Moxie to our Maker offerings with a new section to the 3D Experience Playground. At the Maker Zone, I had a chance to learn about some of our incredible makers and programs. I met Kate Reed, artist in residence at the 3D Experience Lab, who creates biomimetic wearables, high-fashion 3D printed designs inspired by nature. And Kate, I'm going to DM you my sizes. Are there any Star Wars fans out there? Then you have got to see the Open R2 project. This group of makers takes a replica of R2-D2 as inspiration and transforms the 1970s hardware into a DIY fully autonomous robot. I learned how to get involved with Makers for Good Make-a-Ton. This creative innovation marathon for makers is working on impact-driven product prototypes who want to take them to the next level. And I am always inspired by the Magic Wheelchair costume builds. SolidWorks partnered with Magic Wheelchair, a nonprofit that brings together build teams and kiddos in wheelchairs to make magical experiences and epic costumes. And if you haven't seen it, please check out the Princess Freya reveal. It is beautiful. You can see the collaborative project with MIT's Center for Bits and Atoms, designed to streamline manufacturing workflows in a standard digital fabrication lab. And last but not least, Jonathan Hopkins, professor of mechanical and aerospace engineering at UCLA, is leading a course, Introducing Flexible Machines, Compliant Mechanism Design. You can check it out in the overview. You'll find all of this in the Maker Zone, which is only one of the amazing spaces in the 3DEXPERIENCE playground. So now let's head over to the shop floor. Each day on SolidWorks Live from 1 to 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will go to a video feed direct from the shop floor in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are excited to stream to you live from our partners, Ellison Technologies and Doosan, to see how a real shop floor operates. Yesterday, we explored 3D Lean. Today, we learned about shop management solutions in the cloud, and tomorrow, we will focus on robotics. I tuned in and learned about 2 production machines from Doosan Machine Tools. It is amazing to see the speed at which parts can be made through traditional subtractive manufacturing processes. You won't want to miss this discussion on how CNC programming virtual machines can save time and money well before you make a physical part. There are also 2 stations for robotics. Check out the live stream to learn how industrial robots are being programmed and trained. Plus, there will be an exciting presentation on day 3 with a Doosan cobot to show how everyone can start automating their manufacturing processes. Now, the last area of focus on the shop floor is communication. Any company looking to automate has to have constant and clear communication between all their teams. Tune in to see how our teams are improving communication and collaboration using touchscreens in the shop area. 2 new sessions will be added to the virtual event platform each day, so make sure to check out the shop floor area of the 3DEXPERIENCE Playground for replays. And speaking of replays, you might want to watch today's episode of Don't Miss This Demo. We followed Mark and Michael as they boarded the plane to Atlanta before finding out that 3DEXPERIENCE World would become virtual. But it seems like nothing can stop Michael's continued video obsessions, and now Mark is hooked too. They enjoyed the sounds of the shop floor and seeing manufacturing roles in action, discovering more of the magic found in the SolidWorks cloud design apps, and virtually testing parts to ultimate failure. CAD influencers Revise That and Grant Cadone showed us how the 3DEXPERIENCE platform changed the way they do business. But did Mark and Michael procrastinate for too long? The technology preview is tomorrow. Will they be ready? Be sure to watch the next episode of Don't Miss This Demo to find out.
Oh, don't miss this demo. I love it. That was so good. The Don't Miss This Demo. Michael and Mark, I see them in the chat. So they're chatting. That must be a good sign. They're feeling ready, set up for their big reveal of 2023 today.
I mean, would you be in the live chat if you felt like you didn't have, I don't know, significant amount of time in your hands to get your work done?
Maybe they're hoping someone will reach out and offer a helping hand.
Maybe that's what they're counting on, just crowdsourcing this stuff.
Mark, Michael, if you guys need help, let us know, or else we are really eager. Everyone's anticipating day 3 of general session is when we traditionally have done the whole skit. We're so thrilled that we've been able to add that segment to each of the days. But day 3, it's all about SolidWorks 2023 or 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks 2023, whatever your flavor, and getting that preview, the first look at it. These guys spend months trying to squeeze R&D as much as possible, and thank you so much to the R&D team giving us early access, early builds.
Right.
And then we brought as much as we could fit into our limited time.
Yeah, right. These skits are really just a teaser, right? It's a teaser day 1, day 2, and then we get to day 3. And right, we hope that Michael and Mark can deliver on the promise there of showing us SolidWorks 2023, right? It's a little dicey. It's a little dicey, but I think they'll do it.
It's scary when the phrase of the day is the demo can wait.
The demo can always wait
gosh.
Until it can't.
It's hitting home with me. I hope everyone out there is watching and taking advantage of 3DEXPERIENCE World, all virtual, and it doesn't feel like you're neglecting your duties and binging videos. I mean, we hope this has been and continues to be for day 3 educational, inspirational. And I have to say it because I know some of you are tuning in for the first time, but remember, this live stream is just part of the event, trying to add some color, context, and just hang out with all of you in between sessions. Don't forget, we still have breakouts going today starting at 10:45 right after general session. So make sure you go over to 3DEXPERIENCEworld.com, 3DEXPERIENCEworld.com. And if you don't know how to spell that, just look anywhere around anything we do.
Look behind me on the television. 3D. There you go. 3D
No.
Experience World.
No, don't forget to register. Not only can you access the breakouts that are gonna happen real time at 10:45, 11:45, 12:45. 1:45, 2:45. I think there's even a 3:45, although we might wrap early today. But you can start to go back and watch all those great sessions from Monday. So
That's such a great point. That is, sorry to interrupt you, but that is such a great point, right? You think about, we've been comparing, okay, what is it like in the physical stage? And sure, like we love connecting with all of you guys in person. It's so special to do that. And surely that's our intention. Might hear about that a little bit later today in terms of where we might be looking to go. So I'll tease that. But yeah, you think about that breakout experience, when you're going to a session in person. If you've missed the session, it's kind of over.
yeah,
You missed it. Whether it's because you wanted to go to a simulation session during that time block, and you're like, oh man, I couldn't get to that tech pub session, and that sucks. But I'm gonna have to rely on the notes of my colleague who went to that one. You get to actually just replay it, right?
That's true, and I really appreciate when you talk to, whether it's our AEs out there or a company, like, we're dividing and conquering. I mean, that's how you
divide
do
and conquer. That's
and
what
then
you do.
combine the notes. It is that valuable. So I know I keep talking about it. I hope I'm not beating the proverbial dead horse, but I really hope you're taking advantage of this moment to learn and increase your skill set. We talked yesterday. These customers we talked to yesterday are so inspiring. And one thing that I kept thinking about is how they're balancing, well, being a designer, being a business leader, and also being like on top of all these trends that are, global trends, being way ahead of how I'm thinking about it. So you obviously got to spend time deliberately on each of those pieces of the pie. This is the time to spend on the SolidWorks slice of the pie, that red SolidWorks cherry.
I'll go with cherry.
Cherry.
Yeah. that sounds best to me. It's a tremendous point, right? Like, and today there are about over 70 sessions, over 70 breakout sessions.
Nice.
We talk about connecting in person. I hope I'm not beating the proverbial dead horse either, but we have 12 meetup sessions going on today. Oftentimes, you think of the last day.
We still have meetups.
Yeah, we do.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you think of the last day of a conference. It's like, oh, we have to travel home. It's like, no, man, no excuse. You can still connect with people today. We have 12 meetups going on.
I think Jordan was in the chat. Jordan was saying, it's bittersweet on day 3, and it is, because there's so much ramp up to it, so much energy. But it is nice not having to travel. But remember, register, and you can go watch those breakouts, and it doesn't have to end today. Maybe make it a goal to watch 2 or 3 breakouts this week and then go into next week. Awesome stuff. Okay, so we're just about 15 minutes away now from general session day 3. Day 3 has a special place in all of our hearts, all of your hearts, hopefully, as the community. I guess I just gave it away. I was going to say, Sean, what does day 3 typically focus on?
No, absolutely. I mean, even if we wanted to show my screen here, we can even maybe go through the speakers. So we have here, start kicking it off as always, right? We have Suchit.
Oh yeah,
Suchit's in everything. We hear of cutting edge technology, right? Under this group, we have startups, makers, and of course community, which is like really the connective fabric, the connective tissue of what we do here, especially at 3D Experience World. So Suchit's going to be kicking us off.
A wide range of just passions and interest and leadership in this company. I was looking at his presentation. We got a little bit of a sneak peek.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many areas the community encompasses. All ages, every way you can possibly use design. And we're going to see so many cool stories of how it was applied in ways you don't even think about when you hear from Suchit. And then you think we can grab him doing the walk by, right?
I think so. I think we can do it.
Get Suchit. So if you guys
We've been 2 for 2.
I know, we're good. So what we need from you out there is to give us questions. So as we're watching Suchit, we'll be watching the chat here on YouTube, or tweet at us. Let us know what we can ask Suchit. I got a bunch of questions, but I bet you guys can come up with some better ones. I'm almost out of questions. I'm done with my questioning for the year.
I've reached my quota.
Okay, so Suchit, sorry. I get so excited. What else? Who else are we going to be featuring in general session in about 15 minutes?
So I have Mike Buchli. He's going to be doing a manufacturing panel, which I'm really excited about. And the cool thing, right, on SolidWorks Live, you mentioned it, Brian. We get everyone sort of individually. We get them whether it's here at the desk or virtually, kind of checking back in. So Mike's going to be doing a manufacturing panel there.
I know he's going to have Meaghan Ziemba from Mavens Manufacturing.
Yeah, we'll talk to her too.
Scott Harms of MetalQuest.
Right.
They're both going to be on the show as we go throughout the day to do that little behind the main stage curtain. Again, if you guys have questions for them, let us know. I'm gonna crowdsource my work today.
Crowdsourcing,
Yeah.
right?
Yep, like Michael and Mark are doing right now.
Assuredly, right? We have Dr. Lacy and Dee from GE Healthcare. We'll catch up with them later on live as well.
Those guys really know their simulation.
Yeah,
I work with DD a lot in simulation and here in the central area. But I mean, I hope they talk a lot about simulation. You think about a company like GE Healthcare, they need not only multi-physics, very accurate simulation, but it's got to be good. It's got to be, you have lives on the line. And a lot of simulations do, but literally if you're flow through a stent or whatever the medical device is,
Right.
better be modeled very, very accurately. And so I'm eager to hear what they've been up to since last time.
Yeah, and they've used everything, right? No matter what you guys might be using at home, whether it's simulation standard, if you're using Simulia tools on 3DEXPERIENCE, hear them talking about how they're utilizing that as part of 3DEXPERIENCE Works on stage, but yeah, they've used pretty much everything, for sure. So who else we got? We got Meaghan Ziemba, you mentioned. So,
Yep, on the panel.
Yeah, definitely check out. Maybe on maybe tomorrow. We don't really have so much of a day 4, right? So maybe check it out. Definitely subscribe to the Mavens of Manufacturing channel. Actually, during the month of January, Meaghan interviewed 4 Solidworks champions.
I didn't know. I have not followed her. So she has a YouTube channel, and she interviewed their champions. So she's very active in the community then.
Yeah, absolutely. So Meaghan interviewed 4 Solidworks champions. So Jade Crompton, Betty Baker, Melissa Ahmed, and Danielle Boyer, who's no stranger to 3DEXPERIENCE Pro, right? You can check out some of Danielle's latest work in the EDU zone, like we mentioned with Marie. But no, it's fantastic. I mean, Meaghan and I talk actually quite a bit. Her whole platform is about giving everyone a look at how women can participate in manufacturing, and not just maybe in the way that might be at the tip of your nose, right? Maybe you thought of running CNC machines, but just every single layer of the business.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's all about that. So I'm really excited to have her on the big stage promoting that mission.
So we have the panel. What else are we going to see at General Session today?
We got Jeff, right? So if we show my screen here, Jeff Holfeld, and you connected with him yesterday during Solidworks Live.
I never knew spacers, bushings can be so fascinating.
Yeah.
Plus or minus 5 micron tolerance before you stamp it. And then they stamp it and they don't get a heat treat or anything. So I would love to go visit them and see how they do that. Hopefully they'll get into some of the nitty-gritty details of that. Maybe not. I'm not sure exactly what Michael has in store for a panel, but I know it's going to be well thought out, just like his visits that we're doing down in North Carolina. We'll be doing another one of those at 1 o'clock. Today, Michael's theme is automation, robotics. They have a Doosan robot down there. They're programming it with 3DEXPERIENCE. I'm really eager to see what they programmed it to do. Michael wouldn't tell me many details, keeping it fresh for all of us.
Yeah, Mike always has great stuff. Anyone who's been to 3DEXPERIENCE World or SolidWorks World over the years, you've gone and seen the machines, right? And Mike always does a fantastic job with the shop floor, and we're bringing that to you, right? Virtually as much as we can. Cutting edge machines, cutting edge technology. So really looking forward to that. I'm glad we've been doing that. Over the course of 3 days, it wasn't just a single check-in. Longer segments too on Solidworks Live.
Yeah, I think it's good. We've got a lot of good feedback. People like hearing from each of the speakers. Again, a chance to ask more questions that maybe didn't get talked about. So we'll be paying attention to the panel and make sure we ask good questions. Again, let us know if you have questions out there as we go through general session. We'll be hanging out right here on live in the chat. We're about 10 minutes away from cutting over to Tracy, who's going to be kicking off day 3. I'm so excited.
I know.
And then, so we've talked about what we're going to expect at general session. Are we to the demo yet?
Are we to the demo yet?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
so we're going to have a
pretty
manufacturing panel. Then I think that's it. Then we're into the. Don't miss this demo.
Don't miss this demo.
I'm so excited.
I know. I cannot wait. They've done a fantastic job with the skits.
So we saw them.
So cool to see.
Yesterday, they were so oblivious that they were on the plane about to go to Atlanta, and not Tracy, flight attendant Tracy, had to tell them, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
The world's virtual. So we'll see what they cobbled together.
That'll be quite the sight.
We also, then this is a special treat. We're going to have them join us, Mark and Michael, I think at 12:45, again, all times Eastern here. They're going to be on the show at 12:45. We have a segment with them to maybe talk about how they actually planned this demo. Maybe they have more of a story behind it. But also let's talk about some of the 2023 technology preview demos that we do see. So if you're watching with a keen eye, it's going to go pretty fast. If you have questions, we'll have a chance maybe to ask them a little bit about it. They've spent a lot of stick time with 2023, just way ahead. Of course, a lot of us just getting 2022 SP 0 installed now.
Right.
That's one thing we haven't talked about it today yet, but yesterday I really am excited about 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks for Makers. We talked a lot about it on Monday. Bernard talked about it, but we've been reiterating that we heard the community loud and clear. To make things, you've got to have a CNC tool. And so we went all out.
Yeah.
And giving you what Michael Buchli is running down there, with Doosan in North Carolina, but NC shop floor programmer role being included in Makers. That is huge. That can run 3-axis, 2.5, and that's about the limit of my knowledge, but also wire EDM. So it should be able to do all the cutting and basic machining that you have in your house, unless you're John Milberry or Michael Buchli with a 5-axis in your bedroom. I don't know.
Jason Pohl has some nice stuff there too.
That's true. I saw his new machine in his new shop.
Yeah.
Cool. So you're going to be checking in with Jason later, right?
Indeed.
Okay.
Absolutely. So we'll check in on, everything he's doing. So we'll get him right after the day 2 talk he did. We'll talk about sessions he's been doing. He's all over the place.
I know.
We saw him as part of the skit, which I actually didn't even know was going to happen.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh my God.
It was actually, it's always nice, right? Because we're so you and I were so embedded in the show to kind of catch that surprise. So that was super neat to see. But
I do want to go to his shop. That is. He's really been working on that. We've seen it. He's been a guest on Live last year, of course, maybe the year before, but Live. We've seen it kind of grow as he's built it out, and he's talked about that. But yeah, ask him about that new machine, what he's running, and maybe he can give a little tour around his shop. That'd be cool. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love how he approaches this, and it was such a great addition, I think, to day 2 general session. We had, Mark and Jesse, Jordan, Lee, amazing to hear from all of them in terms of their insights. But talking about getting into the maker culture, and also talking about sharing this with those machines. Imagine, this is one of the things I said to him when I first met him. We'd watched him for years on TV, and I just said, I think it's so neat that you have these machines so accessible to you, so you can show them off to your kids. He talked about that on day 2. And even just thinking about the technology on day 2, we heard a lot about, Home by Me, 3D by Me, Makers, how we're kind of democratizing access to this really useful, such just wide-ranging tools, and understanding, what that could do for so many people is it's inspiring.
Now, in all seriousness, I was just catching up with the chat over here. I see that we've been called out. There's an important topic to discuss. And I can't tell where this starts. I'm trying to scroll up. Something about donuts, sour cream donuts. Okay, so yeah, we saw yesterday in the skit, that's right, Jesse Sprague, the newest member of the technical team. He did a really, really, I don't know how he did it, magic. And we watched, I think, frame by frame, but there's a sour cream donut.
Yeah.
His favorite? What? I know you can bake with sour cream.
Right.
In a pinch, you can use that as your dairy.
I don't quite understand it. I don't understand it.
Jesse might have to weigh in here.
It clearly wasn't like a sticky, wet sour cream donut. It wasn't one of those.
But you know what the worst is? And maybe catch some flack for this, but the worst, I think, is when it's not sticky or frosted. It's just like the plain cake donut. What is the point with that?
What is the point?
But then again, I'm a frosting guy. For the cake people out there, are you a frosting guy? Are you a cake person?
Right.
And I think frosting people are a minority, but I'm a frosting guy, if you can't, tell.
Somebody yesterday that I was talking to mentioned something about a potato donut.
Yeah. Well, okay. You can use a potato flour.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like a YouTube hole we might need to go down later.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it sounded strange though. I asked, which was so funny. I asked if you dip that in ketchup, and I got this look I was like, well, I just think of it as almost a French fry.
Hey, it can still be sweet. You ever have a French fry and they do a sugar, a sugar sprinkle? I don't know. That's all weird, though. I mean, let's get back to basics. The best donut, I would say, are cream-filled, but not – I remember which cream is which. There's like the custardy cream, and there's like the white frosting cream. Guess which one I like? The white frosting cream.
I was going to say custardy.
Yeah, no, not the custardy one.
Damn,
No
I don't know you as well as I think I do.
And like the worst part is biting into the custardy one, thinking it's the frosting-y one.
The chat is going crazy.
Well, what do you guys think? What's your favorite donuts?
Justin Burton says, I don't understand the sour cream donut. Yeah, you're right. I do not, clearly. I need to do, like you mentioned, Brian, a deep dive. Maybe check in with Jesse again. Maybe he can explain it to me.
Eric, I agree. They got to have frosting. Donuts.
Donuts.
I wish we had some. We don't have enough snacks. As you can tell here at the live desk, we have plenty of coffee. Oh, look at that. We got some footage. We're cutting away to general session. Folks getting ready to take their seat. We must have missed the running in. I'm sure they did that. As you can tell, we're totally converted here. We are at Dassault Systèmes North America headquarters in Waltham, Massachusetts, also Solidworks HQ. And this is just right down the hall here at our office campus, getting that set up. So amazing job. Day 3, we got to give a shout out to Kramer, our production team behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
Just doing an amazing job making us looking sound good and sticking with us through very little breaks. But over on main stage, I mean, they're doing a really good job. And I appreciate, we're doing this virtual, but, we're trying to do a really nice production and bring you guys something really special. It looks good, sounds good, it's enjoyable, because I know probably a lot of us are using this as a break, from work.
Yeah.
Trying to just enjoy this more than anything.
And so many of us are tech people. Like, I wish you guys could see, obviously you can see the set, but right next door, there's this huge control room with just loads of machines, wires, everywhere. It's super impressive what the team at Kramer's been able to put together and, help us bring this show to you guys.
Absolutely amazing.
What we're seeing here.
So what are we looking at here? Yeah, we got general session. We got good. Everyone's masked up, getting ready. There's Suchit.
Oh, there's Suchit.
Just cool as a cucumber. Man, these
Dan Wagner.
guys don't even sweat it. Oh, there's Tracy, our wonderful MC, back for the 4th, 5th
I knew
year?
it. I think the 5th year. Tracy never stops presenting.
She's amazing. I was watching her. We have so much to learn.
She's presenting all the time.
Like, I think we're doing a good job keeping this, but she's like a real, look at that. She got like a neck roll. I should do that. Oh, man. That's so cool to see have her part of this. I mean, she, love it or hate it, she's part of our community now. Hi. Hey.
Hey.
Can't hear you, but
hi.
Great. Nice. Oh, man, that is definitely not the usual shots.
No.
Yesterday, we played one of these clip reels, right? It was 5 years of World. And if we have time, we'll try and show that again, or else go back to day 2 and watch that. And it's just, it's such a stark contrast between 5,000, 6,000 in a giant auditorium arena. And, well, again, we're trying to do our best, but just have just a few close Dassault friends in there, and keep it as safe as possible. We're still social distanced.
Yeah. One thing you mentioned in the cutaway to look. What's the better donut? We have a poll by Solidworks put up the poll.
A binary poll. Again, I don't know if I've had a sour cream donut. I don't. We need a third option. Need more testing. Need more evaluation. More information needed.
What's the better donut, sour cream or not sour cream?
I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder which one I'm voting for.
Oh, my. Well, when we cut away to general session, we'll have to go solve this. I'm sure somewhere in the building.
That's going to be a new
donuts.
I think we just made this a new ribbon. It's probably
sour cream sisterhood.
Sour cream sisterhood.
It's got to be alliterative.
I love it.
Anyone out there doing the bacon brotherhood, like at home on your own? I'd be cooking up some bacon, having live on my computer, getting splattered with grease, and just enjoying it.
Anyone in the? I'm chatting right now.
Oh, man, this is great. All right, so we're super excited. We're just about 2 minutes out to cutting way over to general session. We've already talked about what we're going to see over there, and, of course, what we're going to do here is follow up on that, have those behind the main stage interviews with everyone, as well as catch up with Jason Pohl. We didn't get a chance yesterday after the panel, but we'll have him. We check in with Buchli. Also today on live, I'm super excited. We have 3 different Model Mania competitions that we'll be announcing the winners on. So we have the owners of each of those contests coming on the show. We'll be talking about the SolidWorks Model Mania Classic, if you will, that ran on Monday. We also have the 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks Cloud Challenge. We were looking at those entries last night on this show, and then we spent a bunch of time last night.
We did.
Instead of doing our Tuesday customer event, we were looking and debating, I think, pretty intently some of the artistic creativity, originality, presentation skills. I was blown away what you could do with XDesign. Like, maybe to hire some of these folks because they were able to get beautiful materials and highlights and it's not even rendered. So we'll be checking in with Gian on that competition. I'm super excited. And then there's a student challenge. We kicked that off last year. We have Charles joining us later this afternoon to talk about the SolidWorks student challenge. So I love we're throwing those opportunities at, just giving folks an opportunity to compete, win, show off their skills. We saw how important that was from Mark and Jesse.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk with Charles. We haven't talked so much about the student challenge yet, but I'm super excited to talk about that. You know, using 3D designers, some of the new tools, getting them in the students' hands, it's super special.
Well, Sean, the anticipation is palpable. We're going to cut away in just a few moments to the general session. I hope you all have fun. We'll be sticking in the chat. Let us know. Tweet at us if you have questions for the speakers. We'll be grabbing Suchit, whether he likes it or not, after he finishes.
We'll get him in here.
But he's always such a great speaker. And then I can't wait. We'll be back here at about 10:30 to cut back into live. And then remember, head over to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com. You can continue watching live there. Most importantly, at 10:45, we have some breakouts. All right, with that, let's see what day 3 is all about. Over to Tracy.
The journey from ideation to creation is powered by imagination. It's the gateway between reality and possibility, connecting emotion and inspiration to enable innovation. And it all starts when we're free to imagine how things could be instead of how they are. When we possess the solutions that let us imagine together, relationships transcend into experiences. It allows collaboration and creativity to become one, creating a spark capable of propelling humanity forward. Now is the time to dream collectively, to bring together new ideas and people. This is where our worlds become one, where we imagine all we can achieve together.
Please welcome Tracy Wilson.
Good morning and welcome to day 3. I hope you have been able to connect with some of your friends in the community. It's been fun to watch you all engage on social media. During the last couple years, we learned that people across the globe can gather virtually to share meaningful causes, common goals, and collective visions. And all of those people can be designers in their own way. This week, we heard about the many tools that can enable that imagination. To learn more about a possible future of everything designed by you, please welcome Vice President of Strategy and Community, Suchit Jain.
Thank you, Tracy. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. In a changing world, everyone designs. Each individual person, from business to institutions, from local communities to cities. And you are at the center of it. What you do is creating unprecedented solutions and transforming the world at an exponential speed. SolidWorks is everywhere, and 3DEXPERIENCE Works will give you more tools to innovate. 6 million. 6 million of you, the designers, engineers, students, entrepreneurs, are designing and creating many of the things we see around us. Recently, I came across an interesting article in the Popular Mechanics magazine, The Future Machines of the Year 2100. The article talks about the machine revolution in 1900s. Sewing machine replaced needle and thread. Typewriters replaced pens. Automobiles replaced horse-drawn carriages. This century, we have seen innovations from DNA sequencing, space explorations, autonomous cars. Popular Mechanics went ahead and asked a bunch of scientists, engineers, futurists, what will the machines in 2100 look like? Well, the answers were pointing to a future with space elevators, tiny machine swarms, flying cars, human-machine interactions. Well, we went ahead and asked the same questions to a few of you. Here's what you said.
I think the future of machines is going to be amazing. They'll be like creatures that are constantly moving, able to adapt instantly, and solve our most complicated problems. The future machines will evolve just like we have as human beings, because they're just a reflection of us.
In the year 2100, machines will be grown, not manufactured.
I think the most notable changes are going to come in the forms of automation and understanding human speech. Probably not so much how the machines look. But once we start talking to all our machines, I can't help but think that's going to affect how we talk to each other.
100 years from now, I believe that machines are going to be a lot smarter than they are today, but we're still going to be building them out of the same principles we've been building machines out of forever, namely converting rotational energy into other forms of motion. And I do think we're still going to be designing them in SolidWorks.
Well, you heard it. We'll still be designing with SolidWorks in 2100. Well, some of you are already on this path to create the future of everything. Mars Auto is building autonomous trucks to fully automate long-haul truck operations. Mars Auto is in a unique position to be one of the first companies to deploy driverless trucks on the road. They have already started the first autonomous freight shipping in Korea. DEXI is enabling the kitchen of the future, where people create new recipes and focus on hospitality, while mundane tasks are outsourced to robots. Now, soon, robots in the kitchen will be as common as microwaves or dishwashers. Colibri plans to make gene therapy manufacturing more efficient, cost-effective, and with a higher quality. They are creating the next generation of bioreactors, specifically designed to handle mammalian cells. And the next one here, you have seen them before on this stage, Gravity Industries. They are making possible for anyone to experience the thrill of human flight. Their individualized flight training programs offer the chance to enroll as members of an exclusive community of jet suit pilots. So we are on the journey to empower and provide all the tools necessary for you to create this future of everything, to help you really create the best products in the shortest time possible. Last few years, we have talked about how cloud technologies are digitalizing experiences, enabling collaboration anywhere and from any device. 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio is now ready. And as you saw in the last few days, our customers are already taking advantage of the expanded capabilities in design, simulation, manufacturing, and lifecycle management domains. And they're doing so with the flexibility to develop products using either desktop, cloud extended, or cloud native solutions. Also, you heard from Manish and Paolo, 3DEXPERIENCE Solidworks for makers. This has made the world's best design tools even more accessible to the makers, hobbyists, professional engineers working on personal home projects, or just about anyone seeking to level up their design skills. Now, Manish, since you mentioned 10,000 since the launch in August last year, I have news for you. We are now over 11,000 maker licenses purchased. My good friend, Todd Blacksher, an engineer from Lincoln, Nebraska, used 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks for makers to design the skis, which allows this 11-year-old corgi to enjoy the snow like a puppy again. Future of everything and exponential progress requires connecting people to technology. Fab Foundation has a mission to provide access to the tools, knowledge, and the financial means to educate, innovate, and invent using technology and digital fabrication to allow anyone to make anything. Since 2014, working with Fab Foundation and the Center for Bits and Atoms at MIT, Dassault Systèmes have established Fab Labs in Rwanda, in Bhutan, in Chile, in Nepal. I'm very excited to have the president and CEO of Fab Foundation, Sherry Lassiter, with us today.
Good morning, Suchit.
Well, welcome, Sherry. How are you?
Thank you. I am well, and it's so wonderful to be here.
Well, Sherry, we have worked together for more than 7 years. What is the impact this partnership is bringing?
Well, first, I just want to say how much we appreciate this partnership with Dassault Systèmes and SolidWorks. But it's as you say, you are providing the tools, all of the tools, for technology innovation and economic opportunity in places where you don't typically find these kinds of resources. So these are communities that are growing and that are pulling for technology to stimulate new industry, to stimulate new businesses, to educate and develop the next generation of workforce and the next generation of innovators. So you're supporting these communities by providing, both the digital fabrication tools, but also, things like 3D printers and laser cutters and CNC routers, those kinds of things. But also the design software that allows them, our designers around the world, to create products, but also to drive the tools. So you're helping these communities kind of leapfrog into the 21st century. And this is a really, really important and impactful foundational impact, and it's super exciting.
Yeah, and I know Dr. O said, we need to be Star Trek tomorrow. So to accelerate this impact, I know you have been talking about self-replicating Fab Labs.
Oh, yes.
You want to expand on that?
Yes, sure. So one of the longtime goals of the Global Fab Lab Network has been for a Fab Lab to be able to self-reproduce. And this is really important when we talk about scalability and access. The project is globally, it's called the Machines That Make Machines project. If you think about what it costs right now to put this kind of digital fabrication facility into a community, it's like around $150,000. And so that's not very affordable for either communities or for small businesses. But the Center for Bits and Atoms at MIT, along with the Fab Lab Network, they figured out how a traditional Fab Lab, like what we're talking about, and we call it version 1.0, can make the machines of a Fab Lab in a version that we call 2.0 in a Fab Lab for about 1/10 of the price of the off-the-shelf machine. So instead of paying $150,000 for a lab, it's possible to make one for, say, maybe $15,000. And so that makes it much more accessible. So Fab Labs around the world are now ready to produce Fab Lab 2.0. And that's in partnership with Dassault Systèmes and SolidWorks. Thank you very much.
That is fascinating, guys. If you get a chance, look into this self-replicating Fab Labs. We'll be doing more work with them. But it has been amazing, and along those lines, we have a big announcement today, right? So to further this impact, we are excited to announce our initiative to establish the newest Fab Lab in Haiti. We are working closely with the former ambassador of Haiti to the United States of America, Paul Altidore. Now, I always wanted to say this, guys. Paul is joining us live from New York.
Oh, hi, Paul. It's great to see you again. I just want to say congratulations, because I think you're about to pilot the very first Fab Lab 2.0 in the world. And I just kind of want to hear about how, what you think this Fab Lab means to you and the potential across Haiti.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Suchit. And I'm very delighted to partner with Dassault Systèmes, Solidworks, the Fab Foundation, and MIT in this global movement of making certain people have access to cutting-edge technology as a tool people can use to transform their lives and their communities. It is in this light that I'm very excited to be involved in what I hope would be the first of a series of Fab Labs in Haiti over the next few years, where we can really help the next generation of thinkers, designers, innovators of Haiti reach new heights. So this is exciting times for me personally, but also for the communities in Haiti that will be benefiting from this new Fab Lab 2.0.
Well, Paul, as in the, during our conversations, we have talked about what the SolidWorks community and Dassault community can bring to you. So in that spirit, there are tens of thousands of engineers listening right now. You have an appeal for them?
Well, this movement of connecting people and making certain technological tools can be a good tool to transform people's lives. A lot of that depends on sharing knowledge. A lot of that depends on people sharing their experiences. So in that light, I'm making a call here so that the communities of engineers and designers can really hop on board and join this movement of sharing their experience, sharing their knowledge, so that the Fab Lab communities can continue to grow and expand and reach new heights.
Well, Paul and Sherry, thank you for being here. And we'll definitely, Paul, spread the message and create means by which to connect you to these engineers. Thank you.
Bye-bye. See you in Haiti.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. So speaking of people and technology, we at Dassault Systèmes are on a mission to inspire many more women to become the next generation engineers and innovators. Today, as part of our Women in Engineering initiative, we are unveiling a painting done by our very own Mark Alger, a SolidWorks user, celebrating the work done by these 6 powerful women in STEM and engineering fields: Betty Baker, Kate Reed, Jade Crompton, Meaghan Ziemba, Melissa Ahmed, and Danielle Boyer. I know all of them are listening to us, so let's give them a big, big round of applause. And we are lucky today, Kate Reed is present here with us today.
Hi.
Hey, Kate, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
So, Kate, tell us what your journey has been as an engineer or maker.
Yeah, so I was so fortunate to be exposed to making and robotics at such a young age. And that really just set me on this path towards building my own future and building my way into the future. And so now I work with nature to actually grow my way into the future and grow new interfaces.
Well, I mean, we are watching and we understand what you mean by growing interfaces and growing into that. And I see you in the Fab Lab here doing a lot of work. Now, do you have any words for the budding, aspiring young women engineers?
Of course. I would say to fail fast and never give up.
Well, so as you guys heard, fail fast and never give up, so short and sweet. Thank you, Kate, for a quick presence. Thanks.
You.
And good luck. Our passionate community and 3DEXPERIENCE platform technology provides an amazing force for doing good. Makers for Good Make-a-Ton is an innovation marathon focusing on creating a sustainable future. This Make-a-Ton at 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022 was open for participation for both professionals and students. And the winners are water cleaning robot from Team Momentum, Egypt. Sustainable farming from Team Growy, Mexico. 3D printed molds for molded fiber industry, Team Biomold from USA. Well, I love this audience cheering all in the background. Huh? And early breast cancer detection machine with artificial intelligence from Team Thermi, Mexico. Congratulations to all the winners. For the past few years, we have also been working with Michael Mendonça and Ellen Ford Foundation in order to help them provide free mechanical prosthetic hands for all who need them anywhere in the world. Last year, the team designed the next generation prosthetic hand for them. This year, we want to enroll any students through the Arm for All design contest. Let's hear from Jason Pohl and Michael Mendonça about the competition.
Hi, students and educators. We're launching the design contest starting February 9th to May 9th. I'm here with Michael, the founder of Ellen Ford Prosthetic Hand Foundation.
We've distributed over 60,000 hands in 80 countries in the last 16 years. But did you know there are over 13 million people in the world who are missing at least a portion of their arm? We're looking for some talented young people to help us improve upon how we attach our prosthetic hand to a recipient's arm. Now's your chance to be a part of changing people's lives.
During the project, all students will be offered a free 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks license. Get started today at solidworks.com/arm4all.
So all you students, do not forget to register for the competition and help make a change. There is a large part of our community occupied with empowering our student and young workforce to create this future of everything. Over 15 million students from high schools, community colleges, and universities across the world have used 3DEXPERIENCE Works, including SolidWorks, both inside and outside the classrooms. In November last year, more than 70 schools and more than 8,000 very young students in Turkey used Apps for Kids as their first 3D design lesson, working with our local partner, Dhanachezhian. Akruti, an annual nationwide design contest in India, provides unique opportunity for engineering students to shape and share their imaginations and innovations in 3D. Dassault Systèmes teams, we use 3DEXPERIENCE platform to run Akruti. 389 colleges and over 3,800 students participated from all across India in 2021. You know, the next step, another step in empowering this workforce of the future is creating skill-based training. 3DEXPERIENCE Works and SolidWorks certification has become the proof of competency in the industry. We have now over 600,000 certified users across the world. Just over 95,000 certifications were earned in 2021 alone, including a record-breaking 9,000 certification on 3DEXPERIENCE platform roles. I'd like to extend a big thanks to the certification team led by Mike Buchli, and also give a big applause to our certified users. So as you've seen, our user community is a driving force in future of everything. They innovate every day and continue to be the catalyst in their local communities across the world. Now, let me invite User Community Manager Dan Wagner on to speak more about this.
Hey, Suchit.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Well, the SolidWorks user group the SWGIN network and the Solidworks Champion programs are two of the most important pillars of our community.
Sure.
Tell us more about them.
Yeah, last year, the SolidWorks User Group Network grew to 235 groups with 20,000 members across the globe, which is pretty crazy. We onboarded 60 new groups in 19 countries. The SolidWorks Champions program, under the leadership of Sean O'Neill, grew to over 500, and actually now it's 600 as of this day, in 53 countries, which again is just amazing.
Well, that is some amazing growth of our community. Now, I know that one of the traditions, Dan, of 3DEXPERIENCE World is to deliver the SWGIN Choice Awards at the annual SWGIN Summit.
Yeah, for sure.
How did that go?
Yeah, the summit was a blast. It was a good time. This was Monday night. The summit is a chance for us to gather all of the group leaders and group members, anybody who's attending the conference. We kind of recap the previous year, talk about what happened in 2021, and we give out some awards. You can see these awards here, actually these 5 awards. And I'm happy to say we reserved 2 very special awards for today. Is that okay if we do that right now?
Of course, absolutely. Go ahead.
Awesome. These 2 awards are special. They're named after 2 very important people who really helped make SWGIN what it is today. So, firstly here, the Michelle Pillars Community Award for 2021 goes to Eric Beatty of the Seattle area SolidWorks Power User Group. Eric's an awesome guy, awesome group leader. And second here, the Wayne Tiffany User Group Leader of the Year Award for 2021 goes to Theodore Chartatsis of the Hellenic SWG in Athens, Greece. Awesome. Suchit, thanks. This was awesome to be able to recognize these folks in front of the entire conference. I really appreciate it.
Well, Dan, thank you, and you're always welcome on this stage.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. So as I said a moment ago, the user community is a driving force. These programs and these users are truly ensuring the future and development of our community. So whether it is about the future machines of the year 2100 or future of just about everything, one thing is certain: this community, you, and Dassault Systèmes with 3DEXPERIENCE Works will be a part of creating it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suchit.
you,
What
Tracy.
an engaging community, always so inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well, it is time to say a big thank you to HP for their support of the event.
After decades of relentless innovation, we've entered a new era of high-performance technology, the era of Z. We're equipping you to evolve, to change for the better, faster. We deliver transformative power so you can advance in AI and 3D, reimagine collaboration, render in real time, and make magic happen behind the scenes with Z Central, a remote collaboration software that just won us an engineering Emmy. How do we do it? With a rich portfolio of IP and patents that shatters industry standards again and again, an unwavering commitment to sustainability and security. And by teaming up with NVIDIA to deliver the high compute power you need to propel your next breakthrough. We are redefining the future of design. This is Z by HP.
Thank you, HP. We've heard about most of the parts of the 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio over the last 2 days. As Manish shared, simulation is an important step in the product development process. Here to share how GE Healthcare is using the advanced simulation products to ensure the accuracy of their designs is Simulia R&D Roles Portfolio Director, Delphine Genouvrier.
Good morning and welcome to the simulation session of 3DEXPERIENCE World event. I'm very happy to be with you today and with Dr. Joseph Lacy and Duraikannu Dhanachezhian for GE Healthcare. Hello, thanks for joining us.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having us.
Together, we will go through your experience on using the 3DEXPERIENCE Works simulation solution during your product development process. But before, I'd like to go through a brief overview of GE Healthcare Company. Wow, such an inspiring video. Dr. Lacy and Mr. Dhanachezhian, could you please tell us what you're doing at GE Healthcare?
So I'm a principal mechanical engineer. I've been with GE Healthcare about 21 years. Originally worked in CT detectors, now working in the anesthesia and respiratory group. I pretty much only work on new product development, research and development type projects. I do a little install-based stuff, but not a lot.
And you, Didi, what do you do at GE Healthcare?
Yes, I am a lead mechanical engineer. I am extension of Dr. Lacy. My full-time job is to run simulation, understanding the loading in structural, fluid dynamics, heat transfer, electromagnetics, and design optimization. So as I mentioned, I am Dr. Lacy's extension. In addition to that, I am one of the product production associate to make ventilators when there is a critical need. Plus, one of the user group leader for Solidworks user group forum focusing on simulation.
In your corporate video, some key themes grabbed my attention, such as reliability, performance, quality, cutting-edge technologies. So I'd like to ask you, Dr. Lacy, why do you use simulation in your department?
Well, one of the things the term I use a lot is deterministic design. And one of the things, medical equipment, has to be hyper reliable. That's a given. To do good relay work, you have to have a good design to start with, right? So the simulation, the way I use it and use it with my team, is to drive the product design, not to analyze it after the fact, right? We do some of that, but we focus on trying to map design space, for instance, in FEA or CFD. Current project that Didi and I are working on, new vaporizer design, that's all been done with CFD.
Didi, can you please go through some of the key applications that you've been running with the 3DEXPERIENCE solution with us?
Sure. So in our department, we are saving lives in moments that matter. Community. So one is the seal design, another is the O-ring compression, and then we have several problems like sensor technology to be used. So let's go one by one. So first thing we study is a quick overview of how the mechanism works. So we have snap fits, elastomer, hyperelastic material, along with material models like monirevlin, so many material models we are using it. And model, mesh, everything within 3DEXPERIENCE structural platform. And we use hybrid mesh technology, which is very powerful to capture all the details and the incompressibility of the material to achieve the convergence. So as you see it from here, we use hex mesh for the seal, and rest of the material model is tetrahedron with the linear and parabolic material models.
Yeah, one small point. We tried to solve this
apply the bolt restraints, and then the real load of prescribed displacement for the full compression of almost 11 millimeter travel. Most of the solvers in other groups failed, but we were able to achieve it using 3DEXPERIENCE platform because of so many things like generalized contact, which is very important for our team. Like Dr. Lacy will be waiting for simulation to present to the design review. We need to solve quickly. So without setting any upfront contact sets, we are able to use generalized contact to solve the model very quickly, in addition to hybrid meshing. And then every team members during the design review wants to see how the system works. We are able to show in our team design reviews this compression of the seal to the full 11.5 millimeters in this scenario. And then we were able to give contact pressure, contact forces in those critical area, which enabled them to make whether to go with the harder elastomer like EPDM or to go with the softer elastomers like silicon. And most of the time, team members want to see the design review, especially the outputs coming from simulation using 3DEXPERIENCE platform, like stiffness of the material, stress of the material, and whole deformation. We were able to show it to our team.
Yeah, and one of the, I mentioned this earlier, but, looking at the bolt pattern, like designing the bolt pattern and designing the order which you tighten them, we're actually looking at manufacturability as part of the design simulation. That's the way we try to use the tools here.
That's a great application. And indeed, this is a pretty difficult type of simulation. You have the non-linear contact, you have the non-linear type of material. This is amazing to see how you've taken all the value of the 3DEXPERIENCE work simulation solution to simulate that type of flex seal design. What is important, as you mentioned, is that to be able to communicate as well how a product is going to be deformed, is as well leveraging the simulation result as really technical insight for more people than just few users of simulation.
I mean, as you can imagine, there's an infinite number of geometries one could pick, right? Picking blindly or just picking on your gut, sometimes that works, but usually the best you'll get is a suboptimal solution, if you're lucky.
Very nice application. Let's see a second one, if you agree.
Yeah, second one is a lot of times in our agent delivery process, like Dr. Lacy mentioned, ICU. So during this delivery, we have a lot of parts and a lot of O-rings come in contact with the agent. So our team wants to ensure that perfect sealing in the design. So we started using 3DEXPERIENCE structural performance engineer to achieve the goal. So to start with, before we were having this tool as a starting point, try to solve it. We hit up some walls, immediately switch to Solidworks 3DEXPERIENCE platform, which made us to solve very quickly. So as you see it from here, this is part of the vaporization chamber. We have a top block or cap and the O-ring and the chamber. So we simulated the entire thing using 3DEXPERIENCE platform within few hours using hybrid meshing technology, generalized contact, and advanced material models like hyperelastics using the material calibration app within the program.
Yeah. And this is a case where you use, like this type of simulation to work through your tolerance stack and say, over the range of tolerances I could get, how does my O-ring perform? What's my lower bounds on compression? What's my upper bounds on compression?
And we were able to make design changes like 3-piece design into single piece. And then we had O-rings in the subassembly, top, middle, and bottom. We optimized to single piece design with top and bottom O-ring only using simulation.
Awesome. Awesome application. And you mentioned, Dr. Lacy, that you're using the material calibration as well, as a new way to make the link between the real and the virtual. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I mean, that's an unbelievably valuable tool, right? Because especially for nonlinear problems like this, right? You live and die by your constitutive equations and your material knowledge. And so that tool really helps you tune to get a good fit to the right constitutive equation. And the other thing that we just implemented, we just purchased a DMA can actually learn from them is fairly limited.
Thanks a lot, Didi. These are a really nice example of how you've been able to leverage the power of the Simulia application for your companies. And I'm sure that it resonates very well to the Solidworks community, because now everybody has, the power of such very advanced simulation for their own product development process. This is amazing.
Absolutely, Delphine. And we are able to achieve very strong goals like simulation-driven design using simulation.
Which is music to my ear.
We are able to achieve the accuracy for complex nonlinear models using 3DEXPERIENCE structural performance engineering program.
Right, and that's really, our mission. And what is important, as you mentioned as well, is a workflow that we've developed, so it's a smooth workflow from SolidWorks to the 3DEXPERIENCE simulation. So you can do those what-if scenario, the design changes that you mentioned, because indeed, we don't do simulation for the sake of doing simulation. We do engineering, as you mentioned, Dr. Lacy. And I think this is very important.
And we are able to share these results with our global partners who are in Ushi in China, Bangalore in India.
Yeah.
Awesome. Collaboration this time, important. To conclude, I'd like to ask you how and where do you see the future of simulation at GE Healthcare?
We're driving, like this project that we're on right now that I'm leading, we're driving it predominantly through simulation. Some of it is experimental, and I'm not, in fact, I'm trained as an experimentalist, so I'm certainly not anti-experiment. But being able to map the design space, so I'm certainly not anti-experiment, but being able to map the design space. So I see that getting pushed further into programs, right? That's a natural evolution. That's something that, in other places in GE, that's the norm. Where I came from, that was the norm. So that to me is just evolution. Where I see us going long-term is getting more people trained, as I said, not necessarily in using the tool, but understanding what the tool can do. And then pushing some of that, because there's always been a push, like how do we get designers using the tools, right? There are certain problems, like both the joint problems, where you could make that fairly straightforward, recipe kind of driven, where a designer could be making more judicious choices up front in their design, right? We're gonna start working towards that as a goal. And then big picture for, I think, where you guys are going with the cloud makes infinite sense. It's not a question if that's where it's gonna go. It's a question how fast and what hurdles pop up that have to be overcome.
Thank you so much for your inspiring feedback, for your great testimonial. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. I hope that next time, we'll be able to chat face to face.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Didi, as well. It's now time to close our simulation session. Thank you for your participation. Thanks for all the audience in joining us, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you, Delphine and GE. It's critical to understand how your products will perform before they head to manufacturing. And speaking of manufacturing, we've all heard about some of the challenges the industry is facing, from global competition to a growing skills gap as the aging workforce retires. 3DEXPERIENCE Works partner sales manager Mike Buchli brings together Meaghan Ziemba, host of Mavens of Manufacturing, Scott Harms and Scott Volk of MetalQuest Unlimited, and Jeff Holfelt from Northern Industrial Manufacturing to discuss the knowledge and know-how needed to address these challenges. Over to you, Mike.
Hey, thanks, Tracy. We appreciate checking in today. So that is correct. We do have 4 experts here. So let's start with Meaghan. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm a tech writer by trade, and I help manufacturers across different disciplines in the sector generate some of their content, including white papers, blog posts, social media stuff. And then what I really have a passion for is the podcast that I started almost 2 years ago called Mavens of Manufacturing. And it highlights all of the amazing women within the sector, from the shop floor all the way up to the C-suite. And they get a chance to talk about everything that they're doing and some of the standards that they're setting for modern day manufacturing.
Yeah, and no, if anybody hasn't checked it out, you really should, because it is amazing to go listen to all these people talk about the challenges and where they're at and where manufacturing is going. So Jeff, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Yeah, so I'm Jeff Hofelt. I'm the Vice President of Northern Industrial Manufacturing. We're a Tier 1 automotive supplier out of the Michigan, Detroit area. And I'm the Vice President where I head operations, sales, purchasing, et cetera. And really happy to be here and happy to be called an expert probably for the first time in my life.
Everyone on this panel is experts, trust me. So we're going to go to Scott Harms next. Scott, can you tell us a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, I'm Scott Harms with MetalQuest Unlimited. We're a very high technology based job shop. We don't like to be called a shop because we really do encompass pretty much the entire scope of custom manufacturing centered around machining. We have facilities in Nebraska and Idaho, and I guess we're proud to be on the panel.
The last person is also Scott. Scott Volk, can you tell us what you do?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Scott Volk. I'm the Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at MetalQuest. 27 years of manufacturing experience, so I'm one of the older people on the panel here today. But yeah, just like Scott said, we're a high-tech manufacturer, try to be leading edge on a lot of automation, a lot of creative things in manufacturing, and I really enjoy my job, enjoy talking about what we're doing and how we can make manufacturing more exciting for everybody.
Yeah, and that's what we're actually going to lead off with here is the first question will be for Scott Harms and Meaghan. Meaghan, I'd like for you to start the article. Everyone's always talking about skills gap, workforce unemployment. It seems like everybody's talking about it. What can we do to actually get more people into the field and get more people to be part of manufacturing and in the high-tech space that we have?
Manufacturers need to shift their marketing efforts, not just to focus on potential customers, but also to focus on the potential next generation workforce. And what I mean by that, they need to be a little bit more proactive and really put themselves out there, get comfortable with the uncomfortable, and maybe do some things that they never thought about doing or have done before in terms of connecting with their community and getting in front of students from middle school all the way up to high school, maybe even elementary school. There's a lot of organizations out there that they can provide sponsorship to or donate to in terms of materials and equipment. One such organization, we all know First Robotics. That's a great opportunity for manufacturers to either sponsor a robotics team or actually start one, and then develop some sort of mentorship program as they're designing the robots and providing them guidance and really showing them, hey, this is what we do as a company and this is how it fits in with what you're doing with First, and then guiding them through that process and actually showing them what a modern day career pathway in manufacturing and engineering looks like.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Scott, before I add my comments, I would like for you to talk from your side and give your explanation of how you think that we can do better.
Well, that's an excellent question. And, a lot of this goes to an image, and just an identity type thing. Manufacturing for so many years has been kind of a derogatory occupation and a derogatory field. And it's just tragic. A lot of people don't understand the massive technology that's in manufacturing today. I mean, we have to be product experts and specialists in what we do. You have to combine a lot of mechanical type characteristics and mechanical elements with very high technology and computer elements as well. I mean, it's truly a tech-based occupation, but it's not marketed as that. So, probably about 10 years ago in that vicinity, our company really started to make a push to kind of show the excitement in manufacturing, to show that, it's not the way you may remember it, from 40 years ago or something like that. Using social media and just reaching out to the general public and showing the positive elements. We're going to have to do stuff like that to make it appear to be a very desirable occupation to be in, because yes, the skills gap is real. High schools, many years ago took a lot of the VOTEC programs out of their school systems. Fortunately, there's a movement to try and get them put back right now. But, that's really left the country very short on things that are very mission critical to our lives as we know them, because we know manufacturing is very broad based, but it is so critically important to provide us with the things that we use and rely on every day.
Yeah, I could agree more with both of what you said, because I think the challenge is people want to spend money that are in manufacturing. They want it to be better, but it's not always just throwing money at the problem. It's really opening up a discussion, having better communication, and bring people in to see the manufacturing facility. Because traditionally, the manufacturing was always, we don't want people in here. We don't want them to see the secret sauce of what we do. But that really hurts our image and what we do for manufacturing. The more people see, the more comfortable they are, the better we can be. So with that, we're going to switch to the other side, which would be Jeff and Scott. And what we're going to talk about is supply chain management, the cost of goods, and inflation. So we all hear that there's a shortage, right? So we all hear that prices are going up, but we're still expected to manufacture at the same price that we were 3 years ago. So we'll start with Jeff, and then we'll go to Scott Volk. Can you guys talk a little bit about how we're addressing those challenges?
Yeah, thanks for that. So we're really having a hard time addressing. I mean, to be honest, they say that inflation, especially values the farmers, because they're able to get a lot more pricing for their goods as the inflation goes up. But for us manufacturers, a lot of us are locked into longer term contracts. I mean, we have contracts that are looking at being extended through 2026, 2028. And so some of the things that we've been trying to do and been relatively successful at in the shorter term is trying to bring up that dialogue with our customers and putting some form of inflationary impact adjustments throughout the life cycle of the program. And so it's really been a challenge. I mean, if inflation stays at 2.5, 3%, at least you can somewhat try to manage. But when you start seeing numbers that are 8, 9, record inflation, it really starts to impact suppliers' bottom lines.
Yeah, and those are the uncontrollable costs, right? Those are the things that we just have to deal with. So, Scott, can you add a little bit to that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Jeff, this is a bigger challenge than I think I've ever seen in my life, and there's not a lot of really good solutions right now. Honestly, as crazy as it sounds, the biggest thing is a key to this that we're getting through is communication. I mean, we're in constant communication with our customers. We're in constant communication with our suppliers, and also constant communication with our employees. Because it's really easy for it's like, well, I ran out of material for my machine. Well, it's somebody in purchasing's fault. Well, it's not. It's there's a lot bigger problems at play here. Things we have done, like Jeff said, the pricing pressures are tremendous. Where it's really hard for us to get price increases on stuff, and when we can, then they don't want to just turn around and have another price increase. So one thing that we've been really successful with is going to a quarterly pricing structure with one of our larger customers, which has been really nice. And then coupled with that, we have a pretty sophisticated surcharge system. So one of the most cyclical prices, as Jeff can attest, is your material cost. So we're able to track that separately from all of our other costs and actually give positive and negative surcharges to our customers as those prices fluctuate. And that makes it a little easier to get price increases passed, because the customer is going to know that there's a little more stability with the other input costs, with the most flexibility being in that material cost. So it's just a lot of little things like that trying to get by. But until we can get more people into this industry and doing more stuff, I mean, we're in for, I'm afraid, a couple more years of pain and headache here, where we're trying to fight through this, because we just don't have the people to get the product out the door, and we're all in the same boat. And we see the same thing, even on the transportation side. We're getting materials overseas, which technically should have a quicker lead time, and the mill actually is delivering at a quicker lead time, but then it gets stuck in a port, and we're at the same lead time we were if we would have went a different route. So it just seems like we can't win right now.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that has been common between all four of your answers is we really need to be better at communicating. We need to be better at explaining these things together. And unfortunately, we're not always the best at explaining and manufacturing and educating. So I guess my question is, I'll wrap all this together, and I would like all four of you to respond. And then I'll add my thoughts last. But the bigger question is so we know we need people. We know that manufacturing is changing. We know we need to be more open. I've heard, Scott and Jeff talk about the need for data analytics, the need for understanding everything in a real-time process. So how do we get the right people, and how do we communicate effectively to get those people in? Meaghan, do you want to start again? And then I'll let the rest of you jump in, but Meaghan, can you lead that off? Because I think we're all sort of talking about the same problem.
Yeah, so we really have to start a lot earlier than I think what some are expecting to do. A lot of people are talking about high school and middle school, but the root of the problem actually goes a lot farther to the elementary school level. So we have to start exposing kids a lot sooner to what manufacturing and engineering is. Of course, they're not thinking about careers that young, but if there's activities or things that we can bring into the curriculum that helps develop those soft skills that are needed for some of these opportunities that are available, that's a great starting point. And then as they're getting through their school, going through elementary school, going through middle school, going through high school, just keep building up on those different activities, and then slowly but surely bringing in the conversation about career pathways. I think, again, it's investing some of those marketing dollars that you would put towards your potential customers and actually investing it to actually market to your community as well. Have open houses, have facility tours, sign up for virtual opportunities. If there was one benefit of COVID, it was showing us that we can communicate on a virtual platform. And there's a lot of tools out there. One that I use is StreamYard, that people can use to have conversations like we're having right now on a live basis. So, volunteering your time and having a virtual meet with a high school to teach what you do at your facility. I know high school teachers that have told me personally that they would love an opportunity to do that. So just being proactive, putting yourself out there, having conversations, not just with students, but their parents as well. Because I think parents are still kind of wary of what manufacturing is, and they're not aware of what opportunities are available to them because things are advancing so fastly, so quickly.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Scott Volk, I'll let you jump in next.
Yeah, absolutely. So just building off what Meaghan said, I can't agree more. I mean, and I think the key thing to take away from that is it's the long game. Everybody needs to understand that this is a long game approach. We are not going to fix this overnight. And everyone also needs to understand that it takes all of us to do this. If you expect the schools to just figure this out on your own, you're wrong. The industry has to get engaged with the schools, like Meaghan said, down to like the 5th and 6th grade level. We actually have had young, like 1st and 2nd graders come in and get tours of our robots because they think it's super cool. Well, you're planting those seeds, and you just have to start working at that long game and building it out. There's obviously things we need to do in the short term to try to keep things going, but we really need to put our attention on the long game and understand that it's going to be painful for a while. But if we don't do that, we're never going to get out of this mess.
Yeah, and things like robots are always important, right? Because it doesn't matter what they do, they're just cool. So Jeff, can you jump in and add your thoughts?
Yeah, so similar to what the others said, I think we got to have outside of the box solutions and not always trying to do the same thing that you might have tried to do a year ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Some of the things that we're doing, I'm chairman of the board of the local Economic Development Corporation. And one of the things we've done is try to open up our area to maybe different types of communities. So we petitioned very successfully. We got a bus route added to our area that allows buses to come in from different communities. And we're doing a job fair here in about 60 days where we're partnering with the community colleges, where we're partnering with the local high schools. It'll be the first time we've really done that. And so it's trying to open up these different communities, and a lot of what Meaghan was saying, trying to get women and these underserved communities into the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and math. And that really does start at a younger age. I mean, I was fortunate. My father was an engineer. My grandfather was an engineer. It was ingrained in me that, hey, manufacturing isn't a dirty business. It's very rewarding. but not everybody comes up with that same upbringing. And so, I think to what Meaghan's trying to do is really get in the schools, in the classrooms, and have that impact on the local level, and then just start affecting people that way.
Yeah, it definitely takes all of us to make this work, right? And Scott Harms, can you talk a little bit about, some of the things that you guys have done?
Absolutely. There's been some great points on here, and just changing the directions a little bit. As manufacturers, one of the tasks that it seems like we're always given is doing more with less. It's like as manufacturers, we're always expected to be more efficient. We're always expected, to keep costs under control, to increase our volume, et cetera. We're in unprecedented times right now because of the nationwide labor shortage. And we have to take doing more with less to the absolute next level. So what we're doing as a company, and we've been doing this for a while, going back to 15 years, we talked about robots a little bit. Robots are more than just the concept of it. It's part of an automation solution. Robots used to be thought of as taking people's jobs. Well, those jobs don't exist anymore. They're not taking people's jobs. So as a company, we really worked hard to be dynamic and essentially make sure that we're always on the leading edge of providing the services we need to our customers, again, with that labor shortage component in mind. So we're really advertising, for more people that are capable of understanding the electromechanical aspects, understanding how to build an automation cell, and concepts that truly increase our throughput, especially working towards, essentially low volume, high mix type parts, which are very difficult to automate. But we've got to be very strong in doing that if we want to be competitive going forward. And many companies like us are, because to be honest with you right now, we're kind of at a breaking point. If you don't start adapting your ways, and we've talked about inflation, we've talked about labor shortages, we've talked about, supplier issues as far as short raw material shortages. You have to be the most dynamic you possibly can be right now. And it's really changed our thought process dramatically and just forced you to think outside the box.
Yeah, and I think you all bring up a really good point, because we have this challenge that's affecting everyone from the outside, right? And we have to deal with it. But the other component of it is the jobs that we have today and the jobs that most people know are not the jobs of tomorrow, right? So how do we get education? How do we get people excited about manufacturing for jobs that are completely different than what their parents and grandparents and everyone else knew? And I think it all comes back again to, you have to have the right systems in place from a technological component, right? You have to have the right message going out to everyone, not just a specific group. And then I think the last component is we all have to be better at communicating, and if we can do all that together, outside of all competing for the same jobs, I think we'll be in a position that, people want to start coming in. And the value of, being remote, being connected, having a platform to work with is I can now be in a rural area and I can go get the best talent to support my factory, and they may not even have to move. I think that is really one of the benefits that's come out of a lot of this technology in the last few years is I can program my robots, have it up on a platform, and have my operator come back on the other side working in the facility to be able to run the programs and ensure it fits. So, it's scary because we're short on employees, but if we think different, we have the ability now to capture the best talent anywhere on the planet. With that, I wish we could talk longer. We're just about at the end of our time. So if anyone wants to learn more, please reach out to the folks that are here, ping them later on. But we can't thank you enough for being with us today. I look forward to chatting in the future with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
And thank you so much, Mike and panelists, for that really important discussion. A lot of really wonderful thoughts and ideas. Well, now a word from our final sponsor, Lenovo. Thank you to Lenovo and all of our sponsors for helping to make this event possible. Okay, Mark and Michael, we are live. Are you ready to show us your 2023 skits?
Yeah, Tracy, you know what? Just give us a moment to set up our equipment. Hey, weren't you on our flight? Never mind. All right, Mark, let's see. We've got camera, lights, check, and check.
Sound? Check.
Sound check. I see what you did there.
Come on, Michael, we talked about this. Focus.
Oh, right, focus. Focus, check. All right, you have the box?
Box? What box?
Dude, you said you were doing an unboxing.
Whoa, calm down. That's just a figure of speech. We don't use actual boxes anymore. Just roll camera and I'll show you.
The big brains at SolidWorks R&D have done it again. They pumped even more performance and amazing enhancements into this annual release. The first thing to notice is, of course, SolidWorks 2023 supports Windows 11. Okay, so let's dive in. I'll start by opening my large assembly in lightweight mode. But wait, where is it? Oh, so this must be the Resolve on Demand mode. This new enhancement combines resolved and lightweight modes together, making assemblies load super fast. When I last opened this assembly, it took 38 seconds. But with Resolve on Demand mode, it only takes 20, which is a massive improvement. When I want to dig into the structure of the assembly, it still loads quickly, just like in Resolve mode. I need to export a step of this assembly. Oh nice, in 2023, SolidWorks can automatically create a special type of step file for each component, and these are all linked to each other. I didn't even know Step could do that. I'm going to use the Open Drawing command to quickly get to the associated drawing. Yeah, so I like this. They've made it so that the components set to transparent, like these glass windows, actually look transparent when I choose Hidden Lines Visible and Hidden Lines Removed. This will make it really clear when I share this drawing. The bomb looks good too, but I'm noticing this blue text. What is that all about? Ah, it's manually overwritten data. In SolidWorks 2023, it's easy to see what's manually overwritten without having to check each cell of the bomb. It's easy to restore the original value in this cell or all cells with a simple right click. I want to rearrange these columns, but what are these arrows? Oh, now that's really cool. SolidWorks 2023 lets me filter the BOM however I want to. That's huge. So here I'm creating a BOM for purchase parts and non-purchase parts. You know, these are some great enhancements. Resolve on Demand, step export options, and improvements to drawings. But they're really just scratching the surface. I wish I didn't have to wait until November for SolidWorks 2023 because I really don't want to have to put these enhancements back in the box.
And cut. All right, nice job, Mark.
Thanks, Michael. You know, that was really fun making a video rather than just watching.
Yeah, really nice work. All right, yeah, and I gotta say, way to think out of that side of the box. Yeah, good job, buddy. All right, my turn. Man, it's hot up here under these lights. Oh, but check this out. I designed a water-cooled jacket. I saw this on a video where they water-cool everything. So I designed my own water-cooled jacket.
A water-cooled jacket?
Yeah, and speaking of heat transfer, let me transfer over to our sponsor, the SolidWorks User Group Network. Find a group near you today or become a leader yourself and get connected. I hear they have some pretty neat swag too. Swugin.org. So head on over to swugin.org today. All right, back to this jacket. So this intake hose provides a steady stream of lightly chilled spring water, which keeps my core at an optimal temperature all day long. Non-believer? Well, let me show you with SolidWorks 2023.
The initial design of the jacket is looking good, but we have to make room for the elbows. Editing the pattern, I can use instances to skip to easily remove the tubes of interest. And for your jacket, Mark, we need to make the arms a little bit longer. So let's create a new configuration and modify the pattern. We've been able to configure the number of instances and spacing before, and now with SolidWorks 2023, we can configure the instances to skip as well. Simply modify the instances as desired. Creating and configuring increasingly complex products just got easier. Take a look at that. Long sleeves for you and regular sleeves for me. But what would this cool jacket be without some extravagant branding? This label assembly will do the trick, but we need some rivet holes to attach it to the jacket. An extruded cut at the top level assembly will make quick work of this. SOLIDWORKS 2023 expands the direction options to match that of part extrude features. In this case, the extrude cut goes through the label and up to the inside face of the sleeve. And of course, we can pattern and mirror this expanded feature. To finish up the design of our custom label, we'll use the stick line font and the enhanced wrap feature to scribe the text onto the non-planar face. This generates the CNC toolpaths directly in CAD to make downstream operations more efficient. Whether you're showing the paths in a drawing or using them in your CAM tool, such as our NC Prismatic and Turning Programmer role on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform.
Wow, great job, Michael. These 2023 enhancements look great, but I think I'll stick to traditional water cooling.
Yeah, good idea. Especially with this last batch of enhancements. They are way too hot to show on stage, even with the most advanced water cooling technology.
Good thing we have our stunt doubles standing by. You ready, guys?
My tongue fall off?
Still attached, Mark. Looking good. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. And for First We Sketch, I'm your host, Al Denozer, and you're watching Hot Za. It's a show about hot CAD and even hotter week-old Swugin leftover pizza. And today, I'm joined by special guest, Mark Isometric. Mark is known for his role as the police officer in Working from Home Alone. He's also known for his excessive use of over 60 S-keyed items on his S-key bar.
It's actually 72 now. I've added flex and dome.
Ooh, impressive. Hey, Mark, thanks for being here on the show and taking time away from that quad 4K display setup and that fresh installation of SOLIDWORKS 2023.
Yeah, I really didn't want to be here, but it seems like you guys really need my help.
Okay, let's dive into our first sauce here. This one's called Circular References, and it measures about 1.6 million units on the Scoville scale.
Dizziness, hair loss, blindness, hallucinations. Is this safe?
I don't know, but that's what our legal team's for. Yeah, get a good amount on there. So Mark, you've been using SOLIDWORKS since the days that computers were run on kerosene and started with hand cranks. Let me ask you, what do you think are some of the most influential features in SOLIDWORKS?
Thinking back over the years, I'd have to say the sheet metal functionality in SOLIDWORKS has really helped how I approach my designs, such as this custom hot sauce rack. Sensors have been around for a while and allow you to monitor critical data in your CAD model, such as dimensions, mass properties, simulation results, and more. With SOLIDWORKS 2023, users can now create sensors that monitor sheet metal properties. In this design, I've set an alarm to be triggered if the dimension of the flap pattern exceeds past the stock material. In this case, the edge flam will cause problems with the sourced material blanks. A quick edit to the edge flange length helps confirm no surprises in downstream manufacturing. 2023 also introduces a new default custom property. Gauge values can now be directly associated to your part's custom properties. This ensures accuracy in notes, bend tables, bill of materials, and more. These new enhancements in SOLIDWORKS sheet metal are sure to excite any flat pattern enthusiast. To verify my material and gauge selection is strong enough to hold your nuclear-fueled hot sauces, I'll turn to SOLIDWORKS Simulation. SOLIDWORKS Simulation 2023 extends pre-processing tools with the new Stability Analyzer to help validate the setup of your study. This gives you deeper insight into unconstrained and improperly connected bodies that can keep the study from solving. For example, running the analyzer with a scale factor set to high, we identify the low stiffness behavior of the model, which validates our assumptions. Changing the scale factor filters out the expected behavior to confirm that our model is ready to run. Simulators out the expected behavior to confirm that our model is ready to run. Simulation 2023 also introduces user control over the penalty stiffness for contacts. This helps reach an approximate solution faster during early design iterations. SOLIDWORKS Simulation 2023 gives users more control to get the right results faster.
All right, Mark, we can't thank you enough for coming on and showing us some of the new enhancements in SOLIDWORKS 2023.
They're all going to be good. I got to go.
Got to go? Oh, all right, folks. Well, Mark Isometric, thanks for being on the show, Mark. And for all you in the audience, make sure to like and subscribe.
Oh, well, that was sure cheesy. But SOLIDWORKS 2023 really delivers.
You know, Michael, without your phone, you really are productive.
You know what? I think there's a bigger lesson here. When you're under a big deadline, just put it off. Don't worry about it. Just watch some CADtube videos, and it'll come to you.
Oh.
Nice work, Mark and Michael. In a conclusion that no one saw coming, the guys transformed from just watching videos to making them, inspired by the community to share their own creative efforts. All of which gave us a sneak peek of SOLIDWORKS 2023 and showed how the entire 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio can transform the way you work. Congratulations, guys, you actually pulled it off. And SOLIDWORKS 2023 looks great. I can't wait to see what you come up with next year. Oh, and Michael, here's your phone back.
No thanks. I'm breaking the habit and going back to CAD.
Searching, breaking CAD.
Oh, not again.
I am the engineer. I am the one who designs. Do I have a plan, you ask? Yeah, SOLIDWORKS. Where are the models? Undefined sketches, dangling references, and no data management do not constitute designing in my book. It's always been one step forward and two edges back. You're an insane, degenerate model, and you deserve to be suppressed. We're released when I say we're released. I designed it for me. I liked it. I was good at it, and I was alive.
Thank you all for having me back. I am always so inspired spending time with this phenomenal community. I hope to see you all next year in person, but first, I'll see you at the wrap this afternoon. Over to you, GP.
Thank you, Tracy. What a great few days of imagining the future together. As we have seen, there is no single path to innovation, and it happens everywhere. We heard the great stories from students, makers like Katie Reed, startups like Rise Robotics, or long-time SolidWorks customers like Stark Systems or Sasti Waste. In my new role, I will dedicate my energy and focus to making 3DEXPERIENCE Works the greatest innovation platform ever developed. Collaborating with Manish in his new role as the new CEO of SolidWorks and the other brands, I will ensure we expand the portfolio with the best tool for SolidWorks users of all sizes to solve complex problems in design, simulation, manufacturing, marketing, and governance. On Monday, I announced a few of those new solutions. First of all, the CAM portion to the Maker software, included now, same price, the phenomenal SolidWorks Cloud offer, and the special offer for line builders. Today, we have also heard from Sherry and Suchit of our next project with the FabLab Foundation for a new FabLab in Haiti with the sponsorship of the former ambassador Paul Altidore. Stay tuned for our future projects with the FabLab Foundation. Let's take now a look at some of the other highlights.
Welcome to everyone joining us at 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022 from around the globe.
In the age of experience, the challenge we have is to imagine in a record time, not only the products, but also to bring to life unique and meaningful experiences for your ultimate customers.
From what I hear, you are my fellow nerd, so definitely let's nerd out.
We are passionate about innovation because we know that innovation helps solve big problems.
each time I see these creative projects combining art, science, and technology, I feel like mesmerized, like a child.
We are together because the magic of virtual worlds is to expand imagination.
We're going to bring you the shop floor virtually.
Hey, welcome to the shop floor here at 3D Experience World 2022.
We're trying to change the world just too early. But eventually, many of us on that team went forward and created the iPhone, and then from that also Android.
You too should keep the same SolidWorks DNA while you lead 3D Experience Works. As you said, 3D Experience Works is a natural expansion of SolidWorks. So we have a common mission.
This software is designed to get out of the way of manufacturing and so that you can do what you love, which is machining.
The fact that SolidWorks is developing these tools, again, it's just a great plus to be part of it.
Dear friends, community of makers, startups, professional learners, we admire what you do. We are together and we are here with you and for you.
While we have enjoyed connecting with tens of thousands of you virtually this week at 3D Experience World, we also miss the energy and enthusiasm that comes with an in-person event. But speaking of energy and enthusiasm, there is a special person that showed up this morning, and I would like to have him here on stage with me. Joe, come over. You are not virtual, right? You're
wow, I'm not
real.
virtual. Well, you know, it's hard to imagine. Is it reality or am I virtual? I can't really tell. Technology is really something else.
Yeah, I can tell you that you look very much in person, as usual, Joe. So thank you for coming. And, you know, I would like to give you the privilege to announce the next in-person event. Tell everybody where we will be.
Wow, this is awesome. Well, I'd like to say that it's going to all start where it ended. We're heading back to Nashville. So, see you in 3D Experience World.
Music City.
Yep. Awesome.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for coming. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
I'll see you soon.
Sure.
All right. Very good. So, we will get back together in person, make new connections, and imagine even more possibilities moving forward. Start planning for it now, please. Thank you for taking the time to join us virtually this year. We look forward to seeing you in person next year in Nashville.
Thank you so much, GP. Joe, awesome you made the trip to announce that we're going to go back to Nashville next year. I am so excited to see all of you. Right now, we're going to continue on with our Day 3 coverage on SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. We're going to take a quick break. I got to go track down Suchit. Let me know what questions you want me to ask. And in the meantime, one topic that keeps coming up is just how much we all enjoy what's new. It's also hard to keep track of what's new every year. Let's take a little sneak peek at what's been new in SolidWorks over the last 5 releases so we can all catch up and appreciate what we're going to look forward to in November with 2023.
Welcome, SolidWorks community. Over the years, we have achieved so much together. You have introduced game-changing new products. We have brought you many of the enhancements you have asked for. We are just about to release SolidWorks 2022, and I truly believe it is the best SolidWorks yet. I am excited for you to see many enhancements you can't live without once you try for yourself. And stick around for a glimpse into the 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio. Broader, deeper than ever. The best part, you can start with the future today. So, sit back and enjoy a quick catch-up of SolidWorks features and enhancements over the last 5 years. And we look forward to seeing what you will do with SolidWorks 2022.
All right, welcome back to SolidWorks Live. We're going to pause that, cut a little bit short because look who I have here.
Hey.
Suchit.
How are you?
We are 3 for 3 for grabbing our leadership after general session, bring him into the live cave. I'm doing well. How did that feel this morning on the virtual?
It was awesome. I mean, we said it's virtual, but it felt live.
It did, yeah.
Right? So
yeah.
it's good.
We've been keeping the energy up. We're trying to. We know everyone's out there wanting to be together, and we're keeping the energy. We're so excited about Nashville.
And you saw Joe showed up. I mean, like, come on. It's like there's some passion there.
And that is quite an honor to discuss or reveal next year, because that's a tightly guarded secret. We tried to get it out of GP
Absolutely.
on day one.
Actually, GP probably didn't even know till yesterday.
I don't know. That's the story you tell your kids. Like, Santa Claus is real. Yep. Hey, we only have a few minutes together. I love what you were talking about this morning. There's so many topics to choose from. One of the things that really struck me that you said is everyone designs. SolidWorks is everywhere.
Yes.
And 6 million?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes.
What does that mean to you? Because this has been part of your life for long time.
For majority of my life, I've been with SolidWorks and the SolidWorks ecosystem for close to 26 years now.
My goodness.
Yeah, so it is part of it, and I truly mean it. Actually, I mean, well, it's a fact. I truly mean it because I observe it, and every time I travel, I go anywhere, any party I'm at. Somehow I always find one SolidWorks person, even if it's the next door neighbor or whatever. But yeah, SolidWorks truly is everywhere.
It's a household name. Like you're trying to describe what you do, and then just, hey, have you heard of SolidWorks? Oh yeah. Okay.
I remember, by the way, there's an interesting conversation. I might have said it before, but one of the CEOs, past CEOs at SolidWorks, had talked about the three common things which no matter where you go in the world, you will always find. According to him, Coke, Tabasco, and SolidWorks.
Oh, I like all red.
All red.
Imagine that. So our mission, I guess, over the next several years is just to make sure everyone understands what 3DEXPERIENCE means to the SolidWorks community, right? That's newer to all of us. We talked about that with BC. Actually, on Monday, I asked BC to give us the pitch for what 3DEXPERIENCE means to a CAD designer. He did great. Make sure you guys go back and watch day one highlights. Speaking of the future, I really liked your segment talking about what machines will look like in 2100.
All right.
I mean, you got to kind of step back and really envision. I didn't hear from you, though. What do you think machines will look like in 2100?
I think machines will not look like machines. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
Right? I mean, we have an understanding of what a machine is. If you ask your kid, your wife, yourself, what a machine is, we have a certain perception of a lot of metal and plastics and all of those kinds of things. To me, a machine could be, it could be look like one of us, the robots and humanoid robots and everything. Yeah. So I haven't really thought about it. There was an interesting question, actually. I was talking with Derek. We had a press thing yesterday. And Derek asked this question that, are we there yet in terms of the ability to create anything? Are we there yet?
Sure.
And if you heard Dr. O, in a presentation talk about, we can be Star Trek tomorrow if we trust and be trustworthy, right? Those
if we decide to be too,
Yeah. And what I told, what my thinking in this reply to Derek was, hey, look, it's not that we can create anything because anything means we are done. Like if we're able to create anything, we're done. But as humans, we're never done. So the progression is at a faster pace at what we do. What we did 100 years ago versus what we're doing in 10 years or in 1 year.
Right.
What we'll do, it'll be very, very different.
What do you think SolidWorks? What do you think we'll be doing for what's new SolidWorks 2100? Do you think SolidWorks will still be around? And if so, what will that look like? I mean, I can't believe we'll be on a laptop driving it, but maybe. I mean, can you?
I mean, who knows, right? But you heard in the main stage presentation, SolidWorks will be there in 2100. Remember?
Okay.
But I think it's going to be, whether it's SolidWorks, let me say 3DEXPERIENCE works, because we're going to bring more to the SolidWorks users with 3DEXPERIENCE works. So in a way, SolidWorks 3DEXPERIENCE works sort of, in a way, will merge over the years, at least in our minds, because we're doing more tools for our users.
Mm-hmm.
I think there'll be some incarnation of SolidWorks helping us in 2100, but yes, I mean, the future, to tell you frankly, I feel like it's two-way there. We will achieve a lot more in the next 10 years.
Yeah, it's so exciting, and especially with compute power, 2100 is going to be amazing, because I'm sure we won't even be thinking about hardware and where it's running. It'll just happen, whether on the edge or in a cloud, or it won't matter. But you can imagine the next 10 years having all the power, more and more cloud-based to run things like Simulia, all these high-end simulations like the folks at GE were talking about. Like, that's so amazing, but we still have to wait for those to run. So I'm excited for more real-time.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt, but we talk a lot about artificial intelligence. Everybody now claims that they do artificial intelligence. I have this perfect joke, because I come from FEA, finite element background. Mm-hmm. And the 1980s topology optimization is now positioned as generative design, right? So everybody claims AI, but But I think the true AI in next 10 years, what's being done with autonomous cars and everything, where you can process image processing, computer vision, all of that in real time, and then the machines being able to make decisions based on that,
Yep.
you know, anomaly detection, et cetera, are key things. And we are in SolidWorks, and you know, if you talk to Manish, we are trying to think of what that means for SolidWorks as an example, right? You know, how do we bring those capabilities of machine learning and computer vision and all of that within SolidWorks, right?
And we see some good examples of that with the SolidWorks Cloud, of course, some design helpers and automations. Yeah. Oh man, it's going to be really fun to be a designer, be a SolidWorks user, be a 3D
Hey, maybe here's a thought for you. You know,
all right.
You know, autonomous cars, you won't be driving it. Guess what you get to do when you're not driving? Do some CADing.
Work more.
Well, you know, CADing, but not on your laptop. Maybe your Tesla car would it be equipped with SolidWorks.
So the one time a day when I don't have to work, where I can enjoy my audiobook driving home, now I can work. But yeah, relax. We got to address the elephant or elephant-sized donuts in the room. I was telling you we were having a conversation, of course not while you were presenting, but around it, about donuts. So the team went out and got all these donuts, and it's a lot more fancy than I remember a donut ever looking. So, okay, Suchit, 6 options. 7 options. Which one would you choose?
Yeah, again, I don't know why I'm sitting here, and this one is right in there, but somehow it seems very, very interesting for me, because I know that there's some traditional type of things, a very colorful one, but this one seems to grab my attention.
I don't know if you can see them. Oh yeah, you can all see them. They're very beautiful, almost like too beautiful to eat, very inspired donuts. They look too expensive for me to mow down on. But this one in front of me, it's got that custard in it. I don't like the custard.
Yeah.
All right, on to serious topics, and we just have a couple minutes left. You talked about how the community reaches everywhere when it comes to SolidWorks. We talked about the user group. Of course, we saw the Michelle Pillar's Community Award, the Wayne Tiffany user group leader. All those things are so important. And we heard in the panel about disseminating manufacturing knowledge. And in a way, you know, the user group network, the community that you've helped foster, does a lot of that outreach to get people involved in at least the design and the software side of things just as early as possible. And I think user group network is great, but do we get into elementary schools even? Meaghan mentioned that. I mean, I know we're in middle schools, we're in a lot of high schools, almost all universities, but are we doing anything on the kids side?
We do, and I did showcase one of them in Turkey, where we had this 1,800 kids so I said very, very young kids with SolidWorks apps for kids.
That's right.
So we don't talk enough about apps for kids, but that's another product on the cloud where kids can actually go in and do 3D designs and actually make things out of them as well.
And I think is that some of the subdivisional, the 3D sculptor technology. That's
right.
Allows kids to get in there without worrying about fully defining their sketches.
But we don't use that language with the kids, you know.
Okay.
We don't talk about 3D. I mean
all the words.
Okay. But for them, it's about a push and pull, you know. So it's like clay. You know, all of us have done the Play-Doh, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's a little bit like that, and I think so. Yeah. As John Paolo said, you know, innovation happens. There's no age for it. Starts early and happens in every corner, right?
Yeah. Well, Suchit, I know we got to wrap up. You have a fireside chat that you're going to. I got to remind everyone, head over to 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com. You can get into breakouts, meetups, these fireside chats. Make sure and register for the event. It's completely free. Suchit, any last words? You know, we've been talking a lot in this program about just the inspiration that people are bringing us, that we're trying to disseminate out. And World is so much more than just upping your SolidWorks skills. It's leaving here with a fresh, inspired mindset, imagining new things. What would you leave the audience with on day 3?
Sure. I mean, there are 2 things which are still coming to my mind. I haven't thought about this, but the 2 things which are stuck in my mind is what Dr. O said, is about let's bring the trust among ourselves. And this community, all of you guys trust us, and we trust you, and that level of trust will create and foster innovation. So that's one. And then what Kate said in a very short and sweet, you know, fail and fail fast, but then pivot if that's what you need to. And we do that. And a prime example of it, guys, was this conference itself, because we made the decision, 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago, going to Atlanta. You were ready. You were setting this
We're
up
already,
in Atlanta.
I don't envy what you
right?
guys had to think through because it's so much of a balance,
Yeah,
so much momentum.
but we pivoted and we made the right decisions. In the end, it came out fine because we all trusted each other that we can do the job. And so that's what I think And
I think we're reaching so many people. We're having all sorts of good evenings from other side of the globe. Like that is so fun. People don't have to travel, and hey, maybe it's more sustainable to reach this global audience. Suchit, thank you so much. You also mentioned Kate Reed. We're going to take a quick break and go back to that What's New highlight video, and then we're going to do a Waltham walk-in with Sean on Kate Reed, who you talked to a little bit. We're going to see some more of her work and hear just about the future of machines in her mind, which is very bio-inspired. And speaking of bio-inspired, I might have to start eating some of these donuts. Suchit, thank you so much.
Thanks.
We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Brian.
My name is Kate Reed, and I build wearable technology. I was so fortunate to be exposed to robotics at such a young age. And for me, as soon as I made my first robot, I immediately wanted to put it on the human body. And I couldn't shake this idea of merging humans and computers. As the artist in residence at the 3DEXPERIENCE lab at Dassault Systèmes, I'm working on a ton of really cool projects. One of them is called Bug-Eyed. And so Bug-Eyed is actually a pair of glasses that shows all of the wearer's surveillance data. So it's inspired by the eyes of bugs and kind of the mirror and shiny and rainbow reflections of them. It was designed in X shape, which allowed for this organic shape to be formed. And then once the organic shape was formed, X design was used to create the holes to allow it to actually hold technology. I'm so inspired by nature and the natural world around us. I go for hikes and I see all of these beautiful forms that were grown by nature, all of these beautiful solutions. And as a designer, I think we need to try and bring nature with us. So I'm always going back and forth between technology and the natural world to really try to merge the two in a way that feels natural. The way I approach design is by mimicking nature. I go out for a hike and I see all of these amazing forms that were all grown through natural processes. And then I come back and I think, how can I copy some of these processes and how can I copy and replicate these forms? So then I come home and I think about my human problems that I have and I think, how can nature solve some of these problems? And usually what that is it's working within softwares to emulate some of these natural processes and systems to solve our human problems. And what I come out with are these really interesting kind of studies of nature solving human problems. And for me, I'm specifically excited about nature solving kind of this merger of man and machine. So how can we merge man and machine in a way that feels natural? And it wasn't until I was at the Fabricademy program at the 3DEXPERIENCE lab that I really started to zero in on what this meant to have wearable technology that feels natural. And there I was exposed to the Dassault Systèmes solutions and softwares, and my whole world started to change because I realized that we could simulate and emulate the models of nature to create direct representations of nature growing on the human body. 3D modeling is at the heart of my workflow because it allows me to rapidly iterate and prototype new designs. I love working with X design and X shape because it's intuitive to use and I can use it anywhere. So anytime inspiration hits, I can pull out my laptop and start working on my designs. As a designer and a maker, I often feel very alone in my own head and in my own world. And when I discovered the Made in 3D community, I realized that there were thousands of makers all over the world that I was instantly connected to. And we all spoke the same language of the same software, worked with the same tools, had similar ideas. And what I found was that it was this amazing place to go for not only support and feedback, but also for questions and for technical support, for inspiration, for all of these different things. I love posting my designs in the Made in 3D community because I get instant feedback on how things are looking. It's so great to get a fresh perspective, and I get amazing feedback, be it technical or conceptual. Now, any maker can use these amazing tools from Dassault Systèmes at a fraction of the cost, thanks to the new 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks for Makers offer that gives makers access to the 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks, 3D Creator, 3D Sculptor, and collaboration apps for just $99 a year. If you'd like to see more of my work, you can find me at the Made in 3D community on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform.
6, 5, 4.
Thanks, Brian. So we're live here in the 3DEXPERIENCE lab with SolidWorks Live at 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022. And I am joined by someone we just saw, Kate Reed. Kate, how's it going?
It's good, thanks.
So Kate, we saw that you're the artist in residence for the 3DEXPERIENCE lab. What does that mean?
Yeah, so I have access to this amazing lab, this amazing facility, the 3DEXPERIENCE lab.
Loads of capabilities.
So much fun. I have printers, CNC cutters, laser cutters, and I get to use them all with kind of the 3DEXPERIENCE tools and all the softwares, and it's just amazing. It's a place of true dreams and possibilities, so I'm so happy here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some of your creations through that video, and we saw you during general session during day 3 here. Yeah, it's just incredible. We'll get to some of these, right? We have some stuff to show you. We're in the lab, right? We talked about a little bit earlier, a couple of days ago, how the 3DEXPERIENCE lab, it's more than just a fab lab, right? And there's certainly a connection there with you and all that you're creating. Like I've heard you talk about this idea of a Fabricademy, right? How we're going beyond making these sort of maybe traditional method, physical objects we talk about all the time with SolidWorks and Dassault Systèmes. So What is Fabricademy? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, so one of the amazing things that Dassault Systèmes does is they're partnered with the Fab Foundation. And so what they do is run all sorts of different classes. They have the Fab Academy, the Fabric Academy, and these are all classes to basically teach you how to use spaces like this. So in addition to setting up labs like this all over the world, they teach you how to use them. And so that's how I first kind of got linked up with the 3D Experience Lab, was through taking the Fab Academy course, which is really all about kind of how do we use all of these tools and all these exciting things in the context of textiles and kind of this more of a fashion lens. So I did the Fab Academy course here, and I learned so much, had so much fun. And then I actually stayed on here at Dassault as the as the artist in residence here, to really kind of take an extra deeper dive into learning all of these things. So
yeah, I mean, when it comes to, that piqued my curiosity, like textiles and fashion, and you said you learned so much there. Like, what were some of the things you learned?
Yeah, so for me, I always think textiles are the future, just hands down. We're surrounded by textiles every day, not only our clothes, but our interiors, everything. It's so fascinating to see. And what's happened is that, we're living in a time where we've really gotten very good as a kind of global economy at making things really small. And so we can actually start to make fiber-sized sensors and fiber-sized electronics. So Fab Academy kind of is focused on not only kind of smart textiles, but also biology and fabrication. So bringing together all of these different ways of how do we kind of grow this future together and kind of grow the textile industry together. So I learned a ton of amazing things in Fab Academy, like, how do we kind of upgrade traditional leather working skills so we can bring kind of, so it doesn't take necessarily hours and hours to do things. How do we add kind of fabrication to that? But also, how do we grow biomaterials and how do we grow our own fabrics and textiles? So it's just an amazing kind of full circle educational program, really focused on, how do we kind of keep pushing the textile industry forward, but also make sure that that push forward is helping and healthy for our planet.
Absolutely. You mentioned our planet and all these different, fabrics and connecting materials. We talk a lot about harmonizing these sort of maybe seemingly disparate elements. Here at Dassault Systèmes, you often hear Bernard Charles will say, we need to harmonize product, nature, and life. And I've observed, through talking to you, even before this conversation, looking at your work, how do you aim to do that in your own work?
Yeah, I think for me, kind of this idea of product, nature, and life was never separate. And that's how it is for a lot of people here. It's always just kind of been this whole circle and this whole idea of how do we kind of create these sustainable solutions and sustainable economies. And so that was definitely kind of exciting when I came to the 3D Experience Lab, was seeing that, it's not necessarily about building just products, but it's really the life cycle and kind of this idea of how do we maintain and kind of elevate our planet through this process. And so I just I got hooked on that idea of product, life, nature, and I just couldn't stop, to the point where I was really working with, how do we grow our next generation of devices and grow our next generation of interfaces? And that's some of the work that I have here to show.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, now's a good time.
Everyone at home's probably like, Sean, stop asking questions. We have beautiful things to show
you. So I have these 3 pieces here, which were actually my final project for the Fab Academy program. And these were actually all kind of grown computationally with Dassault Systèmes softwares. And so the idea of the project was really, how can we kind of collaborate with nature directly as a designer? And so allow nature to kind of speak directly with our computation tools. And so I started to make all of these generative growth algorithms. So understanding kind of the processes that nature grows in, and then modeling that computationally.
And it's so interesting, because I think a lot of people would sort of consider those as totally, totally polar opposite. Right?
Yeah.
It's taking something natural and you're sort of, again, taking this algorithmic approach that maybe doesn't quite feel that way. But you're right, they're actually so intertwined.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about nature, is it grows in actually very predictable ways once you understand. It's kind of very easy to link it to parametric design and parametric simulations. So that's what I did here, and I had some pretty wild results. This piece was actually grown through kind of a barnacle differential growth logic, so understanding how barnacles grow. I could then grow it on the body. And then this piece was grown through a slime mold growth logic.
A slime mold?
Yes, so slime mold is this amazing
so cool.
mold. Yes, and it's found all over the planet, and it can actually find the shortest path between food sources. So what I was able to do was place kind of these point food sources in space and say, okay, slime mold, show me the shortest path. And it made this beautiful like crown, it actually is. So it goes atop the head.
Wow.
And then kind of the last one I have here today is my personal favorite.
Yeah.
And this is actually a shoe, and it's with a mushroom differential growth logic. So the idea is that how plants grow is they actually grow at different rates at different times. And this is very much directly linked to just where the sun's growing, where the sun is shining. So where the sun's shining, it grows faster. And so what happens with the mushroom is the outside actually grows a lot faster than the inside. And so it creates this amazing kind of bubbly surface.
Yeah, now that you mention it, right, like you can even see, like if you just kind of flip it around and see the inside. Yeah, it
hardly
quite
grows at all.
interesting.
And so what happens, or one of the coolest thing about this piece actually is it is a shoe, and it's printed out of PLA plastic. So it's almost completely hollow, actually, the print. It's only 15% infill. But because of the structural form of it, it actually can support full human body weight, which is just was a very exciting surprise once I printed it out. I was fully expecting this to be just a conceptual shoe that could hold no weight.
Right.
But actually the structure of it holds full body weight, which is just, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you think this is how a mushroom on a tree grows, it can hold itself up. Of course it could hold us up, so it's really cool once you kind of see some of these hidden perks of working with nature.
Yeah, that is so interesting. So I've seen, we just watched this video. We saw you using X generative design for some of the work that you have here, and I've seen some of your work as well on the Made in 3D community. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the Made in 3D community is absolutely amazing. It's this place full of all these different makers, all using the same tools and all asking really interesting questions.
Yeah.
So I kind of first just started, posting ideas on the Made in 3D community, and all of a sudden I had just that, a community of people who are excited. And kind of the more that I dug into the software, the more I realized there are people around and experts around who can help in all of these things. So it's just been so wonderful to be a part of.
Yeah, and I noticed you certainly have a fan of myself and so many others there. I mean, that's how I became familiar with you and your work. I noticed you had a fan in Bernard Charles as well.
Yes. We actually first met on the Made in 3D community, and then we've since met in person, and it's been a wonderful friendship.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we were talking even yesterday, right? We were talking about, I was catching up with Manish at the SolidWorks Live Desk, and one of the coolest parts about those communities, at least from my perspective, is this idea that it really doesn't matter who you are, right? You can, like you mentioned, you can jump into the community, you can share your creations, you can get inspiration. I just think that that's such an endearing part of those sorts of spaces, right? Manish, posting his work from home desk, I thought that was super neat. You mentioned some of your favorite pieces here. How about these pieces over here?
Yeah, so these pieces are part of a really exciting collaboration and partnership that's happening. So these are actually a continuation of a project that Dassault Systèmes worked with a few months ago called the Aurora Project.
Okay.
And that Aurora Project was a combination between Dassault Systèmes and Arthur Mamumui, the architect. And what it was this giant installation in the Design Museum in London filled with hundreds of 3D printed pieces. And it was all about circularity in the design process. How can we really think about kind of the life cycle of our materials? And so they were all 3D printed out of bioplastic. And the whole concept was, you can print these out of bioplastic today, and then tomorrow they can be repurposed. Maybe the next day they can be crushed and reprinted. And so what these pieces are is they're actually kind of the Aurora Project 2.0 almost, where they're made of the same exact bioplastic and the same materials, just crushed and reprinted into a new project. And so kind of the original Aurora Project is made of all of these different panels. And so I was really excited to think of, okay, how can we kind of bring the same modular and panel aspect into a more kind of personal scale? And so this is kind of the first prototype, which is actually a skirt made of the same plastic, the same material as the project. And this kind of, the whole idea of kind of my 2.0 version of the project is really how can we enhance the human experience through wearable devices and through wearables and copying nature and really looking to nature. So the collection will have 3 pieces, each looking to nature and biomimicry, and each using the Aurora kind of reprints. And the pieces all look at how do we enhance the human and give them extra skills. So this is actually the shell piece, which is the skirt, which you can see on the mannequin back there. And it's actually super kind of, I really like the connections that are happening here.
Yeah, this is neat.
But this piece is actually going to sound like the ocean. And so it allow you to kind of, your body to sound like a shell sounds at the ocean when you put it up to your ear.
And was that the intent as you were designing it, as you were building it? Yeah.
Oh yes. The idea of how can we kind of mirror the echo sound in a shell. And what's amazing is that, sound works very similar to light. And so with all these rendering programs, when you look at kind of how can we render light and render kind of the rays of light, that's the same way sound works. So as we're designing, we can just look at kind of how can we have these almost sound tunnels, and that creates that ocean effect that we hear. Because here's actually the shoulder piece of that shell dress, which is going to kind of be like a very exquisite ram's horn. And this was, again, these were all done in X generative. And this one is a Fibonacci sequence shell. And so this will also sound like the ocean.
Yeah. Oh, man, that is so neat.
Yeah.
So I wanted to actually just a question I was thinking of as you walk through these. We talk about mushroom growth logic, slime mold growth logic. I mean, inspiration can be found all around us to spark our imagination. That's kind of the theme of 3D Experience World, imagine.
Yeah.
But how do you focus, I mean, with everything that's around us, even in this lab, right? There's machines outdoors in nature, there's tons that you could consider. How do you focus in on like slime mold? How did you conceive of it? I'm sure many people are curious.
Yeah. No, it's definitely, it's interesting because a lot of times when people, you say, I'm inspired by nature, nature is my inspiration, everyone thinks like nature is this huge thing, and it is. We're on this big, beautiful planet.
Or they just think of, or maybe they just think of one thing. They think of, okay, I think of nature, I think of trees, so Kate must love trees. But like you mentioned, it's so ubiquitous.
Well, it's really about just really literally zooming in, as much as you go on a walk and you see the yellow slime mold on a tree, and it's like, that's really weird.
So it's just taking notice.
Yeah, and I think it's, there's so many things that if we just quite literally zoom our eyes in, we see all of these amazing patterns and creations and solutions. I mean, never did I think that a mushroom could create the most optimal and beautiful shape for a shoe to hold, up to like 300 pounds. But here we are in this situation. So it's really just about kind of looking and seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. That is such a good lesson.
Yeah.
And it's a beauty of a conference like this. Like you just get to understand, even if this isn't the nature of work that some users are doing, it's still there are translatable lessons, right? And I've talked to so many designers over the years that take those sorts of cues from nature. I mean, what was really the genesis of that for you, right? Did you just sort of stumble upon it, or was like you're always into nature and how things grew, or how did you get into design?
Yeah, so for me, I grew up in nature. I grew up and I was always one of those kids with really dirty feet from running around outside and always bringing in worms into the house. And I was a fun kid to have.
Those were the most fun times.
Yeah, and I think what that instilled was kind of a fear not to get my hands dirty. And that's what we're seeing, is once you get your hands dirty and you see what's happening, and then you kind of, at the same time, I was exposed to these design tools, and I realized that they could actually go hand in hand really well. And, the same way nature grows, we can actually design really well. And so I think kind of in combination with that, and then looking at this interest in kind of technology in our bodies and how do we make, wearable technology feel more natural, I just kind of stumbled into this, like, triangle of, like, okay, we're going to grow this thing here, then we're going to grow it here, and then we're going to put it on the body and then see what grows next. And it just is this really kind of messy, sticky process, which is so fun and sometimes so smelly and so sticky and gross. But it's just, I think it's really amazing when you realize kind of there's a niche for you to really kind of find your way to work with nature, whether that's, you know, physically getting dirty or whether that's just all computationally and making kind of these beautiful forms and discoveries.
Wow. Well, we could talk forever. I'd be fine. Sorry, Brian, but I'd be fine just staying here and continuing to talk to Kate about all of your creations. But I just wanted to thank you so much for your time. And it's again, you can keep up with Kate in Made in 3D. Where else?
Yeah, so you can find me at my website, which is biomimetic.io, and you can all follow me on Instagram at orangebark.
I've never told you this, but I love the aesthetic of your portfolio.
I'm great. Thank you so much for joining us again on this program. You know, we have some time. What we're doing is just kind of chatting with all of our guests, getting to know them a little bit more. So you have Mavens of Manufacturing. This is like a live video podcast feel. I was just checking you out. When did you start this, and what inspired you to do it?
Yeah, so I started Mavens almost 2 years ago. It's crazy because I feel like I started it yesterday sometimes, but I've been in manufacturing since 2008. I'm a technical writer by trade, and that opportunity really gave me, it allowed me to really see who is in engineering and manufacturing from a woman's perspective, and I had the chance to meet a lot of great women doing a lot of good things within the sector. So as I progressed through my career, I was kind of getting tired of seeing these panel discussions on LinkedIn and other social channels, talking about real issues going on in the sector and really cool topics, and not really having a lot of women representation. And I knew women who could speak on those topics or issues. And so I wanted to develop Mavens of Manufacturing to provide a platform for women in the sector who are doing really cool things within engineering and manufacturing. Another thing that really inspired me to do it is I have a daughter who's 18. She's graduating from high school this year. And just overhearing some of her conversations with her friends, none of them are really talking about pursuing a career pathway in engineering or manufacturing.
Right.
So I wanted to dig deeper and see why that was the case. And I really wanted to inspire the next generation to think about some of the careers that are available to us today within the sector. So that was another inspiration behind starting Mavens of Manufacturing.
Well, that's really exciting for your daughter to be graduating. And I like what you said on the panel this morning about getting manufacturing, exposing it to kids well in elementary school. Maybe not how to go turn a lathe, but the fundamental ideas and principles to start getting interested in that. I have an almost 3-year-old daughter, and I've been thinking about that a lot, obviously, as an engineer. How do I start introducing these concepts? Suchit was talking about apps for kids. So the design software side, I got that covered. But yeah, how do we start to maybe build things together? So getting like just Duplo Legos, you know, and just starting down that path. I guess it's probably never too young. What did you do with your kids when they were younger to kind of expose them to just the joy and art of building things?
Yeah, so I allow my kids to just be curious and not really get upset with them if they make big messes. So there was a day that one of my sons took a glass of milk and just dumped it completely down our staircase because he wanted to see what would happen. My husband was kind of frustrated about it because it was a mess for us to pick up, but just allowing them to experiment with things and really discover how things work. I have another son, he's going to be 3 in March. one of his favorite things to do is to lay right on the ground and just move a car back and forth. And what he's doing is he's watching the wheels turn.
Right.
So he's kind of like trying to figure out, okay, how is this motion happening? And then, of course, he likes to crash cars together and everything. But really just allowing them to be curious and experiment with things, and guiding them through that process. When they come home, if they ask you for help on their homework and you don't necessarily know how to do it, because I'm like that with mathematics. I'm not really good with math. Google things with them, have conversations with them,
okay.
Get them involved in, organizations outside of school, like First Robotics or something.
Yes.
There's also a really good organization called KiwiCo, and you can get packages delivered to your house that are STEM related. And it really helps them even at ages, I think 6 months and up. It provides them play opportunities that really expose them to what STEM education is.
That's so cool. I'm going to check that out. Maybe we should connect. You can share some more notes for that almost 3-year-old. And I like that. Yeah, it's spilled milk, or is it a fluid flow, a fluid dynamics experiment? And I guess to a toddler, well, they know they're doing it sometimes. But yeah, you do got to let them explore and get dirty and enjoy it. But you talked this morning about being proactive, and whether that's parenting. I think you were talking in the context of your community. Be proactive, get out there and share yourself. And what you said, it really resonated with me. Like doing live is virtually, you can reach so many more people. So yeah, you can go to your high school, like you've been doing some events, but this has got to be really cool to be on the virtual stage doing this channel. And really, yeah, being proactive, doing your part, just trying to inspire, that next generation.
I do miss the face-to-face opportunities. Like I was really looking forward to coming to 3D Experience World and actually meeting some of the guests that I've had on Mavens.
Yeah.
But I think just keeping that message going, we have to take what we can get in certain situations, and that virtual opportunity allows us to still get in front of the next generation workforce. So if you're a manufacturer and another gap that we're facing is teachers. Teachers are retiring and there's not enough applicants to fill those roles in the VOTEC programs.
Wow.
That was one of the pain points that I discussed with the local high school that I graduated from. And, if manufacturers can just think of creative ways like developing maybe a 20-minute presentation and then presenting it, at a local high school virtually, teachers are wide open to that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing is to kind of educate high school counselors as well, too. When I went through high school, I was really good at writing, and that was the focus. I was destined to be a writer. And yeah, I like what I do today, but I'm wondering if there was other skills that I had that could have been explored a little bit more. We really need to help student counselors recognize what opportunities are available now, because it's not your grandfather's manufacturing anymore. There's a lot of more advanced technology roles that we need to fill.
Right.
And some counselors aren't going to know how to talk about those things.
I really I think it was Scott at MetalQuest just talking about manufacturers, almost a derogatory word, dirty word, whatever it was. And it is so much different now. It's high tech. And just talking to Michael Buchli on the shop floor these last couple of days, I mean, there's so much to it. Technology, hardware, combining it, and then the business side of it too. It's probably one of the most complex aspects of all this. It's not just having greasy tools, and getting dirty. So we're talking to Scott Harms in a little bit from MetalQuest. We'll dig into that theme a little bit more. So Mavens of Manufacturing, I saw you've had 53 episodes. Are you trying to do one every week? And how can we help get you more guests?
Yeah, so I do Mavens of Manufacturing every Friday at 11:30 Central Time. They're scheduled for half an hour, but most of them have been going around an hour, which is exciting and fantastic.
Yeah.
But if people want to be a guest, you can go to mavensofmanufacturing.com, and I have a schedule link at the bottom of the homepage, and you can click on that and you can schedule a 30-minute briefing with me. And then we can get you either scheduled for a live event, or this year I'm offering pre-recordings. I have met a couple people who want to share their stories, but that live aspect kind of makes them nervous. So I did offer pre-recordings for this year to kind of take that edge off a little bit of their anxiety.
Yeah.
And it's been going really well. I'm scheduled out. I'm looking for guests for April and anything after April. So if anyone has a really cool story to tell, or if you know of any ladies within the sector that have a really cool story to tell, send them my way.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at your website here on my end, Mavens of Manufacturing. That's super easy. There's a schedule, the briefing, what it means to be a guest right there. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. That's really cool. And yeah, totally. You know, we only have 15 minutes together on this chat. And like you said, you're scheduling these 30-minute video interviews. Yeah, you always go an hour. And I think that's great. That's the beauty of what you're talking about, getting the knowledge out there virtually, digitally. And I think that's a great call to action for everyone is get your knowledge out there, whether it's starting, you know, a video channel, it's publishing YouTube videos, it's going on our communities. And I also like, don't forget your own local community, right? Reach out to the high schools, see what they need. So it's really inspiring.
Go on TikTok.
Or on TikTok. Oh, man. Yes.
There's a lot of manufacturers
I was going to ask you,
actually exploring that opportunity. And
Okay.
I'm one of them. My videos are not very good, so I need a little work on that. But TikTok is where the next generation is.
Okay.
So that is a perfect way for, you know, some of these CNC manufacturers, especially, or additive manufacturing companies, to really just start play and show what their processes look like, and then show that end product and how easy it is to program it. And then you just hit enter and it posts it automatically. And it's a really great way just to provide demos to the next generation to get them really excited about the career pathways.
You know, that is a great point, because you're right. The next generation, I mean, heck, our generation, we get caught in these YouTube video holes or TikTok feeds. And or on LinkedIn, you know, I scroll that a lot, and I always stop when I see some cool manufacturing or assembly or fabrication work. You know, these people like Total Win videos and things like that. So that's a great way to share your knowledge. Just do some quick creative content. We're going to do our best. We're going to check in again with Michael Buchli at 1 o'clock, go back down to Ellison and talk about robotics and automation. Because, yeah, there's so many angles to manufacturing. It's not just running a machine. Meaghan, I have to leave it there. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck with the video podcast. We'll be watching you. And everyone out there, head over to mavensofmanufacturing.com. Share your story with Meaghan and inspire your community. Thanks a lot, Meaghan.
Thanks so much, Brian.
See you
Thank
later.
you.
All right. Well, it's time to take a quick break and hear from one of our awesome platinum sponsors. Of course, we have 4 of those, and it's always a good chance at World to catch up not only in your SolidWorks knowledge, but what's going on out there when it comes to the hardware that we need to run our awesome applications. So let's take a look at a replay of our interview with HP, and then we're going to be back here at the desk. Sean is going to be interviewing Jason Pohl. So strap in and get ready for that. And Jason, no coffee. Try and keep Sean on your wavelength. All right, man. We'll see you soon. Sean's going to get back in here from his walk-in. All the rest of you, check out this chat we had with HP.
Our next chat is actually with the team at HP. Really excited to talk to them. I caught up with Jim and Barbara actually really recently just to kind of prepare for this segment. And here they are. They're live. What's going on, guys?
Hey, thanks for having us.
It's so awesome how we can just tunnel people in. Brian and I don't have to do anything. We just sit here and you guys come to us. It's great. There's such interesting people. So I'm again very excited to chat with you guys today. You know, one thing I wanted to ask, and really, you know, this is a question that I think would be great for all of our sponsors. You know, what is HP up to this year at 3D Experience World?
Yeah, let me kick off there. So, well, the first thing I would say is, of course, we wish we were there in person. Can you believe it? Another year. And here we are sitting on Zoom. But we pivoted, as did everybody. And so we've got 5 sessions with about our products, and in partnership with NVIDIA, talking about RTX technology. We're covering VR and our OmniSet platform. remote working, which of course is a big topic for us and then for pretty much everybody else in the world. But the reason Jim and I are here today is to talk specifically about our new family of entry-level workstations, the Z2 family.
Absolutely, and yeah, if we just show my screen here, just for those of you watching at home, we're all at different levels of getting familiar with the event platform. So here I have up on my screen the session catalog. So even if you just type in HP, 2 letters, you can see what you guys are up to here. You can favorite sessions, sessions that have already ended. You can replay, which is awesome. So this is a great way to build out your agenda and hear more, even more than what you're going to hear here is from HP throughout the entire event. So this is fantastic. So another question. This is a bit broader. What trends are you guys seeing, right? Like, we think about conferences, we think about connecting with industry experts, we think about connecting with peers, right? Just hearing what's going on. What trends are you guys seeing, technologically and otherwise?
Yeah, Sean, I can take that one. So my role is actually as a product planner for the entry desktop workstations. And what we see as far as trends is we're seeing workflows are getting more complicated. We're seeing workloads are increasing. We're seeing product design continuing to move to 3D, and resolutions and file sizes are definitely increasing. In addition, we're seeing workspaces that are getting smaller, and so there is a trend towards smaller devices, yet without compromising any of the performance. So that's really important. And then one other interesting finding as we talk with customers is that they typically have less compute capability than what they really need to handle the increases that they're seeing. And this often results in just problems, right? Longer design times, longer renders, workarounds, like only being able to have one application open at a time.
That was actually so when I reviewed your sponsored session, that was one of my biggest takeaways. Like this idea that, and a lot of us are using our workstations, and we'll talk about just what the concept of a workstation in just a moment. A lot of us are using our workstations for a lot of different reasons, right? It isn't just that you're using a potentially resource intensive CAD application. Maybe you're using video editing tools. Maybe you're using other types of graphical tools. And so this idea that you're sort of closing, you're just going basically one program at a time, seems almost insane these days. We think of everything today as so technologically advanced, but there's still a lot of need, a lot of power. And one other thing that we've talked about, the three of us, right, is this idea that we talk so much about cloud technology, cloud applications, but even with that said, right, we still have a need for hardware resources. Yeah, I think it's
an interesting point you say about sort of cloud resources and what do people mean by cloud, because I think that term means a lot of different things to different people. Certainly what we're finding is that the future is very much hybrid. People do need still local compute at times, but at other times they're out on the road or they're stuck at home and their workstation, their powerful computer is stuck in the office. And that's where the beauty of the remote software that Autodesk now has 2 remote software packages, zCentral Remote Boost, and we recently bought Teradici, which you may have heard of. And so playing to that hybrid environment where you could use Teradici CAS to connect to your remote compute or even to the cloud gives you that range of opportunities, offering up the right compute at the right time, as we like to say.
So we're talking a lot about hardware. And when people think about a computer or a PC, they sometimes will sort of commodify this term workstation. For you guys, the experts, let's just tell the audience, like, what is a workstation in your eyes?
Yeah, I can take that one. So I see that workstations or workstation PCs, they're designed for higher workloads than an average PC. And this includes higher power CPUs, significantly higher power graphics, and then higher memory and storage configurations. And that system has to be designed to handle the power delivery, the cooling, while keeping the fan noise low and the reliability high. And really, workstations also go through extensive hardware testing and certification of critical applications like SolidWorks to give users full confidence in their solution. So full performance and full reliability.
And I'd actually just add one other thing on the topic of what is a workstation. It is actually an official classification of compute. The IDC, the analyst IDC, which kind of, we all look to see the IDC data about how many computers are sold each quarter or each month. They categorize workstation as a specific category. And as Jim said, it's the highest end of PCs that you can get, designed specifically for complex mission critical workflows.
It's interesting, the three of us, we've talked about just in the past about this idea that a true workstation can do a lot of things, right? It's to take it back, right? You mentioned, Jim, like the SolidWorks user standpoint. A lot of times, and this is a crushing call, a lot of times people will buy something that they got from a local department store. I won't name a specific one, but they'll go and they'll buy a PC and they'll say, oh yeah, this is supposed to be really good for almost anything, right? I just got it at the store. The cool thing about like a genuine workstation, like the ones that you guys offer, is that it can be multi-purpose. It can run SolidWorks capably well. Maybe it also runs games capably well, right? It can be kind of dual purpose in that sense. There's a lot you can do with it. Like I mentioned, a lot of times we're not just using a single software package. I know that's certainly in my case true, right? I'm not just using SolidWorks. I'm using other intensive applications from a variety of regards. Maybe it's video editing. Maybe it's something else that's graphically intensive. So that does certainly matter.
So we actually we kind of call that one life, Sean. Like from an HP corporate strategy point of view, we recognize that people are humans. They have lives beyond their work environment, right. And obviously, depending on what kind of work environment you're in. Some work environments prevent the use of work machines for personal use for obvious reasons because of the protection of IP, particularly in product design and architectural design and certainly in media and entertainment. But there are others that work in an environment where they can use the same machine for work and for pleasure. And then we see this growing more and more, one life, where people need to be able to game, not need to, but they want to be able to game on the same machine that they're using during the day to do 3D designs and do their day job. So you're right, we're seeing a lot of crossover in use of computers, and workstations are no different. Workstations have the graphic capability for 3D applications like SolidWorks, but they also have the graphic capability for gaming and, as you say, video editing or visual effects, if that's your hobby.
For sure. So we're nearing the end here. I know we do have a video that we want to show just to, again, illustrate the capabilities of HP workstations even a bit further that we'll show at the end of this segment. I think one question I have for you guys just as we end, before we play that video as we head out, is how excited are you about this kind of trend towards miniaturization? It's something that I know we bonded over, right? The idea that you can place a workstation, potentially tuck it behind a monitor. Like, just how jazzed are you about that?
Well, like I said at the beginning, Sean, it's amazing. It's a trend, and I think what we're able to do then is provide no compromise with the performance, even as we get to these smaller systems. So, just real briefly, we've got two entry small size platforms. One's called a small form factor and one's called a mini. And this year we've really packed a punch with the small form factor. So in addition to the highest performance K-series CPUs, we're able to fit in a full length graphics card. So even one that's double wide. So think NVIDIA RTX A4000 or a 3070 in a chassis that is roughly half the size of our entry tower. So really easy to fit on the desk. And then similarly with the new Z2 Mini, we're supporting those high performance CPUs and up to an RTX A2000, a double wide low profile graphics card. And to handle all that power, we did redesign the ID to maximize the airflow. And oh, by the way, the new ID is super cool too. So that's really what we're excited about, providing the ability to handle 3D designs and even real-time ray tracing. Pretty amazing in these small size platforms.
Awesome. Well, again, it was so nice to talk to you again, Jim and Barbara. Like we mentioned a little bit earlier in the segment, you can catch all of HP's sessions here on the session catalog at 3D Experience World 2022. And I'll let you guys go. Thanks again. And as we head out here, we'll play the video here from HP.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks so much, Sean.
Thanks, guys.
Get high performance packed into a petite PC. The Z2 Mini lets you tackle 3D projects without losing valuable desk space. And with its sleek new look, it's the perfect choice for modern workplaces. Take on workflows you never thought possible on a mini workstation. Get standard low-profile NVIDIA RTX graphics, combined with Intel Core processors for seamless design, rendering, and simulation. Create your ideal workspace, at home or in the office. With its versatile design, the Z2 Mini can sit on your desk, mount behind a monitor, or attach under the table. The Z2 Mini evolves with your workflow. Its elegant new design offers tool-free interior access so you can swap graphics and memory easily. And flexible I/O ports can be configured to meet your individual needs. Get peace of mind with a PC that's built to endure. The Z2 sustained hundreds of thousands of hours of testing and is certified for professional applications. And with HP Wolf Security for Business, it's protected below, in, and above the operating system. Get more performance in less space with the world's most powerful mini workstation.
We're back. Welcome to Solidworks Live here at 3D Experience World 2022. I was definitely energized by my conversation just a moment ago, my Waltham walk-in with Kate Reed. And Brian had to take a little bit of a break. He ate just a few too many donuts. But I'm still feeling the energy. I got to keep it going because we have with us today Jason Pohl, our good friend. Jason.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
What's going on, man?
Oh, a whole lot of stuff all at once, you know? How are you?
I'm good, hanging in there. I was just saying, I'm stoked to chat with you. I just talked to Kate Reed. Yeah, I mean, two right there, back to back, just amazing creators.
Kate's awesome. Yeah, she's awesome. So creative.
For sure, man.
Well, so, hey, I tell you what, you and B Sauce are doing an awesome job with it. Yeah, it's so entertaining. I'm loving it, man. It's great. So. Congrats, man.
Absolutely, and appreciate it. And congrats on a great day 2 general session. You know, we caught that with you and Jordan and Lee and Mark, right? That look into what it's actually like to be a designer, to run a business, to be a maker, from this super holistic perspective. I mean, I'm sure people at home know, right? Design is something that means a lot to you, right? If we could take a look at this clip here. See, I think we have a clip of you. If we could take a look at this this clip right here. So I think we have a clip of you just doing some design work, which is.
Got you. I do that time to time, Sean. You know?
Yeah. So. Oh, there we go.
I enjoy it. I enjoy the entire process, you know.
So this is actually what we're showing here. We actually have your design with Chris Mowat that's coming later today. But yeah, if you could just talk through just some of the joy that even just speaking on design brings to you.
Yeah, you know what? I love the whole process, from start to finish and even to manufacturing, it's just part of me being me, really. On this particular one, I got to work with Dan Wagner and Jordan Tadic and Andy Barnes and Omar and Shreyas and Eric Beatty. We did like an amazing hypercar in 24 hours for Slug Me 6. And it was just really cool to be able to work on that team. And then Chris Mowat, he helped me out with the rendering on this right here, which is amazing, done in SolidWorks Visualize. So, it was just a really cool project and something that I was proud to be part of, really.
Yeah, so we talked about day 2 general session. We're taking a look at these awesome renderings that you collaborated with Chris Mowat on. But these aren't the only areas that you've participated here in 3D Experience World 2022, right? You've had, I think, 4 sessions altogether, like not even counting the general session?
Yeah. Sean, people always come up to me and they recognize me from the show. And a lot of times they're like, hey, I got into engineering or design because I saw you, drawing bikes.
Sure.
And it's just, so a lot of people want to know about my process. And like, it's one of those things, you just kind of do it and you don't really jot it down to explain to others. And now I've had an idea to be able to reflect and share that knowledge with other industrial designers or inspiring artists. So in my session, I think it's 1287, it's industrial design workflow. And I took time to take notes and put it down in like 4 phases, how I tackle the process, and Todd Trout helped me with that, putting that out there. And it's gotten a lot of really good feedback from a lot of really cool people. So I appreciate that.
And I think, Jason, if we take a look at my screen here, we actually have the session catalog up. So we got a little bit of a sneak preview just a moment ago at your upcoming session with Chris Mowat. But yeah, the cool thing about having these sessions virtually with the way that we're doing it this year, right, is even these sessions that you've already done, right, bring inspiration in the classroom with Jason Pohl, which I want to talk to you a little bit more about, industrial design and 3D Experience Works with Jason and Todd. Like, you'll see these big blue buttons, right? They say replace session. So you can catch those even after the fact, which I love. Talk to me a little bit about bringing inspiration into the classroom. Let's start there. That session for me, it was, I mean, it's such an important topic, right? Just getting in front of, because we've talked even on SolidWorks Live, right? Talking to educators, catching up on student offerings. So it's obviously a topic of mass appeal.
Yeah, you got to go where it starts, and it starts in the classrooms, and you have to expose these students to our world sooner than later, like right now, no matter the age, and get them involved. And so it was something I really wanted to be part of with SolidWorks education. And so I had my opportunity to talk directly to educators and how can they use inspiration to captivate the minds of these young students and get them on a correct path. It's something that like a very much younger version of myself would have liked to hear a long time ago, and I just didn't have access to it. But in this day and age, Sean, with the streaming and the this and the that and the kung fu fighting, I mean, it's everywhere. You can just get this information and ride that content wave, So the excuses, every time we publish something, we push it out, it eliminates any excuses that the future students can have. And what this world needs now more than ever is more designers and engineers and people to solve our complicated problems, because we still have those, so if we can get out in front of it and get these kids, be that spark or that inspiration that gets them going, For me, I had a handful of, my family, which was amazing, got me on the right path. And I had some really great educators going all the way back to high school and before that, that told me, focus on what makes you happy and then you can have a career, say a lifetime of a career doing what makes you happy, you know, because no one wants to go to work, Sean, and hate it.
No.
You know what I mean? So
you and I have
we
talked
can figure
about that,
out
right?
what we like to do early. Do that, you know?
Yeah, man. Life is way too short, and I think you and I have great jobs, right? We get to, especially here on the live stage. I never take that for granted. We get to help people tell their stories on a really grand stage. Yeah, it's so true, right? Charting my own journey, you know, through Solidworks, making the Champions program, you know, bringing all these people together, being able to do that. If you really just have to take value, right, in what you do, and I love that. I love the message you send there.
Yeah, if we show them the dream is possible, you know, and that's what I love about it. I absolutely love being part of the new team. I'm on the adoption team for the 3DEXPERIENCE Works.
Yeah, tell us about that.
By,
I saw you had
Justin Burton is running it. And,
Justin
you know,
and Todd Trout and
we got Todd and
superstars.
Elise and Mark. It's really tremendous because that's what a team is all about. Like we all have weaknesses, right? So what we need to do is surround ourselves with people that, you know, suffice those weaknesses. You know? So if I'm not good at something, someone else on my team is gonna be good at it. Yeah.
Right.
And right now we have a great balance on the adoption team. And honestly, I couldn't be in a better position. I truly believe that everything I've done in my entire life up until this very second with you is meant to be. And, you know, I owe that to a lot of hard work and a lot of help I received along the way. But I'm so excited about our new team, the adoption team. So gonna do a lot of great stuff there, no doubt.
Yeah, consider it, man, such a great message. Just consider your own impact. I mean, in the times that I've worked with you, you know, we had a chance at the end of last calendar year here in 2021, where, you know, we did this engineering.com webinar where we showed off how to make a custom monster truck, you know, using X-Shape, using Solidworks, using them both together. And I know one of the things that you and I were talking so much about in the lead up to that was the level of that stage, right? Like hundreds of people were going to be watching this and understanding what it meant to have tools like that accessible at such a low price point. You know, SolidWorks, XDesign, X-Shape for the first time ever. So it's great to hear that, you know, again, just that message that it's so important not to take that for granted.
Sure. And what was so exciting to me about the Maker offer is this is like some of the most powerful software ever created, okay? And now there is no excuse why you can't get it. You know, it's not a price thing, you know, it's very, very affordable. And so build your dreams, learn on this and grow from there. So it's just awesome that people have access to it now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and speaking of just democratizing access, you know, access whenever you want it, whenever you need it, we talked about the fact that we can do that with 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022 sessions, a lot of your sessions, right? Of course, you have the one coming up in just a moment later today with Chris on SolidWorks Visualize, which I know is a tool that you love. But one thing that you and I have talked about quite a bit is this idea that while 3DEXPERIENCE World offers a ton of content, there are ways to keep up with us. There are ways to keep up with you, right, throughout the year. Like if we show my screen here, we can see, you know, if I just go to YouTube, right, any time of year, any time at all, you know, I search SolidWorks Jason Pohl, there's tons of content here. Tell us a little bit about some of these pieces.
So I still have like a creative outlet to be able to make stuff and build stuff. And I thought, hey, why not capture it and put it out there for others to experience, you know, maybe they learn from it. Maybe they learn what not to do from it, you know, but either way, it's a learning experience. And I just love being here in my shop. It was a big year for me. I got my custom shop built, my design studio set up here. And, you know, I got everything from the 3D laser to the Tormach CNC machine and a 3D printer here, and just absolutely love the whole environment that I've carved out for myself here.
Man, I'm so jealous. Every time we talk, you know, every time you're zooming in with me, you know, just seeing the background of your shop, it's the best backdrop that anyone could possibly have in my mind.
I got a black lab sleeping back here. This is Lexi. She's got a pretty good life, and the puppy black lab. I had to put her away because she likes to chew on pant legs when I'm trying to talk to people. So
yeah, man, you were sharing,
get a little distracting.
You were sharing some pictures. I think it was last week when we talked. Just an adorable puppy. Well, Jason, thank you so much for joining us here. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, Sean, awesome. Thanks, man.
All right. So next up, kind of, put the lead right there, actually. First, actually, what I thought I was going to say was the first puppy ever on SolidWorks Live, but I guess Jason kind of took that title. Maybe we'll say the second. The first segment dedicated to a puppy here. So just last week, I got to catch up with Todd Blacksher. So you might have seen during today's day 3 general session, Suchit Jain talking a little bit about Ash's story with Todd Blacksher. So Ash is Todd's dog, and Ash came down with a degenerative condition, and Todd kind of saved the day in allowing Ash to continue to go out and frolic in the snow, as we all know corgis love to do. So let's take a look at that conversation. Todd, you are a maker, you're an engineer, you're a user group leader, you're a SolidWorks champion, and now you are a guest on SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. How are you?
Awesome. Doing good. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you brought a special guest. Who's this?
This is Ash, our corgi. I can't say our favorite dog because we have 2, but he's the star of the show right now.
Absolutely. So when did Ash come into your lives?
About 11 years ago, almost 12. He was our reward for paying off all our debts.
Yeah, and what a great reward. I've shared with you before. I'm a dog owner, fellow dog father, right? So
yes,
yes, it is a fantastic undertaking. One thing I think, just hearing about your story over time, Ash has a favorite activity, right? What is that? It's frolicking in the snow, correct?
Ash loves the snow. I mean, ever since he was a puppy, he just run out the door and just bury his face in it and just root around in it. He loves it.
Yeah, same with my dog. Anytime it snows, it probably snows less here in Pennsylvania than it does where you are. But anytime there is an opportunity to go outside, it's just whimpering and crying until he gets his wish.
Sounds all too familiar.
Right. So we've talked again just over time about Ash's story. But for the viewers at home or at the office, wherever you're tuning into 3D Experience World 2022 today, why don't you tell us a little bit about Ash's journey? I understand that you've made Ash a custom set of skis to be affixed to a wheelchair that Ash had to receive.
Yes. A little over a year ago, Ash was diagnosed with degenerative myelopathy, which is a lot like ALS in dogs, where you just start to lose strength and lose control over your body. With dogs, it starts in the usually back legs, and we noticed that he wasn't standing as well, and he just slowly has been losing strength in his back legs. So almost a year ago, or a little bit over a year ago, we got him a little wheelchair to help him get around, and he loves it. He does great in it. But when it came to the snow, the wheelchair didn't do very well. And so we thought there had to be a way to make it so that he could get out and play in the snow. And I just made some adapters to fit some skis to his wheelchair. And we just took a pair of cross-country skis, cut them down, and I 3D printed some adapter brackets that I could attach the skis to, and then they could quick release onto his wheelchair so that when it snows, we can just undo some wing nuts, clamp them on, and take him out, and he can play in the snow.
That's incredible. I mean, so you basically went into SolidWorks and you designed these brackets, right?
Yep. Yeah, I took a couple of key dimensions from his wheelchair, and it's not always super deep snow, so I wanted to have just a little bit of wheel touch in case we came to a spot where there wasn't snow, so that he could continue to roll on through. So I just pulled a couple of measurements and designed the brackets around his cart and the skis that we were using, and printed them out, and I did a prototype set with some flexibility and adjustment, let's say, and it worked right out of the gate. And so all I really did for his final version was beefed it up and didn't do the adjustable washers, because I knew all the sizes.
Yeah. Has Ash gotten a chance to use the skis this year?
Twice.
Twice.
We had 2 snows where he got a chance to get out on his skis. Yeah, it made his week. It's just one of those. He'll watch the snow from inside, and as soon as he can, first tracks this year was his best day.
It's kind of, we had a chance. We got about 5 inches of snow here in Pennsylvania. I live just outside of Philadelphia, and so we have 2 kids, my wife and I, and we pulled our kids on the sled, and then we had our dog. Who's a pit bull mix, actually. He's like 85 pounds. He's a pretty big dog. Yeah. And our kids are 1 and 3. So he knocks them over just with a slight brush.
Yep.
He was basically following them around the whole time, just having a ball. He looks super in his element in the snow too. He has nice white coat.
Yep.
He can get pretty lost in it. One thing I've never asked you that I think everyone would love to know, when you think about 3D Experience World, right? You have so many designers, engineers, manufacturers, makers, now more than ever, right? With the new maker offer,
right?
Coming together to take in content, meet new people, everything you would do at 3D Experience World, right? When it comes to you though, what do you think really made you sort of imagine that idea that made such a difference in Ash's life? Like a lot of people would say, I'm sure, faced with the same situation, my dog used to love going out in the snow, has a wheelchair, fortunately, but the whole going out in the snow bit, maybe that's just not going to be the case anymore. Was it your background as an engineer? Was it the fact that you're a maker? Was it the fact that you're a loving dog father, like we said, or was it just kind of a compilation of all of those that gave you that idea?
I think it was kind of all of it, and it was one of those where, some of it was prodding from my wife, oh, surely you can make something so he can get out and have fun.
Can save the day.
Yeah, I can. So, but yeah, it's one of those things that people like us tend to look at a issue or a problem and say, there's got to be a way to fix that. And then you start thinking, you grab a piece of paper and you start sketching, or you grab some pieces and start putting it together. And then you just fire up the computer and start drawing. And yeah, that looks like that'll work, and throw it to the printer and find out if it works.
Yeah, keep them happy, right? It's such an undertaking. You have children, you have dogs, whatever it is. It's part of that innate obligation. And like you said, with that sort of mixture of background and skills, you got it done. So I wanted to shift topics a little bit here. So you were interviewed in People magazine, right, about this story. What was that process like?
It was crazy. The people at Real Chemistry had, reached out, and we talked a lot, and they were awesome. They said, hey, we're going to tell your story, and we're going to talk to a few different places. And then they sent me an email and said, hey, People's going to pick it up, and we might need some more info from you. And that's when I kind of put together a little bit of a package that kind of told Ash's story, and here's when he could just kind of drag himself around, and here's how he does in the cart, and here's him playing in the snow with his skis. And so it had, a lot of the steps, because some of the pictures and video had his prototype skis. And, you know, this is us testing.
Yeah, right. It was crazy for me. You know, you and I had talked about it, and then to see, like you said, get to both of us, right, to get that email that your story is going to get picked up in People magazine. I don't know that I'd ever seen a SolidWorks story in People magazine before, and I don't think that I expected that at all. And I was just like, damn, this is so cool. You know,
well, the thing that surprised me was it was picked up by a morning show in Tampa, a place that doesn't get snow, and they showed it, you know, so they picked it up before our local news did.
The only time that the Tampa got snow was when they showed your story, right? That was it.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, with 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks for makers, right? The new maker offer, we talked about how you're an interesting case, right? A lot of makers do have design backgrounds, do have engineering backgrounds, but a lot of makers don't. Makers come from all different backgrounds, you know, all different demographics. What excites you about this sort of, you know, maker revolution, I think, that we're in now? This idea that you don't necessarily have to be in industry to have a copy of SolidWorks products, and to be able to go in and design something that could change your life or someone else's. You know, how does that make you feel?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it just makes it so much easier and gives access to more people. Because, you know, I was telling a friend that, you know, the first time I saw a 3D printer was probably 93. First time I saw parametric CAD was probably 94. And I was like, oh, that I would love to have that at home, but not everybody can. And now you can have, you know, the awesome software at home. And even if you don't have a 3D printer, which you can get really inexpensively now, you can go to a local makerspace because they're just popping up everywhere. And, you know, the best thing about that is that's a good place to meet other makers. And even if you don't have the strength in the software or the printing, you can meet other people and share ideas and, you know, really build your knowledge quickly.
Absolutely. Yeah, and even, you know, talking to mutual friends in the SolidWorks Champions program, Greg Badeau and Melissa Ahmed from Techwoman, you know, they were even showing me just pictures of recent classes that they had put on with, you know, kids who are teenagers, you know,
right,
13 years old, 14 years old, that are launching on any, like a Chromebook, just powering up XDesign and starting to make, you know, whether it's a mock-up of a wristwatch design or, you know, whatever it is, just like you said, making design software, you know, more accessible to more people, just has crazy impacts. You know, when you think about the effect you can have on other people, on you know, in your case, your pets, it is certainly just a crazy sort of game changer. Outside of some of the work you've done, you know, DIY wise with Ash, what are some of the other ways that you've utilized SolidWorks just for general making purposes? We have a lot of people in the audience today. I'm sure they'd love to hear your other projects.
So much stuff. We built a garden shed about 2 years ago, and when I was going through the design, and you know, I did it all in SolidWorks, but I really kind of wanted to get a real look at it, so I printed it out 1/24th scale, was able to take a look at it, and then I've built some things that go in the shed on the printer. We made an awning, and we did lights, and so I did like little clips that hold the lights in the awning. I made some really cool brackets to hold taster glasses. So my dad made some little trays that hold little taster glasses, and they're really neat, and I wanted to display them, so I made little brackets that I could mount on the wall and just slide them in. And it's just funny how many little practical things you can make really quick, where it's just you happen to see something and say, oh, we just need something to do. Fire it up, draw it up, print it out. Yep, that'll work.
Yeah, and like you said, you can have like at this point, you can have a $100 or $200 in a lot of these cases 3D printer.
Right.
Or you might know someone who has one, right? And you can get this stuff done efficiently, both at a time perspective and also for cost.
And personalize it, make it your own.
Yeah, and you can do that, right? You can do that with affordable design software, right? Like we talked about the accessibility of 3D printing. Yeah, it's just insane.
And replacement parts. I see a lot of that. Oh, this broke. I can print that.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Well, I wanted to thank you, Todd, so much, and of course Ash for coming on. Our first dog interview as far as SolidWorks Live goes. I'm sure we should have more of those. Maybe have Ash on again. But once again, man, just thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for doing what you did for Ash and showing the community the way.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're here at SolidWorks Live 3D Experience World 2022. Man, what a segment that was. That was truly a treat. And we're
wiping
here.
My tears over here.
I know. I'm trying not to say the word dog. Joined here by Lynn Allen.
Don't say the word dog.
You can't say it. All right, we're done. Oh man, yeah, it's a real tearjerker. But Lynn, thank you so much for coming on here.
Absolutely. Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, I think a lot of attendees, right, from over the years, they know of you just from your years in the industry. One of the things I wanted to ask you is you're a global technology evangelist here at Dassault Systèmes. Tell us a little bit about your role here.
Okay, absolutely. It's a unique role. And some people are not familiar with the title. The title as an evangelist is actually pretty popular in the software industry. And basically, it is just somebody who helps users or customers embrace change. That's basically the basic goal, and to embrace new technology, right? And here we've had a lot of talk about Manish taking over the role of SolidWorks CEO, and we've talked a lot about 3DEXPERIENCE Works, and I actually work for Paolo Bassi, and we're going to be learning about this expanded technology, and hopefully I'll be able to help you embracing some of these new roles and help you be more successful with this expanded technology. So that's just part of what I do. I do a few other things here as well. I'm fortunate to have a wide breadth of things that I do working for Dassault Systèmes.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of, right, we're at 3D Experience World 2022. I know a topic of mutual interest for the two of us is the user agenda. I had a part in user agenda before you came on board, and now you've really taken the reins. What are some of I'm sure attendees would love to know, what are some of the actions that you really wanted to take on the user agenda once you took it over, and how have you sort of aimed to achieve that?
That's a good question. So at my previous company, I was in charge of the user agenda for like 15 years or so. So I had some lessons learned. I learned a lot of things the hard way.
Yeah.
So when I came here and I took over a similar role, I sat back the first little bit and kind of listened to see what was going on, but I noticed some things that I thought maybe could use some improvement. And one of the things that I noticed was that about 80% of the courses that were taught by internal employees, and about 20% of the courses were being taught by users. And one of the things that I think is the most valuable is that our users, they're the ones who are out there using our software day in and day out. They learn the tips and the techniques and those workflows, and they're really the ones who know the secret sauce on how to be more productive with our software. And so one of the things that I really wanted the team to focus on was maybe trying to flip that, right? Let's get 80% of those classes to be taught by users in the industry, and maybe 20% to be by employees. Now, we're not there yet. I'm not going to say that that's the case.
That takes time, right? That is a significant cultural shift. And,
it is. It was like a big shock to everybody's system. Like, well, why would we do that? It was kind of a big shock. But I am happy to say that we are close. We're like 70%. I think we're close to 70% being taught by outside of our employees, and like 30% still internally taught. So we've done a pretty good job at making that switch. And if you're listening and you're a user and you have some really cool tips and techniques, here, I'm going to do a plug. I can't help it. I'm going to do a pitch. I bet you don't realize if you're using the software day in and day out, you probably know some really cool tips and tricks and techniques, and you probably said to yourself, I could teach a class on this.
Man.
Do it.
3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com.
Submit a proposal, because we really, really would love to get your feedback, to get your class on the agenda and add you for next year's event.
Lynn, when do we typically open up the call for presentations?
It's usually in September. So pay attention, and we want to include you. And then another thing that I feel like I really wanted to make sure that we added to the agenda too was more of those tips and tricks classes.
Yeah.
Those things that you can actually use in your job, right, to help you be more productive.
Transferable skills.
Yeah. I mean, at these types of events, it's important that we have sessions focused on our strategies and moving forward, but it's also super important that we have classes that you can apply to your job the next day or the next week when you go back to the office. So we've worked really hard to make sure that we do have a lot of those technique classes, and we have a lot of SolidWorks classes. It's called 3D Experience World, but let's face it, it's really all about a lot. Not all, but mostly about SolidWorks. So if you look through the agenda, hopefully you saw there were a lot of SolidWorks classes, and we're really happy with the mix that we have at the event. So that was really important.
Yeah, and for those of you listening at home, I think so often, I think about this a lot, what keeps people from wanting to submit an abstract for approval to be able to present at a conference like this. One sort of common response that I get is, I don't know what I would say, or I don't know that I have a topic that's worthy for that stage. Often what I say to those people is, you would be really surprised, if you just sit down, and I do this. I've done this worlds past. I'll have a physical notepad, or even just go into the Notes app in my phone, and I'll just rapid fire, just come up with, 5-6 word topic ideas. And you would be so surprised at how much you know, and instantly you sort of have these 27 ideas, and you just pare it down. And it's just interesting,
Yeah, that's a great idea. And I would also say that when you submit a proposal, you don't have to have it all finished. Like, you could just need an idea to submit. When you submit that proposal, you just basically have to submit a paragraph of what the class is going to be, or the session is going to be about, and then some bullet items, like, this is what you're going to get out of the session if you attend. And then if you're accepted, okay, then that's when the real work is. you do have to pull it together at some point. But, you don't have to have everything all pulled together when you submit that proposal. And you can submit multiple proposals as well, because guess what? The more you submit, the bigger your chances are of getting into the event. And if you decide that you want to join us in Nashville and your proposal gets accepted, guess what? You get in for free. You just have to get there. Now all you need is a plane ticket and a hotel room.
Yeah.
Sean said he was going to put anybody up in his hotel room if you get to the event.
Well, I'll just cram in.
True community person.
Yeah, everyone's invited. No, but speaking of community, we were talking actually last week about this. We're making strides towards making the user agenda more of a user-filled agenda. I think there were about 75 SolidWorks Champion submissions this year.
Yeah, I love that. that. That's fantastic.
Which I think was the most ever. Certainly, as we're continuing to transition to bending the ratio more towards having those user presentations.
Good. Keep it up.
Absolutely. And one thing we've talked about too, you might think maybe my topic is too complex, too in the weeds, too high level. We have multiple different types of session levels, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, when I try to visit SWGN, the user group leaders, right, the user group leaders meetings, and one of the things that they say they want the most is those more advanced, those more difficult classes, the ones that are in the weeds, right, the real ones that make your brain hurt.
Yeah.
And I bet, once again, some of you who are listening, you probably have some of those really tough nuggets of information out there that you could share with the users, and you could pull a class together. That would be amazing.
Yeah,
So-
if we show my screen actually.
So take Sean's advice.
yeah.
Write down some notes. I love that, Sean.
Yeah, it's easier than it might sound. You know, you just sort of come up with
Do it.
these ideas. But if you look on
That's
the
my class.
yeah, these are.
Did
all
you
your
like do that? Oh, you did that on
Yeah,
purpose.
you're right here, right?
Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, those classes look familiar.
They look very familiar. Oh, they're all mine. But yeah, we were just talking about this, right? Course level. So even you as an attendee here, you can go beginner, intermediate, power user, or all power.
We
power
want
user
more
only.
power user classes for
Yep.
sure. But even if you don't feel like your topic is appropriate for a power user, that doesn't mean that you should not submit. But boy, I think if you submit a power user class, you're probably like a given to get in, because we want as many of those as possible.
Yeah, and you just mentioned it, right? We have
Yeah.
we just looked up your sessions
My
here.
class is not a power user class.
Hey,
It's not.
we
It's
have
not.
sessions. I mean, like you said, you run the gamut. You're all over the place as a global technology evangelist. Let's actually look just some B-roll here of one of your courses on DraftSight. But yeah, tell us a bit about the sessions that you have this year.
So let's see, on Monday I had a session on making the move from AutoCAD to DraftSight. My background is a very strong AutoCAD background, and I used to be the face of AutoCAD back in the day.
Yeah.
And so now that I'm here, there's Lynn, and now that I'm here. And there's more, Lynn. And now that I'm here at Dassault Systèmes, I realize that if you are a 2D CAD user, you can easily get your jobs done with DraftSight, which is a fantastic product for a fraction of the cost. Which, of course, I didn't know that before I came here.
Yeah.
And so I've been kind of evangelizing, if you will, that concept. And I feel good about that because I can save people a lot of money. And it's been really exciting with having that opportunity. So that's what that class is about. And I know there's a lot of you out there that are probably using AutoCAD or maybe a different 2D product that you might want to consider making the move over to DraftSight.
Which is cool. So you can save out of DraftSight all these previous versions of AutoCAD.
Yeah, you can actually
I should watch
save
this.
more
I
out of
love your
DraftSight
approach
than you
with
can
this.
out of AutoCAD.
Oh my gosh, that's
DraftSight
amazing.
saves back to release 12, and AutoCAD only saves back to release 14. I mean, it's pretty amazing the data integrity that DraftSight has. But okay, I could go on forever talking about DraftSight. Let's not do that, Lynn. But and then the session I just came from was the fireside chat with the executives, which I'm going to tell you it is my favorite thing to do. Okay, this is my favorite thing to do. But I love doing the fireside chat. That was with Jean-Paul Bassi and with Suchit Jain, who you heard this morning in the general session, and then with Manish, right, with his new role of the Solidworks CEO. It's fun to get them together, and it's great being able to answer the questions. Anybody who joins can submit questions, and it's just kind of a free for all, and you get to really get to know them a little bit better and the great people that they are. And you missed it because you guys were busy, but they talked a lot about community and a lot about user groups and a lot about the champions, and you get a feel for more the type of people they really are.
Yeah.
And so that's always a fun session. So I enjoy. I'm the host of that, so that's really fun.
And that's a new session, right? Like
We did it last year,
Yeah,
virtually
but
last
virtual-
year.
virtual-
Yeah, we were just
before the
joking
virtual
like it's a
format.
fireside chat, but there's no fire. It's a lie. There's no fire.
Oh, what about a crackle sound effect?
I know.
It feels
we
like
need-
it feels
we
like
need
you're
a fire
chatting.
in the background. There's
right.
no fire.
It feels like you're chatting by the fire. And
Yeah.
we don't often get chances to do that, right?
No, we don't. And I know that if you can replay, you can listen to it later on, if you want to kind of get a feel for what these gentlemen are really like. They're fantastic. I love working with them. all the time. They're just wonderful.
We grabbed each one of them as they came from general sessions, so we've had that trifecta.
Oh, you did?
Manish, GP, Suchit, and I just wish we had more time with them.
Yeah,
you know, they're going to the next thing. They
They're
have
so
many
busy.
sessions they're joining.
They're so busy.
I love that they just do take this so seriously. You know, they're trying to
do.
fill their week and just be as involved as possible.
They do.
I think that says a lot.
And they love user groups, and they love going to user groups as well. So if you're a member of a local user group, it would not be unusual for GP or Suchit or Manish just to show up if you want them to be there. They're all about visiting the users and really understanding what they need and being part of the community. And I love that.
Yeah, these meetup style sessions, like we were mentioning, for the virtual format are huge.
Yeah.
They're huge, right? Like if we show my screen here, you actually have a meetup, a draft site meetup coming up a little bit later this afternoon.
I do. So if you happen to be, I can do a plug, I guess, huh?
Yeah, quick plug.
Yeah, plug away, advertisement.
Let's do it.
Yeah, if you are using AutoCAD or a different 2D CAD product and you are thinking about making the switch, join us. This is your chance to ask us anything that you want. No holds barred, you know. And we're happy to answer those questions. It won't just be me. It's going to be the product manager. It's going to be there's like 5 or 6 people that will be participating in that, and we welcome you to join us for that. And I think I also wanted to talk about, since we were talking about the Gian Paolo and Manish and Suchit, I know some of you were going to join us in Atlanta. And we did cancel this event kind of late down the line. And, you know, I want to apologize for those of you where we might have disrupted your life some because we did do it a little late. But I'm going to tell you why. Because we wanted so badly to meet face to face. Like I told you, like Gian Paolo really loves the energy and getting to know, you know, spending time with the customers and with the resellers and the students. And it was a very difficult decision to cancel that. We held on as long as we could until it just was clear that it was not safe to hold this event. And so apologies to anybody that we disrupted. That was the last thing that, of course, that we wanted to do. And we are gung-ho for next year. We're super excited about next year. And you know, I'll buy you a drink if you bought a ticket this year. If you bought a ticket this year and we totally messed your life up, maybe you went to Atlanta anyway. Like sometimes when these things all those people who had tickets for Adele went to Vegas anyway, right? But yeah, so we hope that you will join us next year. And we are determined that it's, you know, God willing, that we'll be able to meet face to face. And if you haven't ever been to a live 3D Experience Works, World, sorry, I've got it on the brain. 3D Experience World. As I was joking earlier, you know, put your money aside now, have the car washes and the bake sales and whatever it takes, so that, you know, start working on your boss now so that you can go, because it is such an exciting event, and I hope that you will actually take advantage of it, because it's amazing.
For sure. Yeah, nothing like meeting in person. But again, we have these meetups. There's tons of ways to connect. Even now on day 3 at 3D Experience World.
Still time. I think that we did the best that we could virtually, and I hope that you have found this event to be valuable and that you've enjoyed it. But join us in person.
Well, Lynn, thank you so much for dropping by the
pleasure.
the
Thanks
live.
for the invite.
For sure. Anytime. Dropping by the live desk. We can catch up with more of your content on Catalyst, on YouTube, right? There's tons of your stuff on YouTube. So again, just thank you so much.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
All right, well, Lynn's breakout is coming up. Her last one at 3:45. We have another set of breakouts starting at 12:45, 1:45, 2:45. And again, go ahead and register at 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com and make sure that you take advantage of all the replays that started on Monday with all these breakouts. And I would just piggyback on Lynn saying, you know, thank you to the users who did make those videos and over 200 breakouts. And that was
so
thank you, that extra work, everyone just submitting the videos so we could load them into the virtual event platform for everyone to enjoy. They're so good, and we've really had fun in highlighting them with our kind of glimpse into breakout section. So if that hasn't compelled you yet, I don't know what will, other than knowing that the majority of the content is user experts coming at you with real world examples. And then a lot of our internal people, I see what they're doing now is using their chance to highlight the latest, greatest stuff we haven't been exposed to, like Craig with 3D Mold Creator, right? And so that's awesome stuff. We can learn more about all these products we keep hearing about in the Works ecosystem in those breakouts as well.
Great.
All right, so we're going to keep going with our customer check-ins. Next up, I have a customer that joined us this morning on Michael Buchli's manufacturing panel. We have Scott Harms, who's the president of MetalQuest Unlimited out there in Nebraska. Hey, Scott, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon to you as well, and thanks for having me.
Oh, no, thanks for coming back. You know, we're doing some behind-the-stage drop-ins, just getting to know our guests a little bit more and expand a little bit on what they were talking about with the panel. So no pressure here. You had some really good themes that we can talk about the next couple minutes from this morning. Now, one thing I was learning about MetalQuest, you mentioned a few times, you guys are very high-tech. You classify yourself as a very high-tech manufacturer. Michael Buchli yesterday was showing us, I think, a point cloud scan of your entire facility. Like, what are some of these cutting edge technologies that you're exploring and using?
So yeah, absolutely. High tech is oftentimes overused, and I don't want to come across as overusing it. Manufacturing in general, it isn't what it used to be, as so many people know. You know, people have a stereotype of manufacturing, which often is very dated, and it's typically kind of derogatory, unfortunately.
Right.
But from a technology standpoint, we have to be, you know, smarter than we've ever been, having the mechanical characteristics and the computer side of things as well. So, you know, we are a job shop by nature, you know, based around machining typically. But from a technology standpoint, you know, we've had to do a lot more with a lot less. You know, we're kind of in unprecedented times from a labor shortage standpoint. So multitasking is something in the machining industry that is a big buzzword and has been for the last couple of years. Okay. In 1996, our company started. The very first machine purchase was a multitasking CNC lathe. That was before multitasking was even a word. And we've really built off of that concept to involve robotics, multi-spindle CNC, screw machine type concepts, you know, like index, and many other things from the computer side of things to truly make us as efficient as we can possibly be.
Right.
That kind of gives you a quick overview.
Yeah, and my background is not fabrication or manufacturing. It's, you know, design and doing the FEA analysis. So I'm making all those things that can't possibly be manufactured. Although today we're hearing some from Michael Buchli, there are some cutting edge techniques like additive plus subtractive in the same. And Michael Buchli was down there running, I guess, a dual spindle machine with that kind of concept of multitasking or more in one station without having a person in the loop. Scott, I want to touch on what you said just now, the labor shortage. This morning you talked about the skills gap. There's labor shortage up and down the value chain. I mean, we've been hearing about that. Do you think that is fundamentally changing the direction that you're going as a company and what machine and tool makers are doing right now in their innovations?
It's absolutely changing the scope of our entire nation. You know, for many years, manufacturing, you know, had kind of been declining. You know, a lot of products and stuff were going overseas, mostly due to lower costs, which was very, very unfortunate. So going to labor shortage right now, when supply chains, especially international, aren't working, you know, COVID brought out a lot of problems in supply chains. You know, in a perfect world, you know, everything moves smoothly and all of that. But if you need to react rapidly, you know as well as anybody, it's like when you put giant oceans in between the suppliers and the customers, it definitely makes things more complex from a lead time standpoint. So, you know, to answer your question, you know, is this changing our approach? I mean, my short answer is no with a but. It's no, because we've been doing this sort of stuff for a long time already. Right. You know, our headquarters is in rural Nebraska, which, you know, is an area, you know, that's not highly populated. So we've really had to do a lot, you know, with not a lot of people around us for many years. You know, we've had to rely on robotics. We've had to rely on a lot of this automation, you know, the concept I'm talking about, simply because, you know, we didn't have the labor pool to backfill. Well, the entire nation right now is kind of seeing some of the same problems that we've had, you know, over the last, you know, couple decades, I guess you might say. And, you know, they're experiencing this, you know, they're doing the same thing. So, you know, the short answer is no, we're not doing much different because we started doing it different, you know, literally about the time the company started in 1996.
Right.
Because we've had to, I guess, you know, and we're doubling down on those efforts. I mean, truly, we're kind of in unprecedented times as major OEMs are trying to bring stuff, you know, reshore stuff back into America. And we just don't have the talent. We don't have, you know, there's a skills gap. We don't have the talent. You know, manufacturing companies can't build fast enough to meet that demand.
we were chatting just an hour ago with Meaghan Ziemba, you know, and the panel this morning, you guys are very clear, like we have to start planting the seed now to solve this problem in early, you know, education and getting vocational teachers and people interested at a young age in manufacturing. And that's sticking with me. What you're saying is this idea of manufacturing, it's derogatory and dirty, but yeah, we're learning a lot about the high-tech, cutting-edge complexity, not just of the tools, the machines, the automation and robots, but like running the business and how you have to manage all of that on top of building. One of the things I think you're doing as a company, Michael Buchli was telling me of something called Manufacturing Day coming up to try and expose people to manufacturing. What is that all about?
Well, I mean, everything you said I agree with, and especially what Meaghan said as well. So with Manufacturing Day, it's not just one single day, it's more of just a month. I mean, it is a single day, but, you know, we encompass much more than that. You know, literally from the beginning, we have done everything we possibly can to open our doors to try and show the positives of manufacturing, especially at the students, you know, the young students level. Many companies are starting to do that. Sometimes they're trying to work on getting into high schools. I mean, we're literally going down to like the 6th grade level to try and get people motivated, you know, to really produce a positive image on manufacturing. We take a lot of pride in our facilities. We take a lot of pride in what we do. Our culture is all very important to us. And, you know, we're happy to show this off and show that it's not the derogatory, you know, field that you don't want your kids going into, that it's actually really kind of special. And to be honest with you, it's a tech-based career. You know, going back to all the great things we can do with CAD, you know, and what your background and stuff like that. I mean, those are integral components to what allow us to do what we do. The vast majority of our automation is always modeled, you know, first and put in a virtual world before it goes out, you know, to the floor.
So the Manufacturing Day in May specifically, is this like an on-site in Nebraska? Can I come out there, or what are you going to be? Is it going to be virtual? Like, what do you have in mind for that event?
It's on site as much as possible. And absolutely, you can come out. We'd love to have you, host you out, you know, do whatever. But yeah, essentially, we just bring different schools in. We try and promote, you know, manufacturing. There's a lot of other companies, you know, along with us that do this as well. And it's essentially kind of an open house of factories, you might say, you know, just to try and coordinate, to try and get the word out. To show people what's behind those walls. You know, you drive by these manufacturing companies all the time. You see the walls, you see the buildings, and, you know, it's like, I wonder what they make in there. It's like, I have no idea. Well, this allows you to see that.
No, it's so true. Yeah, you drive by these facilities and you're just like, I wish I could look inside. That's actually kind of the cool part of, you know, my career here with Dassault, being more on the technical sales side, is we get to do a lot of visit the customer, tour the shop, chat with the engineers over lunch, figure out what they do. And it's just so cool to be exposed to all this. So that sounds really good. We'll make sure and put a link to that in the description once we publish this video. You know, you mentioned 6th grade, and that resonates with me. I remember the first time I touched CAD was 6th grade, middle school. We had like an industrial arts class, and it was very impactful. One of the big segments we did was we had this 2D CAD program in DOS. It was definitely not even AutoCAD, and we drew up like a car profile, and then it had this thing that gave you a drag coefficient. And absolutely that inspired me. You know, when my first semester at Iowa State, and I know you know where that is because you're right next door. What am I going to sign up for? Oh, engineering basics with SolidWorks. I like CAD. I know that. So I'm glad. Yeah, 6th grade. That's so pivotal moment in our lives, thinking about what we're going to do, what we're interested in. So thank you. Yeah, getting more people interested, and all the way back to elementary school. Meaghan was suggesting TikTok as a way to reach out. Actually, does MetalQuest get into social media as a way to display what fabrication's all about? What do you guys do with media? Or is it really just in person, open the doors, get people tactile, hands-on?
No, it's absolutely. I mean, that's a great point. We haven't got on the TikTok platform yet. We need to do that. She's absolutely right. You need to always continue to be on the leading edge of, you know, what people are paying attention to. That's on our to-do list. But social media is very important. You're welcome to check us out on LinkedIn, Facebook. You know, some of the posts you're going to see are some of the technology we use, some of the concepts we use. We talk about our culture, all the way to, you know, we've got a 6-part series right now on core values. We have a YouTube channel, which is actually quite odd for a company like ours to have a YouTube channel. Okay. And it's just a compilation of videos to kind of show, again, behind the scenes, to show who we are, to show what we're doing, to show what we're about, and why this occupation is really special.
I think that's fantastic, Scott. Before we wrap and I let you go for the day, thanks again for spending time with us. Anything else you'd like to share with our audience about fabrication or the future, or what we can do differently this year to build a better future?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we're in kind of unprecedented times right now from a manufacturing standpoint. There is a tremendous need to bring stuff back into America just because of, supply chain problems worldwide. Manufacturing isn't what it used to be. And that's such an ambiguous name. And there are so many types of manufacturing, but really there are so many positives associated in that field, all the way through the engineering side, all the way to, the parts manufacturing side. When you start inducing robotics into things and you start into the automation elements, they become fun and they become things that you can rally, your entire team around and get excited about. So I think there's actually a very bright future, for manufacturing as we continue to push the envelope and truly continue to do more with less.
Scott, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much again for spending time with us this morning and the panel, and again with us set live. And, we'll post a link to the manufacturing days, and I'll check out your YouTube. That's very cool. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Right. Have a great day.
Take care. We'll also be checking in with Michael Buchli at 1 o'clock, and he's going to pick up on that thread of robotics and automation. I really can't wait to see what he's got. He's got his own little show going there, and it's been just fantastic to learn more about manufacturing on Monday, Collaboration Tuesday. It's Automation Wednesday. I love it. All right, let's take a step back from fabrication, though, because like me, it all starts with the modeling and the CAD skills, and that's where so many ideas first come to light digitally, come to life. So how do we reward and acknowledge the best of the best of the best when it comes to modeling? The Model Mania challenges, and we've had such good participation over the 20-some years. Jen will have to remind me that we have 3 competitions, but the one that's nearest and dearest to a lot of our hearts is that timed Get the Model Right challenge. So I'm really excited to bring Jen back on. Hey, Jen, good morning.
Hey, how are you?
I am so good. We chatted Monday right before the contest kicked off, and now we're back here to introduce the winners. So let's get into it. First of all, how many participants did we have?
Well, we ended up with 505 participants total for all 3 challenges.
Nice.
And for the SolidWorks challenge, which we're going to talk about this session, we had 282 participants.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool. So you go through each one of those files. That's going to be quite the job, Monday, Tuesday, into this morning.
I sure did.
Okay.
I went through all of them. And guess what? We had, out of those 282, we had 33 perfect models.
Gosh, okay.
But we only can award 6 winners. So
okay. Well,
that's just how it is.
You're telling us Monday, like you got to get it perfect, and then it's the time. And so I was amazed at the times you were showing. Speaking of time, I'm just throwing up your slides real quick. And thanks for reminding us. Right now, we're talking about the 1230 SolidWorks Model Mania Challenge. I like to call it the Classic. Although the Cloud Challenge, we got some really cool submissions. Gian will be here at 2 o'clock to speak to, and then Charles will be here at 3:15 to tell us more about the Student Challenge. All right, Jen, can you see my screen?
That's
by the
right.
way?
I sure can.
I
yes.
don't want to steal your thunder.
Let's talk about our first challenge, our SolidWorks challenge.
Yeah. All right.
So so this is the 23rd year of the SolidWorks challenge, and if you bring up that slide, you can see our 22 models over the past 22 years. And when you participate in the SolidWorks challenge, you're given a drawing of a part. And you need to create that part in SolidWorks. And, when we were in person, we would give you a phase 2 drawing to create a change with that part. But with the virtual challenge, we decided to make things a little easier. And so you only get 1 drawing. So you only have to create 1 part. And then when you're done modeling that part, you would run a quick simulation to see how the part would react in its environment and find the factor of safety under a certain load.
I tell you, a lot of these parts give me bad memories. I mean, I always like to do these. I'm never competitive with my time, but a lot of these, ooh, man, I tell you, those design changes, they really test your ability to capture that design intent. Okay, so this year, like
they sure do.
The 2021, it's a little bit more complex because it's just that one drawing. And I guess just to remind folks, this was part of the 3DEXPERIENCE playground, right? So you were able to run this all virtually, letting people bring their own SolidWorks and compete across the globe.
That's right. Bring your own SolidWorks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in order to participate, contestants went to the 3DEXPERIENCE playground and then to Model Mania. And then when you click there, you can enter the virtual tester, which will then take you to the next page. And this is how the virtual tester looked when the challenge began.
Yep.
And if you click again, you'll see that there's some links there. If you've never used Simulation Express, we wanted to make sure that everybody knew how to activate it and how to use it.
Okay.
So there were some tips there.
Okay.
So then at 12:50, that page changed, and it became the entry form. And you had until 1:10 p.m. to put your information into the entry form and to get your model ready, your part ready to go. And then once you accepted that, the official rules, you would enter the contest and you would see the waiting room area.
Okay.
So this is where everyone kind of sat and waited, and the time ticked by until 1:10 p.m. until the actual 2022 drawing was revealed.
Jen, my hands are literally sweaty, just like picturing myself waiting for it. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, so I didn't look at this new one.
I actually wanted to play the Jeopardy tune while that was on, but
that's all you need is a soundtrack to like drive you completely up the wall, like into anticipation. All right, so I got the drawing up here for this year. So yeah,
right.
I mean, it looks simple, but you need to model this within. Well, we'll look at the winning times. I don't want to ruin it, but it's simple, but it's not. And I know you're going to talk us through the solution. How did you get inspired for this part, by the way?
Well, every year we have to come up with something new. And over the years, Mark Schneider was leading Model Mania. And so for the last 20 years, he came up with all of the models. And I have to say that he actually handed this part over to me. So thank you, Mark, for making it easy for me this first year. Next year, I'm going to have to think of something myself.
I know. He spent a lot of months like getting inspired and testing it. And I know you did that legwork internally, like passing this around and making sure it was difficult, not too difficult, just right in that sweet spot. So it's a lot of work to get to this point and to make sure that it has all the information that you need. Okay, remind us about the prizes, and then let's announce who we got.
Well, so we have prizes for the first, second, and third place. And again, as we mentioned before, the judging is done first based on accuracy.
Okay.
So you first have to get the model accurate, and then it's the winners are determined based on who was fastest.
Okay.
Now, before we show you how this is done, we want to announce our winners. So let's go to the next slide.
All right. Drum roll. Do you guys have a drum roll effect?
Our user champions. Yeah, we need drum roll. Okay, so first, our third place winner, congratulations to Kamil Lisowski from BEGE Polska.
Nice work.
And then in second place, we have Derek Lura from Florida Gulf Coast University. Congratulations.
All right, first place.
And in first place for our users, we have Cody Laughlin from Edgewater Automation. Great job, guys.
That's insane. I didn't think it was going to 10.
9 minutes and 52 seconds. And that's everything. That's creating the model, running the simulation, entering your results, uploading your model, boom. So great job to all of you.
I am so blown away. Okay, so that's the users, and congratulations to all of you. And then you have the kind of second set for our VAR applications engineer. And I think that's fair. That's kind of another profession and skill set.
Exactly. We find that it's more fair to have users competing against users and resellers competing against resellers,
Yeah, I like that. Fair. I mean, it's not fair if your whole job day in, day out is to train SolidWorks and then a competition comes up. So, all right, reseller champions, who won?
All right.
Let's see their time.
Okay, so in third place for our resellers, congratulations to Matt Kokoski from Trimac.
Nice job. No stranger to the Model Mania competition. Matt. Great work. Nice.
In second place, we have Ryan Cole from Go Engineer.
Yay.
Great job, Ryan.
That's fantastic.
Woohoo! And our number one reseller is Gordon Stewart from Solid Solutions over in the UK. Great job, you guys.
Congratulations.
And Gordon finished in 8 minutes and 47 seconds.
That's like 10%
Incredible job.
faster, a minute off the user time. That's still incredible to run that simulation
I
and
know.
design. All right.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to take us through this?
All right. Now,
solution?
yeah, let's go through this and actually see how this how we did this. So first of all, we create our sketch, and what I did is I created my circle and square in the same sketch there. Of course, you could create separate sketches for the two features. I did them together. It just makes it easier to make changes down the road. But of course, in this case, we didn't have to make
Nice
any
contour.
changes.
Yep.
Right. So now we're going to go ahead and fillet that and get our 12 millimeter fillet in there. Next, we need to cut off the circular edge on the back face there.
Oh, nice.
So just go ahead and create a circle. And we need to make sure that that's lined up, right on the edges of our existing parts. We're going to go ahead and do a through all cut to the outside. So there we go. So next, we're going to create that whole cut out along the back there. So we'll just create a tombstone shape. We're going to make sure that we lock that down on the origin. And we'll add our dimensions. And of course, because that's an arc, we get a radius, but we can swap that over to diameter. And let's go and create our cut extrude. Now, I'm going to use profiles for this as well. I kind of combined two sketches into one feature, one sketch into two features. Okay. And we'll go ahead and offset that 6 millimeters to get the correct height.
And you offset the start condition. Nice.
I changed the start condition. That's right.
Smart.
So next, let's go and create our 18 millimeter hole here with a 10 millimeter depth. And next, we're going to create use our hole wizard tool to get that counterbore hole for our socket head cap screw. Now, we don't have a face to put it on, so I'm just going to select the plane and then lock it down on the center there. Now, for those of you who don't know, of course, you can go and edit the sketch, even though this is a setup, feature within the hole wizard tool. We can go edit that, and I just simply drag the dimension. Next, we'll go and apply our fillets, and I'm using the fillet expert so that it'll select the order for me automatically. And now I'm pretty much done. But what I'm going to do is go and change the color to red just to make it more obvious, to make sure I didn't miss anything. Change the material, save it, and go find the mass of this part. Next, I'm going to turn on Simulation Express. And on the drawing, it told us, where to apply our setup. We're going to fix those bottom faces, and then we're going to apply our load on that circular face and just simply hit run. So simple. If you've never used Simulation Express, it's really simple. You can see a preview of what we're going to expect. And there's our final number there. Our factor of safety is 2.5.
Okay, I saw some folks in chat yesterday trying to, determine if they were right, asking what others got for factor of safety. So 2.5, and the weight was?
Well, let's go to the next slide. There you go. Okay. So 128.69 grams and a factor of safety of 2.5.
It looks so easy when you do it like that, but I mean, man, in that situation, palms are sweaty. That is tough to put that all together. But it
is. Yes, absolutely. And let's bring up our winners. Let's go to our next slide here. And we actually got all of our winners to come and join us. So I really want to congratulate everyone.
Let's see if we can bring them on. I know it's short notice. Oh my gosh. Hey, everyone. Congratulations. Oh my gosh. That is awesome.
Great job, everybody. You guys were amazing.
Look at that power crew. Is there anything you saw Jen do that you're like, no, I did that completely differently? Or is that pretty much how you approached it? Anyone have any alternate tips that we can give people on this one?
That would be giving away our secrets.
Oh.
That's a good idea.
I didn't combine my sketches. I did all my sketches as separate features. But I think that's probably because I was trying to interpret the drawing and draw it out at the same time.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, combining the sketches together is not necessary, but hint, hint, when we return in person and there actually is a phase 2, that can be pretty helpful to have the sketches combined together. Then you only have one place to go make edits.
Okay. Any tips? We just have a minute, but any tips from the winning crowd? Maybe not a secret, but any tips for someone who's going to do this for the first time in Nashville next year?
Practice.
Absolutely.
Right.
Actually, I have a tip for you. So if you go to mysolidworks.com, you will find all of the previous Model Mania challenges there, all 22, and now there'll be a 23rd. That'll be uploaded probably in the next couple of weeks. So go there, just try all the models, try phase 1, try phase 2, and just practice.
Okay.
And hopefully you'll be winning next year.
I can't wait till we're all together again and we can pull that curtain closed in that booth and, watch people sweat. So I look forward to seeing you all in Nashville next year. Cody, Gordon, Derek, Ryan, Kamal, Matt, thank you and great job. Congratulations, guys. And thanks for joining us on such short notice
everyone.
on SolidWorks Live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. And Jen, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Have a good day.
All right, be sure and tune in as we go through this afternoon at 2 o'clock. We'll be talking about the 3DEXPERIENCE, the SolidWorks Cloud Model Mania Challenge with Gian and looking at those rim designs, some really cool stuff. And then the Student Challenge at 3:15 with Charles. Whew, getting nervous already. Got to decompress from that. All right, we got some special guests coming in now to the studio at 1:15. Breakouts are starting now, but you might want to see this. We're going to revisit with Mark Peterson and Michael Steeves and talk about the Don't Miss This Demo skit that almost wasn't. Hello, gentlemen. What is happening?
Star Wars, right?
Well, you're thinking about Nashville already? 2023?
Right, Mark?
No, not Star Wars.
All right.
Too bad.
Oh, we'll save that one.
I'm sorry. I am not licensed for Star Wars. Yeah. So seriously, though, you guys, you didn't just put that together last night, right?
Yeah,
No,
we were a little late, we were a little behind, but, we figured it out at the last minute,
Without the special event, we had some time to do the demos.
That's perfect. Yeah. I mean, as application engineers, we do kind of cut it close sometimes on the demos, but you guys spend a lot of time putting this together, very thoughtful. And I really like seeing all the different videos from the different creators. You even got like Jason Pohl in there, and we had Earl and Mark Johnson even from last year's CAD Cops / Working from Home Alone. So nice job pulling that together.
The CAD Cops were able to return from way back in the day and come back and play some different roles.
And then Breaking CAD. 2023?
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, we'll see.
Always open for ideas. We got our lean board just replete with ideas we can pull from. But hey, if anyone in the chat has something, let us know. Some of the highlights we saw. Day 1, you did a good job showing off what we have today with SolidWorks Cloud, right? We saw some X-Apps.
We saw BSauce. Talking about the infrastructure of the cloud and just in general and how 3DEXPERIENCE is built on the cloud. Make it, I just love that moment that you have right at the end. Just touches can impact anybody around the world within milliseconds.
That was fun, but it's a lot of work to make a video. I didn't appreciate, you go and watch some YouTube creator like, oh, that looks fun, I could do that. And then that's like days just to like get yourself ready to go record that.
Well, I think we've evolved a little bit. We're no longer just industry process consultants. We are CAD tubers.
CAD tubers.
Is that our new title?
It sure could be.
Right. CAD tuber / industry process consultant and not the other way around.
Yeah. Does CAD tuber come first?
Yeah, CAD tuber first.
All right, Tuesday. Remind me what we saw Tuesday. You guys were going to get on the plane, but then you got sidetracked. You got into the videos with the machine shop ASMR.
Yeah, that was different, but oddly satisfying. Yeah, so that was. I think anybody could kind of fall into the trap a little bit and like put off, procrastinate and put off things,
Yeah, we really got into more of the domains that we cover with 3DEXPERIENCE Works starting out with manufacturing with ASMR. And it was fun to really take another kind of deeper dive with John. He was so helpful to show us around his shop, capture some of the sounds around his shop, to have those special moments in your ears.
I learned what ASMR was by hearing about your skit.
A lot of people did. As we were brainstorming that idea, I'm like, oh, how cool would it be to make an ASMR video? What's ASMR? Put on your headphones and I'll show you.
Anyway, so manufacturing, I like you had a simulation video.
We got into simulation as well. There's a popular YouTuber, the Hydraulic Press channel.
Yes.
Some really cool stuff. I mean, let's just take our hydraulic press that we have in the shop and break whatever we have available. But it was good to take, apply some scientific approaches here with one of the things that he does in his video. All right, here's a bunch of different wrenches. Let's break it. Let's see how it breaks, how it fails, and understand how some of these things work. Where you got to go out and buy all these wrenches and test them physically. Well, we can do it infinitely, as many times as we want virtually. And with the roles on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform, powered by that Simulia technology, that Abacus software, we can really push the limits to our models, understand how they're going to break.
I don't know if people noticed, but it looked like it actually fractured.
That's
something we could never do in SolidWorks simulation or Express, but it can actually ultimately fail, and we see what happens then down the line.
Yep, those elements can break and disappear. Oh. They die.
Right.
Well, and we see what else that we couldn't do with SolidWorks simulation is perform it on the cloud with 144 cores.
Nice.
Right.
So that's something we weren't able to do either. You could do some other things, set up a bunch of computers and run them all together. But
and one thing that we didn't show in that video that's really powerful about the cloud now is when you go and choose that cloud option, it actually prompts, it automatically takes a look at your model and says, all right, based off of your model size and complexity, here's how many cores we think will be best to solve.
So it gives you an optimized suggestion and resource.
That's right, because depending on the study, you may get into diminishing returns as you just throw more and more cores at it. It may not always help, and it's more costly, right? You're consuming some resources that you may not need to consume. So we have that intelligence built in. It gives you that recommended value for that core count to get really good simulation running on the cloud, so that I could run it, close it off, and Mark could be monitoring it on another machine. Open it up, start processing the results, and we can find a better design.
All right, so we have 5 domains. GP reminded us of that. We talked on Tuesday, manufacturing, simulation, governance/data management. What did we see for that one?
We saw Casey revise that.
Check it out.
Oh, man. Yeah, Steve doing that.
He had a great tip. If you missed the demo that you don't want to miss, he has a moment where he says, bring your tablet to your next design review meeting. And add your markups to the model right inside 3D Play or 3D Markup, and then you can attach that to the task, so that when you get back to your desk with SolidWorks, you can go right in that task and you have all of that captured notes from your meeting right inside SolidWorks, ready to go, ready to get to work. Really cool tip.
It was kind of scary how the AI assistant, to remain nameless, was it already knew, Mark, you like simulation. It's kind of scary.
What's that?
Thank you, Mark. Do you?
Sorry. Yeah.
Simulation.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's like scary technology, man. Watch out.
And we even saw a little bit of marketing with our private jet entrepreneur, Grant Cadone.
Some of us learned who that guy is. Very, very motivational speaker. 10x. 10x your CAD.
10x your CAD. And our friend Mark Martell was able to make an appearance, and Grant came in and saved the day for his design efforts, keeping manufacturing on the line. One of the things that he did was right in our web applications, we have marketing tools. So we can take those 3D models, create those high quality graphics, in addition to some of the AI powered tools that we have now in XDesign.
So let's talk about today. Mark, you started us off. Right. By the way, great job coming with that theme and doing all the hard work.
Thank you, yes.
You had to unbox 2023. Wednesday traditionally is that technology preview for the next year, which we'll start to see in the summer, and then November. It's a long way to wait. Mark, what was some of the favorites? Do you have one favorite that you unboxed today with 2023? What are you most looking forward to having for real?
Absolutely. Resolve on demand for me. I mean, it just makes so much sense. I think when lightweight mode first came out, it had a great functionality, and we added more and more functionality over time to the point now where it just makes sense to always load your assemblies in lightweight. Why not? Especially, I think it was maybe 2 years ago where you could resolve, as you were opening up, your documents in the feature manager tree. So now we basically just, sort of hide that part of it, and you're loading in a lightweight mode all the time. And you only sort of resolve the areas that you need to work on. It makes so much sense. It's perfect.
Yep.
So super fast. It worked, really well for me. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in 2023.
That's an important note, is that it is a technology preview.
That's right.
So these are we were able to share a few of the things that we're working on with R&D. This isn't anything that we're guaranteeing to release.
Well, we talked about that before this session, just that you guys do everything you can, like beg, steal, and borrow with the R&D team to get access to their builds and stuff. A lot of it's, they're still working on it, and we all know why that's beta program is so important over the summer. And yeah, of course, if there's things that aren't ready to go, that they might put them off, or they might pull them, they might change them based on user feedback. So this is a great chance to think about some of those enhancements, get ready for beta. Usually spools up early summer. And then help us make our products great for November. I liked, Mark, in your drawing, there's a couple things I noticed, like the transparent actually shows transparent. Without having to show the hidden lines visible or hidden lines tangent, just actually kind of shows the glass in that Abco machine in your case.
Yeah, that's so important, and you see that all the time where it unfortunately, if there's something that's transparent, and it doesn't have to be glass, you can make any object in SolidWorks transparent. So it's not just something to make it more realistic, but it's to make your communication more clear, and that's what the drawing is for, is to clearly communicate your design. So this is a huge enhancement for that, and it's definitely helping out with making sure that when you share these things, your ideas and your intentions are clear. Pun intended.
Nice. I also like the bill material filter.
So good.
Huge, without having to go to Excel. We can always Excel or CSV these things out, but right there, you made 2 bombs, right? Make or buy and split them apart.
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing worse opening a drawing and seeing all the things that have been manually modified.
Yeah.
We're not taking advantage of the power of the parametric models.
I maybe wasn't paying attention closely, but it showed the blue color, or you can customize that. This has been overwritten bomb cell value.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you obviously can change that color to whatever you want, but that's so important. There's so many times where you would, open a bomb, and like Michael was saying, I mean, you have no idea which items have been manually overwritten, if any.
Yeah.
You could right-click in each cell, and if you could figure it out. But it's this makes it so visual. It's at a glance you can see, and again, that's really, really important. If somebody goes in there and either accidentally or intentionally changes a cell, how are you supposed to know if you weren't the person that did that work?
Right.
So this is great. It's just super visual. And you can restore the values in a single cell, or you can just restore the values in all cells all at once. Which
awesome. Select the whole table, right-click, reset.
All right. Well, Michael, you also had a demo. So this water-cooled SolidWorks presenter jacket.
Mm-hmm. Here it is. Just
with the 5-gallon or whatever that is, spring water.
We have some more lights up here. It is. I'm getting a little hot too, so let me just
some lightly cooled, lightly chilled spring water.
Okay,
so I need some new water. But.
You made the long, so I'm a 42 long. If anyone wants to get me a jacket, you're a short, so you made configure instances to skip, and that was a great example illustrating
something that's similar but different. Where if I am making a regular sleeve, long sleeve version, we have a pattern there, right? Great assembly technique. But if I am using configurations, well, that elbow is going to shift as well. So how can we control that? Well, configurations got us part of the way, in years past, controlling the number of instances and the spacing between them, but well, we're using instances to skip to turn off individual instances.
Yeah, it makes sense.
We couldn't configure that before. 2023 now provides that option.
Yes, I guess you could have made separate features like controlled suppression state, but that
have 2 patterns, have one suppressed, one unsuppressed, and that's what the configuration's controlling. Now it's just
that breaks your design intent too if you're trying to suppress and unsuppress 2 separate pattern features when really the design intent is that they are the same. So yeah, absolutely.
We heard about support for Windows 11. that was a big question last cycle, and we said, well, we're working on it. We obviously going to do testing, certification. We learned about that yesterday with R&D, but that's cool for those early adopters. We haven't upgraded to Windows 11 yet, but that's nice. It's ready to go for that.
I upgraded to Windows 11 to make sure that it worked on Windows 11, but other than that, I wasn't really necessarily ready to make that change yet. But I mean, sure, there's a lot of people that are already using Windows 11 machines, so and that's good. We need to make sure that we support the newest operating systems.
Michael, there was, and I don't know how much you had a chance to show of the hot za. Right, I know that was you had your stunt doubles working on that. And I think you had to cut a little short. Great job, Mike Sandy, Mark Johnson on that stunt doubles doing the blue sauce of death.
We only were able to see a few of the hot sauces, and this was one.
So good.
I don't know. Please comment in the chat if you'd like to see the kind of director's cut, because they had so much fun making that one. We had a full line of hot sauces. But a lot of that had to get cut for time so that we could, make it in time for general.
Remember some of the other ones were like circular references?
Red is bad, right, for simulation, where it's like, you got hot spots for stress, right? Red is bad. We had, we saw circular references. We had infinite thickness.
BSOD, blue sauce of death. Yeah, that's good.
Zero thickness geometry.
Oh, no. Zero thickness geometry.
Yeah.
So good.
Maybe if Mike Sandy's in the chat, he can...
I think Mike should tweet those, share them on the community. They're so fun. I really appreciate watching you guys. You're obviously having a lot of fun with it. The team did a great job putting the demos together, and it's just inspiring in a whole nother way. This whole theme of inspiration and imagination throughout this world. It's fun to watch you guys bring that to life, because as joking as you are with the CAD tube rat hole, you guys put a lot of time and effort, and appreciate that preparation. You really make it fun for everyone.
That's great. Yeah, I think, I just got to go back to one hot sauce. That red is bad, because we did see some really cool simulation enhancements coming. Your glimpse of some of the things that we're working on.
What are you excited? Yeah, what are you excited about?
I mean, so simulation is a powerful tool. And, I don't know how many speakers were able to, mention that. I hear it all the time, but like fail early, fail often, fail fast.
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
Simulation allows you to do that virtually, of testing it virtually. Hit that failure, make a change, make it better, and improve the design. And what simulation, the option that was included now is a contact accuracy slider. So we can make it less accurate, but faster. So when you're doing some of these early simulations, one thing, it's like you run a simulation, didn't work the right time, now you're troubleshooting it. This option now allows you to essentially run more complex simulation studies faster, right? So, nope, I need to make a tweak to the study. Let's go back, make some refinements to the contact definition. This helps you run those simulations a lot faster.
Okay.
Again, kind of the overall message, improving that design through simulation, through faster simulations.
Well, great job giving us all a sneak peek of 2023 and reminding us the power of what we have today on Monday and Tuesday. Michael, Mark, thank you guys. Day out of the CAD tube rat hole. I need you guys productive. We got a lot of work to do this year. And
I'm prepared.
2023 Nashville. Let's see what happens. Maybe Star Wars? Maybe.
Star Wars, right?
Not Star Wars.
Star Trek. We already had this debate. Although they did that a few, years ago. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Brian.
We'll see you later.
Thank you, Brian.
All right. It's time to move well past the virtual twin and the simulation and go back into the manufacturing world. I'm so excited the third time to check in with Michael Buchli. He's in Charlotte, North Carolina with Ellison Technologies. Michael, can you hear me? And if so, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Oh, good. I got you. I am awesome. Hey, thanks for being here. Day 3, a great panel this morning. I had a chance to talk to Meaghan and Scott again so far, and just get continue on some of those themes that you started up. You have been talking about automation and robotics as what you want to cover today. What are you doing outside? What are you going to show us out there?
Well, so yesterday we had our talk on continuous improvement, and we talked about how Wednesdays were a red day for me. And it got me thinking. You said it should be brighter and happier. So I took a little time in nature today. So I'm a little happier. We're ready to go. So I got to thank you for giving me those pointers to calm down and make it a happy day.
It looks really beautiful. It's kind of making me depressed, because outside here in Waltham, Massachusetts, there's still snow, but it's raining and starting to melt and get all brown. So I like what you're doing out there. You look like you're having a good Wednesday. So good job.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, we're pretty lucky to, have the sunshine here, but we should probably go look at some robotics.
All
You
right.
ready to go see that?
Yeah, show me what you got today.
Okay, let's go in and we'll start at our favorite friend, the monitor. And we actually have somebody really cool with us today. Mariah, can you explain who you are?
My name's Mariah Sampson. I'm a Delmia robotics expert working directly with Dassault Systèmes. So I'm based in Wichita, Kansas. We have a full partnership there with NIAR, and I get to play with all of the robots from our cobots to our industrial size robots.
Nice. And I hear you have a cobot today you're going to give us a little bit of a look at, but what do you have on the screen there?
Yeah, so would you like to explain a little bit about what we have on the screen here?
So on the screen here, I have a plant layout with a variety of robot cells. So we have, some arc welding, some spot welding, some drill rivet, and it just shows, kind of the size of factory you can manage. And just with a variety of different stations included.
And this is actually CAD geometry, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, yesterday you were kind of talking about 2D as kind of the status quo of floor layout. And we just had Lynn Allen here talking about draft site. And I mean, I still see a lot of that. You're moving around your work cells in 2D. So is this more than a pretty picture? Like, what can I do if I take that time and effort to 3D my factory or assembly lines?
Yeah, so the question is there's 2D and there's 3D, and we've done some draft site. Is this more than a pretty picture? So can you explain a little bit about what this actually does?
Right. So we're assembling, we call it a hovercraft. It's something we use so we can show off the capabilities without, infringing on any of our customers' IP. Everyone loves their data being out. So you're just going through the whole assembly process from assembling the line or assembling the body, painting it, making sure you install your windows, and it's just used to show that off. So you have the full, use a mouse.
Oh, you can animate
the screen's a little tired. It's been a long week.
Has been a long week for everyone. So, it's a simulation. It's showing all of the different components. It's a little far out, so it's a little harder to see. But again, you're just starting and you're going through the whole factory line.
And all the robotics that are in here are actually intelligent robots. So it's, I think of it like SolidWorks mates, right? But with those mates, we actually have a lot more intelligent as far as how the factory is going to move, what the motion is, what the range of limits, I guess, travel, acceleration,
Travel limits,
deceleration.
Acceleration. You can do your motion planning.
I was going to say, yes. So
Everything you can do on the robot controller, you can do in Delmia and simulate and validate it.
Yeah, tell us more about that, because I noticed when the camera was in there, there's a lot of robots, those red robots, and I see they're moving. So tell me more about, as a manufacturing engineer, what am I doing with the robots? Am I actually getting into the programming? Am I optimizing? Am I just validating? Like, what can I do once I get this all into the platform?
Yeah, so the question Brian has is the robots, like, are you a robot programmer? Are you doing simulation? What is that? What are you doing with the robots in a tool or an application like this?
So it depends on what your purpose is, right? So if you just want to make sure that the robots you install can reach everything, you're probably just using simulation. But that really doesn't go very far unless you program it. So you can be a robot programmer. It's brand neutral. So, we handle all of the big industrial robots, ABB, KUKA, Fanuc. You can simulate, program. You can catch your fault errors, perform what-if scenarios.
We've been hearing from a lot of our guests, especially Michael in your panel this morning. I mean, automation is both exciting, high tech, but it's also necessary because of labor, shortages, skills gaps. Is robotics to this extent in a factory like this? Is this kind of mission critical? Like, if you aren't modeling this, programming it in 3D, what's the opportunity cost there?
Yeah, so I'll start the first part. He's asking about like labor shortages. What's the opportunity cost? So when we're talking about robotics, we're talking about automation, following up on our discussion this morning, what we're really talking about is we need different types of people, right? So traditionally you'd have a person down on the shop floor with a pendant, they would manually program all the positions. But as you have to manufacture better, smarter, faster, the challenges are you can't take a robot out of the working environment to program it offline. So with tools like these, we actually have the ability to have the factory still running at the for what we need, but on the backside, we're programming the next set, the next revision, the next things that we want it to do. So when we're talking about those skill sets, that's sort of the next generation of manufacturer and the next generation of employee. And Mariah, can you go ahead and add to that a little bit?
Yeah, so like Mike said, this means less downtime, right? So you can be programming your robot while it's still in production. You can also be programming your robot before you even have the robot. So making sure that you're able to hit the ground running and you have as little downtime as possible, because nobody has time to waste anymore, right? And it also allows you to be more flexible. So, hey, I want to try this line change. Instead of paying to move the robot and figuring out that's not going to work for us.
Right.
Now you can do it virtually, discover your problems early, and really empower your workforce to be productive. Because again, we're brand neutral. So you don't need a guy who knows how to program ABB and another one that knows how to program KUKA. You just teach them how to use Delmia, and they can pretty easily translate that to any of the brands you need to support.
Is this Delmia software you're showing? I mean, this is really cool. I see it's inside the platform. So we talked about it gives you the ability to not take your robotics offline to try a new iteration or change the program. I get that. Does it let you zoom out of like this whole hovercraft process, for example? Does it give me some throughput information, help me identify bottlenecks as like a whole planner? You know, does it help me understand the whole flow of my facility?
Yeah, absolutely. So the question is, and you can explain a little more details as the robot expert. So can we look at this at a more macro level across the facility, see it as a bigger scale? You know, because a lot of times as engineers like Brian and myself, we look at how we have the robot built, we look at how we have the cell built, but we generally don't see it in the full scope. So can you talk a little bit about some of the advantages of having this whole layout available?
So the whole layout really allows you to have a full digital twin of your factory. And that means that, you have the ability to see all of your lines. You know how long each of your lines is taking to manufacture. You can catch bottlenecks. You can make sure that you're able to, move your materials around your factory, right? Who put the table in the middle of the floor? That's, and you're catching those problems and really able to streamline your process, making sure that you have all aspects covered instead of just the one operation, as well as, knowing if you need to buy another robot or maybe, reassign some of the tasks of one of your machines.
That's awesome. So just really explore any number of what if scenarios. We were just nerding out about simulation a little bit. And yeah, I'm thinking about part design, product design. It's a whole nother level, right? Of trying out what ifs. That would take a lot of time to arrange all the possible combinations of robots and resources and flows. That's pretty exciting. So that's all still Delmia. It's not just the CAM software.
Correct. Yeah, this is the extension above what we can do with CNC, CAM, traditional. We can create toolpaths for robots in our CNC machining apps, but what we're talking about here is we're really talking about factory automation, right? We're talking about I have this part, we focused on this part, we ran simulation like you were talking about before you started, in our side here. And now we have to go to the next stage, which is produce those components. And a level of analysis and understanding of how your business flows is the difference between making money or losing money, just as much as how I use simulation to design my part is the matter of whether it's a good product or a broken product with a recall.
I saw some demo, and I wasn't sure if it was a Delmia demo similar to this example, but it actually simulated the robots doing like a spray coat, maybe of the frame here. So that's kind of a cool example of, I don't know if it's Delmia, if it's Simulia, and in some ways it doesn't matter. It's all 3DEXPERIENCE, and that's amazing that you can get to that level too. Like, is my spray coat, enough? Do I need to up the mixtures or whatever the case may be? You can calibrate every aspect of this production, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the Domia robotics does include spray painting, shot painting, welding, pick and place. If it's robotics, we can cover it all. It's just a matter of, a lot of our customers probably aren't into the spray painting component. So the power of the platform is you have the capability to do that. But a lot of things, our customers would probably be into is cobots, welding, pick and place, those types of things.
Okay. I saw there's I think is that a cobot behind Mariah, and can we check that out, or is there more that you want to show us here on the big screen?
No, I think we're good on the big screen. So yesterday we teased a pinata, and I don't want to let anyone down.
Okay.
So we're going to walk over to the cobot, and we're going to do a little bit of a test to see if our cobot friend can actually get a little help, or if it can actually break the pinata on its own. So come over this way.
All right.
And we're going to use our Doosan robot. Let's talk about the capacity of the robot. So Mariah, can you talk a little bit about the capacity?
So this is a really cool robot. Most cobots, have a pretty low weight capacity. You're doing smaller stuff. This one has a 20 kilogram capacity. So it's one of the higher ones on the market, and it's really great. They use it for machine tending, those applications where you need a little bit more reach and a little bit higher capacity.
So we're going to run a program. We did some testing. We ate some of the candy, but we're going to go ahead and do this again for you, Brian. Are you ready?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's give her a shot. So every good robot has to size up the competition. So right now we're going through a little bit of a sizing it up and know what we're going to do.
That's good.
So that was good, not good enough. I think you and I will chat a little bit, and we're going to put that back up there because I think we can do better.
What so you have the pinata bat attachment on the end. What are some typical other attachments? I mean, I've never gotten into robotics. I mean, welding, spray painting. What would you be using a robot like this cobot for, besides pinatas?
Well, I mean, really, it's just for pinatas. No, the cool thing about robots is you could really put a myriad of end effectors on it. So actually, this has all thread on the end. And from the all thread on the end, we're actually in the process of, we have some weights and some other tests we've been doing in the other feed that we have. But there's all kinds of end effectors, and if you look at manufacturing engineers, you look at where a lot of SolidWorks as an example is used. It's in designing the end effectors to be able to pick and place, clamp, weld. So really, if you can think of a human doing it, we can have a cobot aid with that, and we can build a system to actually pick up all the different components.
Do these robots, and maybe it depends on the attachment, do they have like active feedback? Like, for example, sensors to indicate here's the resistance I'm feeling, or here's my current flow rate of a spray. And does that data intelligence then flow back into Delmia for me to analyze like actual, productivity, throughput, metrics like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had an end effector on it earlier. We might have played a little bit with the lightsaber, but through that, we were able to actually, pick how hard it was going to grip, when it was going to release. All of that haptic feedback can actually be put back into Delmia. One of the cool things about Delmia Robotics is if I already had a facility with robotics in it, I can just take those programs, we'll call them programs, and upload them into Delmia and actually simulate in real time with all the acceleration, deceleration. And from that point, we can enhance the existing program or use that as a copy to make something new.
Hey, there's a question here. I think we answered it. Eternal Tranquility. Hey, buddy. Just curious, is this more spatial analysis or more material flow analysis, like analyzing throughputs, failures, energy consumption? I think we talked about, and Mariah mentioned, you can look at bottlenecks and throughputs, but that's interesting. Can you use it to analyze for failure points or energy consumption? Obviously, sustainability has been a big theme. Does this analyze or help me understand that and how to optimize around, those results?
Yeah, so there's components of factory automation where we can actually track and trace all of those things, as well as the human interaction component. Inside of Delmia, we have a couple humanoids where we can determine if a person walks back and forth between these two areas and they're picking up 3 or 4 pounds, what is the effect on that over an 8-hour period? So we definitely have the ability to figure out the space and the environment that we're in, as well as tracking data from the machines and equipment.
That's awesome. Yeah, and if you guys have other questions out there, let me know. We are live. And here's a really important question. What did you fill the piñata with?
We went and got some good candy, but I wouldn't call it really good candy. So actually, we will go back over and we're going to take a temp.
Yeah, I want to see what's in. I want
so
to see
let's go
there.
Try that again. This piñata had a friend yesterday.
Yeah, the friend
decided he didn't want the same thing.
Yeah, the friend yesterday did not fare very well. It's in one of the other videos.
Oh man.
So this one I think wants to give up pretty quick.
Okay, dumb question. I mean, on the end, it looks like just a bat you have there. I mean, but could you have sensors, photo sensors, or magnetometers, things that could help it, navigate maybe of a more squishy situation like this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really has a better survival instinct.
Yeah, to answer your question, Brian, we can definitely have all kinds of sensors and haptic feedback on it. One of our team members has been the designated bat guy in case the cobot couldn't do it. So he's really jonesing to just go up and smack the piñata.
Right.
Are you okay with that?
Let us feature that. Go ahead.
Okay. It's your turn. Time to shine.
Always have a backup plan. Oh, man. Nice swing. Sometimes you just got to get in there and do it yourself. Nice job.
Well, I mean, it's a cobot, so it's meant to work with people, right? So sometimes we have to help them out. It's not replacing someone's job. We still needed the bat person. So that's one thing to take away. Robots don't take your jobs. They just do the jobs that you don't want sometimes.
We should have Michael Steeves run a simulation. We were talking about all the cool nonlinear and failure things we can do with the Abacus solver, part of Simulia. And I imagine you could do something like this, have a highly nonlinear, brittle material like that, and see what force would you need, and would it swing or not. In fact, no, I was going to tell a story about the squirrel bird feeder analysis we did, but another story for another time. What else are you guys getting up to? Anything else you want to share with us? Any other demos around factory automation you have set up?
I think for most of what we had here in the shop floor this week, that pretty much covers where we're at. The piñata portion was supposed to take just a little bit longer, but it just wanted to give up. It was the end of 3D Experience World. It's looking forward to Nashville next year. So.
Well, what we could do is you could tell me, first of all, the tracking number for my shot glasses. And then what you could do is program, and I know I've seen bars like this on TV. They actually have like robotic arms mixing the drinks. So there's a sprint challenge for you. Get it to mix up something using the shot glass. And yeah, you could have all sorts of fun with that. So how do you, and maybe this is a question for Mariah. This is really cool. How do you get into something like programming robotics? I know Mariah, she said she's in Kansas, so at Wichita State in the NIAR lab. Maybe we could step back and just talk about how you get involved and what it looks like to start a career down a path in something like this.
So the question is, how do you get started in a career in robotics? What was your path to Wichita State and NIAR?
My path? So I kind of went the convoluted route. I was looking at colleges and I got this catalog from Embry-Riddle and I was like, oh, this looks really cool, right? And their slogan is, it really is rocket science. I was like, great, I'm going to be an aerospace engineer. And I got there and, I was in classes where people would run outside anytime there was a plane and be able to say, hey, that's this plane model. I was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And then I got into a CATIA class and, for one of the capstones, we needed some basic aerodynamics and the CATIA teacher was kind of teaching it. And the CATIA part was so fun. And the aerodynamics were just boring. Like, I can't do this. It's not my passion. I'm going to be miserable. And so I switched to mechanical engineering, and our first class we had Lego robots, and it's the first time I'd really ever touched programming, touched robots. I was like, this is way more fun. And so I just went with it, and immediately the robotics classes made sense, the programming made sense, and so I graduated. I took another CATIA class because I enjoyed it so much. And then I got, I started applying for jobs, and I got an offer from Dassault Systèmes, and I was like, great, this is the same people who make CATIA, right? Dassault. I called it Dassault for like 3 months working into this job.
Awkward.
And they said, oh, it's Delmia. I had no idea what it was, but I knew that it was working with robots. And I went and toured NIAR, and they have this amazing 6 robot cell to do advanced manufacturing. So, they can stick a 3D printer in there. They can stick some milling tools in there. You can do your assembly. And since you have an all-encompassing reach, it's super dynamic. So you don't need fixturing. You can use all the robots as if they're, extra helpers. And it was so cool. And a couple weeks later, they called to offer me a job, and I moved from very hot but very pretty Arizona to Wichita, Kansas, which is flat. But,
It is.
I loved it. I've learned a lot. I didn't know anything about manufacturing, and I started working with robots, and I love it. And I just kind of stuck with it and learned more.
That's cool. So mechanical engineering is such a good baseline. Like if you're going to go to college, you don't know what to do, it would probably never harm you to start with like mechanical engineering, because you can take so many paths into automation, robotics. Although as an aerospace engineering graduate, I totally agree. If you're not passionate about aerodynamics and you're in that 3rd semester and you're looking at 3-degree Navier Stokes, it's like it gets very untangible. And that's the thing, doing something like mechanical, getting into the robots, that you're actually doing something every single day. So that's really cool. That's really nice. Thank you, Mariah, for sharing that. Michael, I'm wondering if you have any broader thoughts. You've addressed 3 big themes: manufacturing, collaboration, automation. Actually 4 themes if you count today's panel, and talking about how we can inspire people to get more involved and explore the high-tech fringes of manufacturing today. What are some of your final thoughts in the couple minutes we have left?
Yes, I think the theme obviously is we do a little more than just design, right? Hopefully everybody saw pieces and components that fit into everything that we do that supports the process of design through some of the best tools on the market. But when you start listening to customers, you start seeing what's out there, you start hearing a lot of the same themes, what it really comes down to is all of us have to work together to be better. Where in the past, everything was traditionally siloed, not my job, let someone else deal with it. To solve the problems that we need to today, because we make everything faster, we have to communicate better. So, to me, that's the most important thing. The second most important thing is we need people to want to be in these spaces. Manufacturing is a very high-tech area. It's just there's a unfortunate stigma that it's not. So we really need to embrace each other to make manufacturing better.
Great words, Michael. Thank you so much for doing this, having a whole show within a show, and just making sure that 3D Experience World 2022 virtual is, special, and we still got that shop floor flavor. So thank you to Mariah. Thank you to all your guests this week, and thank you for putting this together. Thank you to Doosan and of course Ellison Technologies for hosting you down there. And we'll see you again soon. But hey, enjoy the weather down there while you have it.
Yeah, I think it's time to go take a nice long walk since we're almost to the end. And, we can't wait to see everyone in Nashville. We've already started planning for next year. So please plan to be there, because we might make that robot serve some drinks. We'll never know.
I like that idea. I can work on that with you. So I guess it goes without saying, you're already thinking about what the shop floor at 2023 is going to look like. Like 100%, you're going to be there with something bigger, better than ever before.
Every year is bigger and better. So that's what we got to keep doing.
I love it. Well, I can't wait to see you there. Hope I get to see you before then. On behalf of all of us, thank you. Thank you again.
Thanks.
So Michael did a great job really showing us the breadth, the power of Delmia, you know, from CNC to the collaboration tools with 3D Lean Player, the automation with the factory robot programmer, and all these other technologies I've really never seen. I'm super excited. So Delmia is a fantastic brand, part of Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience platform, and all stuff you can take advantage of today. Delmia, and there's also Delmia Works, and Michael Buchli and I talked about that yesterday, I believe it was, and Delmia Works is ERP, MES, all the business and process tools that you need. And then there's Delmia, which is kind of everything else that goes along with manufacturing and production. But let's pivot and talk about Delmia Works, a huge, rich community of users out there. We talked to Jeff Holfeld yesterday, and we heard from him this morning. And I'm going to turn it over to Sean, who's going to introduce our Delmia Works Customer of the Year, who's joining us virtually. And Sean, you're back.
I'm back. I have magically popped in.
Hello,
Brian. That was a fascinating conversation all about robotics. Kelan, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And as Brian said, congratulations on winning the Delmia Works Customer of the Year. Tell us a little bit about yourself and Airlite Plastics.
Yeah, it was a great honor for us to win the Customer of the Year. It's been a multi-year journey. So myself, I'm Director of Enterprise Applications at Airlite Plastics. We're headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska. We have 7 divisions across North America. Delmia Works has been kind of a core project for our digital transformation as we move to make ourselves leaner and better.
Yeah, and if we take a look at my screen here, I'm up on your website. So tell us a little bit about some of your products. You know, one of the things that I think people would instantly recognize are, you know, the brands, the companies that you collaborate with what you produce.
Yeah, our core business is thin wall injection molding. So things like butter containers, ice cream pails. We do 2 billion products a year of that type of thing. But we also have other brands that we've brought on through acquisitions and native growth, revolving around building sustainable building products. We make insulated concrete forms to build anything from houses, churches, hotels. We have a TrueGrid permeable paver, which helps with stormwater runoff in high flood prone areas. And then we also are in the cooler industry for shipping cold chain items such as meal kits that you get or medicine that needs to go through the mail for animals and people. So
yeah, it's super interesting, right? Like one of the things that we had talked about is this idea that, you know, if we hear that your company's Airlite Plastics, we'll go on and say, okay, you know, what's this company all about? We'll Google you guys. We'll see, you know, your website, and we'll take we'll glean some insights from that in terms of understanding all that you get into. But like you mentioned, right, we talked about Kodiak Cotton, right? Look at MeasureX, look at Fox Blocks. So you guys have so many different brands that, you know, we talked about how you're into construction, right? You're pretty much all over the place.
Yeah.
And this idea that sometimes it can be difficult for people to sort of get a complete idea of all that a company really gets into. How do you, in terms of like unifying under a single thread, right? That unifying your brand and how you identify yourselves with all of the different product categories that you're in. I mean, what do you see as really a single thread of what gives your company that identity?
Yeah, I think across all of our companies, we try and we have a core company value of environmentally sustainable solutions. I think that's kind of near and dear to our hearts. So when you talk about plastics, obviously, you know, there's a lot you can do from design aspects to using less plastic to making it recyclable to build in extra product lifetime so things don't get thrown away as quickly. Sustainability is huge to us, and every acquisition we go to, it needs to fit into that core competency so that we have integrity of what we're doing and have pride in it.
And that's what I noticed, right? If you look at all of your brands here, here, of course, with Airlite, and then going across the gamut, right? You're in different industry segments, different industry categories, but if you look at the common thread there is a lot about sustainability. How did that start? Like, what was really the genesis behind, making that a common cause?
I think it natively come up through all of our brands. As we design products, we obviously want them to be the best products they can be for our customers. So as you get into things and you realize how much of what you're producing and where it's going, you have to keep an eye on that. And it's from our owner down. It's 100% a thing we strive to keep in focus of anything that we do.
And one thing that you and I discuss is this idea that, at a consumer level, with a lot of the products that a consumer would use that you guys create, you think of these scoopers, right? That you guys make with Measurex. It's not really, as a consumer, sometimes you'll maybe have a protein powder, or it's a spice, and you're not, it doesn't really, or maybe it's salt for your walkway. It's like, I'm not really sure like how much of an impact that this has in terms of how I discarded this or how I use this. Like, how much does this go into, like, how much does this mentality goes into the way you manufacture, the materials you use, the branding you hope to pass on to your customers? Like, how do you guys navigate just trying to control all of that?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, we want to be able to have products that our customers have their products stand out on the shelves or in the use. So when you talk about commodity items, such as most of our plastic things that are single use or used very low quantities, you might not know, the Airlite name behind it, but it's when you are manufacturing so much, billions of units, I mean, reducing the amount of resin that goes into it, making sure that it drives your own customers' growth to be successful and make them successful. It's something that we keep with everything we do. We try and make things drive customer growth and also remain sustainable through any type of design that we can do to reduce our impact.
So you have a bunch of different brands, right? A bunch of different products, across different locations, right? That's something that you and I talked about quite a bit. We talk a lot about collaboration here at 3D Experience World, and also when we get into spaces like DelmiaWorks, just the importance of having a single source of truth, right? When you're into all these different areas. Tell us a little bit about how you've leveraged DelmiaWorks for that purpose.
Yeah, our core three divisions that we had, when we started with DelmiaWorks, our goal was 100% to have DelmiaWorks run the daily operations of our business, from supply chain, accounting, finance, and sales, and all the manufacturing. So our core mission is to baseline DelmiaWorks as our processing standard for our business. And across all of our divisions through acquisitions, we put a big emphasis on putting that in to ensure that as the Airlite enterprise grows, we have a common source of truth that we can build upon with data and processes.
So, we talked a little bit about how you've used DelmiaWorks, again, in these particular ways, but what are some ways that you're looking to leverage DelmiaWorks in the future? We talk about this a lot at 3D Experience World, this idea that as you adopt a technology, I know you've been using it for years, but as you adopt a technology or continue to adopt it, right, there are these sort of phases or levels of growth to accomplish new business goals, new business outcomes. Like, one area that you mentioned to me, I think it was last week, right, was just getting into more predictive analytics. Can you tell us a little bit about your plans there and your ambitions?
Yeah, having DomainWorks as kind of the base layer of data, everything's a single source of truth. That really is the bedrock of a digital transformation that we're going down. We want the data to be streamlined. We want the data to be in the hands of the people that need to make decisions. And we don't want to manipulate that data or touch it before it gets there to those people that need to make decisions. So, you know, it's a long journey, the digital transformation, but DomainWorks has been the foundation of it. We look to utilize it in the future for asking questions that we might think we know the answers to, but you know, the data might suggest differently. So if we have a molding machine sitting idle, but we have labor standing next to it, someone could ask, well, what should we put on that machine? What product should we make right now? And, you know, people across the production floor, they might have an idea, but the data could tell us through history and through analytics, you know, that this is what you should run. And that's the type of thing we really want to get to, is predictive analytics around everything we do to make ourselves leaner and smarter.
Yeah, and I can imagine, you know, when when it comes to, again, the wide kind of scope that you guys have, it matters quite a bit. You know, I'm looking again just at some of your products. Let's see here. So if we share a screen, no, we got too much into one thing. One of them that I found really interesting here is Kodiak cotton. Could you tell us a little bit about how, you know, this sort of lends itself into the sustainability mix for you guys?
Yeah, we've long been in the manufacturing space of styrofoam coolers. We have a lot of customers that ship cold chain items.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Kodiak cotton was, sorry, go ahead.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, so Kodiak cotton is a recent acquisition of ours, and we went after that because of the sustainability of it. Customers are demanding sustainability. Kodiak cotton has roughly the same performance, if not as good. I'm not a sales guy, so I can't say for sure, but it's just as good as a styrofoam cooler, but it's 100% biodegradable. Everything in it is biodegradable. So keeping with that sustainability and giving our customers options on how they want to ship and what matters to them.
Yeah, and you and I actually shared a bit of an affinity here for building products, right? I shared with you that one of my first jobs at a college was actually with a building products manufacturer. If we switch our attention over to Fox Blocks, so I have that set up here. You know, how does, in terms of how you build, right? It's you know, you're trying to make these energy efficient buildings. So it's interesting how you're kind of getting into all different layers of sustainability here. Could you speak a little bit on the Fox Blocks end?
Yeah, Fox Blocks are insulated concrete forms. They're basically like Legos that you can build a house with, and they have a cavity inside 2 layers of styrofoam that you can pour concrete into. So you can build anything from houses. We've built churches. We've built multi-story hotels, I think up in the 20-story range. Environmentally, it's great. The insulation's great. The sound insulation is great. The cost is not that much more than traditional building. But it's also important down in the coast areas where hurricanes come. Having a concrete wall against hurricanes is really becoming part of the codes down in that area. And the codes up in Canada, where it gets cold, are driving this efficiency mandates that have really helped our growth, and it makes our product really desirable.
Yeah, and we talked, right? We talked last week about how it can be kind of a special feeling, whether it's you're walking into a building, right, where you're like, oh wow, like we're really having an effect because I know that Fox Blocks are here. You know, or in my case, I shared with you, you know, way back when, one of the products that our company was creating was like a drainable house wrap style. But it wasn't for commercial style buildings. It was for residential, right? So even seeing like buildings going up and, you know, seeing like the little divots, right, to make it drainable, to give it a little bit more clearance against the siding, like that that stuff is really special. Like what is that feeling like for you when you walk into a building and you're like, our stuff helped create this and it's making a difference?
Yeah, there's a hotel in Louisville, Kentucky that is built out of Fox blocks, and we stayed in it one night, and it was almost weird. I mean, it was so quiet. The hotel room was insanely quiet. It was almost uncomfortable at first until you got used to it. But you realize just how great it is when you're insulated from everything in the outside world, when you don't want to hear the outside world or feel it in terms of temperature. But yeah, having the product lineup that we do, where everything's sustainable and the company cares deeply about that, it's gratifying. And it's across the board in our world, where we have lots of products that touch lots of different people.
For sure. Yeah, so we're at 3D Experience World 2022. I mentioned before we have about 40 DelmiaWorks sessions on the agenda. I know you're a busy guy, Kelan. Have you caught any sessions yet, or are you saving them for later? You're going to catch up on the replays?
I've caught the ones that I thought were most important, and the conflicts I had that I couldn't catch the other ones. I'm definitely got in my plans to go back and catch up on them. So having the replay is going to be great.
Absolutely. And there are a lot of attendees here at 3D Experience World 2022, right? A lot of them using DelmiaWorks, and some of them may be hearing about it for the first time. So, as we close this segment here, just one final word about why a company should consider it for ERP, for predictive analytics, just, anything you would say.
Yeah, DelmiaWorks has been great, especially as an ERP in the manufacturing space. As we get into new business ventures and new types of manufacturing, DelmiaWorks has been native to supporting us to do that, just built in. Nothing is really difficult to get into when when DelmiaWorks has been designed around manufacturing. So it's really powerful in that sense. They're growing their financial footprint to handle worldwide companies that manufacture and purchase and receive and sell in multiple currencies. So the growth of it's been great. We've been along with the ride for it, but it's supported us in our endeavors, and we trust it. And it's one of those things that it's the foundation of what we're doing and trying to transform our company.
Absolutely. Well, Kelan, thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you to you guys at Airlite Plastics for being fantastic customers. Again, congratulations on being the DelmiaWorks Customer of the Year.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Awesome. So we are going to turn our attention from DelmiaWorks and ERP, predictive analytics, all that we talked about with Kelan, over to the simulation side for a pretty special chat here. We have Dr. Joseph and Didi joining us again from GE Healthcare. We saw them a little bit earlier on day 3 general session, but how are you guys doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Yes.
Fantastic.
We are excited to be here, Sean.
Yeah, Didi, we caught up last week. We talked all about, which I'm sure we'll get into in this conversation. We talked all about SolidWorks user groups. We touched on a bunch of different simulation topics. And one thing I want to say to everyone in the live chat here, as you're watching SolidWorks Live, is you have 2 fantastic engineers in front of you. So if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the live chat. I'll take a peek as we go. We'll learn a little bit more about you guys and sort of what you do on the community side and how you try to promote, constant learning among the community. But yeah, anyone have any questions on Sim in the chat, we'd be glad to kind of go at these as we go. So we mentioned a lot during general session when you guys were chatting with Delphine. And we have a video we can show kind of in the background to attest to this. We talked about how you guys were using, 3D Experience Works simulation. But you guys have been using simulation for quite a bit, right? This isn't, you didn't just sort of pick it up.
No, I've been throughout my entire career, actually, but SolidWorks in particular around 2007, 2008, somewhere in there.
I am continuing the footsteps of Dr. Lacy. He asked me to run the model. I am ready. I am doing the same thing for last 15 plus years.
Nice. And we said it was funny when we were talking last week, DD. You had this double-sided mug. You were saying, I have SolidWorks on the one side, and I think you had the yeah, there it is. That's the same mug.
3DEXPERIENCE and SolidWorks works hand in hand. Powerful connectivity. There is no need to waste time. So whatever we design, we model it and run the simulation, share with the community. That's why we are here.
Yeah. Whereas I have Dr. Seuss, so you can tell who's the design guy.
So how that's actually, it's funny you say that, Dr. Joseph. It's a curiosity of mine. When we're at 3D Experience World 2022, oftentimes we're sharing workflows, we're seeing how other companies do things so that we can improve our own processes and so forth. But in terms of how you work together at GE Healthcare, is that really it? Like, is it one of you doing design and the other handling the simulation work? Is there interplay there? Kind of give us all of it. Give us the lowdown on how that works.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. So it sort of also depends on, what project we're talking about, what people we're talking about. So I've been doing this for a long time. I'm an old guy, unfortunately. But throughout my career, I have used simulation to map design space, right? And you have to have interplay. You cannot just throw things over the wall to an analyst and say, just run these cases. I mean, you could, but you would not get the bang for the buck, because the way I look at using simulation is a digital experiment, right? And if you're in a lab and you're running an experiment, you make observations. There's what you set out to measure, and there's things that you see, all right, that may not be expected or intended, right? So you want the person who's running cases to be eyes wide open, looking for anomalies, looking for things. So, when I work with DD, I explain back and forth, before we even start a model, like, here's what I'm thinking, here's what I want to try to go after, here's what I want to map. I'll often start the modeling effort, right? I'll play with the boundary conditions, try to think through, like, well, what's a streamlined way we could approach the simulation so I can get the biggest net cast possible. And then, we'll kick it around back and forth how we're going to model it. And then I explain to DD, this is what I'm thinking from a design standpoint. This is what I'm looking for in this particular analysis. This is how it fits into the rest of the system. And here's the decisions we're going to make off the results, right? So now DD knows what I'm thinking, and he'll come back and say, I saw this and this, maybe we should reconsider, and that's what you want, right? Another aspect to it is doing numerical DOEs. Now, that's not something we've been doing a lot of here in Madison, but in my old group, we lived and died by them because we had so many variables. And this is where you use a combination of dimensional analysis coupled with numerical DOEs to try to condense down your variable set, but get as much of the design space mapped as humanly possible, right? And that takes an interplay, right? There are certain dimensionalist groups, Reynolds number, right? They exist. Everybody knows them. Even in CFD work. Sometimes the physics you're working on, you got to come up with your own dimensionalist groups, right? That takes obviously a little more thought. And that's, my PhD work was in dimensional analysis, right? So that takes substantially more thought to make sure that you actually have a valid one.
Yes, Dr. Lacy gives me a transfer function in the DOE study. So we'll have coffee in the morning. Hey, doctor, what do you want me to do today? Okay, my laptop is working with 3DEXPERIENCE platform. My desktop is working with SolidWorks flow simulation. So one engineer, we do 2 times of the work just by talking early in the morning, putting a plan together, apply the correct boundary conditions, and run the simulation. At the end of the day, we make sure that the baseline run is done correctly. Once the baseline run is done, I review with Dr. Lacy. Hi, doctor, is it making sense? So we do through 3DEXPERIENCE platform, as well as our desktop SolidWorks Premium with flow simulation, with simulation premium products. At the end of the day, Dr. Lacy will say, yeah, it makes sense. let's continue the next 24 iterations. If it is SolidWorks flow simulation, we set up like 24 to 28 cases, batch run the model. When we come back next day, we review it again. If it is 3DEXPERIENCE platform, we set up several studies and then make the toughest nonlinear problem like you saw, like sealing example, hyperelastic models, seal compression, and then this multi-step loading with advanced materials from material calibration app on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform will be running in the other computer. So this is our day-to-day work. We are able to make very wise simulation-driven design for our team here.
Yeah, I mean, the key is deterministic designs, right? Medical equipment, you have to be predictable. And there's also the business side of it, right? These things are, devices we work on are expensive to develop, and you need to streamline that process. By the time you get in the lab, you shouldn't be guessing. You should have a good idea of what the answer is long before you start running tests. But every once in a while, you get surprised, right? And sometimes you go the other way. Use the modeling tools to figure out what you saw in an experiment. See if, the physics jives, right? Is that a valid piece of data I gathered in the lab, or is it anomalous?
Yeah, and right.
Sometimes it goes the other way. Sometimes I run an experiment to check the model.
Right.
Bottom line, it's physics, right? You're trying to understand the physics, right? And you're trying to get as much information as you can. And for me as a design engineer, I don't care if I get it from a model, if I get it from the experiments, that doesn't matter so much. But the reality is I can get more information faster from modeling, right? I can't get everything, but I can get enough to do design work and set direction and set architecture.
And one of the things
and then we do this. Yes, Sean, one more small point.
Yeah, go ahead.
We do this during the several phase of the design, not just in the beginning stage. Even during the before production.
Not one and done,
before
over the wall.
Exactly.
Right?
No. I mean, there's an example. I don't have, slides for you handy, but I mean, we did a design back when I was in CT, and we made something like 15,000 runs.
Wow.
To get the architecture right. But the nice thing was we built it and it worked, right? There was no go back and tweak. There was no do-overs. And electrons are a lot cheaper than hardware.
But yeah, right. Lesson learned, right? Something to take home with you for 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022. I mean, one of the things I found fascinating about you guys is that you do so many different types of testing, right? So it's not this static stress studies you're doing, heat transfer, electromagnetic simulation, electronic cooling, CF, all this. Give us some examples of why that's necessary and valuable to the products you create.
Well, depending on which project I'm working on, right, different physics comes up. So, for instance, the electromagnetic stuff, that was a new one for me. I didn't come out of MR, I came out of CT. But we had a problem where inductive heating was one potential avenue that I wanted to explore. Now, I've never done it, and debated doing this experimentally. We talked to a company who was going to make the coils for us, and I kicked it around with Didi and said, let's give it a shot. Let's see if we could model it, and because if we can, right, then we can tune, right, and we can optimize quick. So we did some base runs, and we talked to the company who was going to make the coils and the inverter, and we had them run some tests. We were able to match the experimental stuff. And once we knew we had a solid model, understanding how to use the tool, then we cranked it out. And we started playing games with the design variables because there was a whole bunch of headaches that we had to work around to see if we could make it work. Long story short, it worked great. The only reason we didn't use it is at that point, the price of capacitors went through the roof, and the cost of the controller to run the induction heater, became untenable, which was unfortunate because it was slick as heck. I mean, we were able to generate anesthetic vapor instantaneous. I mean, it was slick. We may do it again someday, but right now it's off the table. But I mean, that's the art of design, right? You don't get, that's one of the key, because Didi was asking me this earlier, like, well, what advice would you give guys? Like, don't get hung up on your idea. It's just one way to do it, right? It's not the only way.
Yeah, it's not that a very general principle, right? There's not just one right way to do anything. It's so true. And often that's what we're seeing, whether it's a simulation breakout course at 3D Experience World, or it's something design based, or it's tech bub based, or ERP like the last conversation we had. There's so many ways to do almost anything. And it's cool you guys are here to share these insights with the broader community at 3D Experience World 2022. But even as we look at, if we show my screen for a bit, this isn't like the only time of year that you guys do this. If those of you watching at home caught it, you guys are actually co-leaders of this meetup group that I have, or this Swuggin group that I have up on my screen here, the Sim Swuggin SolidWorks user group. If we could talk a little bit about this user group here.
Yeah, and I give all that credit to Didi, right? Didi is the guy who's the organizer that keeps all this stuff moving. So,
yes, Doctor, you motivated me to form this group. I worked with a lot of resellers community, SolidWorks user group leader Dan Wagner, and SolidWorks simulation team members like Ramesh, Rehan, so many people, along with the entire Dassault system. They requested us to start the simulation user group, mainly focusing on FEA, CFD, electromagnetics, injection molding. So we just started this last year. We are going in deep dive into it. We don't want to just keep our knowledge within ourselves. When we share, we are able to solve our problem very quickly. And Dr. Lacy is my best mentor. I want him to present some of the user group meeting this summer. So I'm going to ask him a few questions on behalf of
Didi, I was going to say, and I told you this last week. I love your energy. It's almost like you should be hosting SolidWorks Live right now. Yeah, as we close up this segment, Didi, even just one. If you had one question, if you had to pick one question to ask Dr. Joseph here, what would it be?
Very good. Thank you, Sean. Dr. Lacy, a lot of people are pinging us through this SolidWorks user group network. They're afraid of simulation. If any user, very well in design, even for just doing a bolted joint, just doing a static for assembly, they are afraid of it. How to remove that fear? What is your best advice to the community, Doctor?
Yeah, it's funny because I've run into this throughout my career. Even
Sure.
Senior engineers, sometimes you just kind of scratch your head, right? And one of the questions I like, how do you know it's right? Sure. I said, how do you know Bernoulli's equation's right? Like, you actually know the boundary conditions to that? You realize that means isentropic process? Like, and I say that to people, they're like, what? I'm like, well, it's in your thermal book, right? So here's the simple answer. All models are wrong by definition. It's a question of how wrong are they, and do you understand in what direction? So you don't use any tool blindly, right? So if I'm solving a fluid problem and it's something new to me, right? I crack a textbook, right? I look for empirical relationships. I try to get a ballpark idea of what I expect to happen beforehand, right? If you're doing a stress problem, right, you should be able to follow the stress flow down to ground, right? And then when you get a result, if it doesn't kind of match that expectation, either you don't understand the physics well enough, that happens sometimes. You made a mistake in a model, but it doesn't cost you anything. You run a model, right? And let's say you screwed it up, you got the boundary condition wrong, whatever. It's electrons. It didn't cost you anything, right? You build the dang thing, it's really expensive to screw up.
Yeah.
Right. And so the same people that tell me, I'm afraid of model, I don't trust them. Like, but you would spend the money to just go build it and test it. And then if it didn't work, then what you do? Then what would you do? It's kind of like, it's illogical at best.
Right.
It's one of these things, people, they're afraid of making a mistake. And if, the biggest advice any engineer, any senior guy could give to somebody coming up, it's not a question if you're going to make mistakes. There's two things. A, you should make mistakes. You're not going to learn anything. The key is don't make the same mistake twice, right?
Great.
That's the mark of a good engineer, right? But being afraid to make mistakes, well, then you're not going to innovate anything if you're afraid to make a mistake. Making a mistake's not a big deal.
Yeah.
It's A, figuring out that you made it, and B, don't do it twice.
And it's such universally applicable advice. Well, I wanted to thank you, Dr. Joseph, and thank you, Didi. Definitely check out the SimSwuggen SolidWorks user group if you want to keep up with these guys. 421 members and counting. I'm hoping that'll spike as you guys have been so visible. Us calling out the user group here, just to stay tuned in throughout the year. Stay in the simulation community. So once again, thank you guys so much.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
All right. So if you're just joining us, we're here at SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. We're going to take a short break just to shuffle in another cast of characters as we unveil the winners of the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge. Super exciting here on day 3. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Welcome back to SolidWorks Live at 3D Experience World 2022. We're making the most of day 3. We heard from Jen just an hour and a half ago. It's all blurring together about the SolidWorks Model Mania Challenge. A couple of years ago, we introduced the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, and I'm really excited to have Gian back in the studio.
Yeah, happy to be here announcing our winners today, Brian.
Now, remind us a little bit. Jen took us through the Model Mania Challenge, which is all about accuracy and speed, and we saw the winners were 9 minutes, or 9:52, 8:47. This one's a little bit different. It's not about speed and accuracy.
Yeah, not so much. It's not about recreating the same model that you see in a 2D drawing. It's more about inspiring you to be creative and kind of take a design in any direction with a prompt that gives you some constraints but isn't incredibly rigid. So we went with a custom wheel design. And yeah, we just said design a wheel, take inspiration from whatever you'd like, and we'll see what you come up with. And our internal panel of design experts voted last night to come up with the winners.
We sure did, and there was originality, creativity, presentation, and complexity.
Yes, those were our 4 criteria, all weighted a little bit differently as denoted in the official rules. And we have some prizes. The first prize gets a $500 gift card, second is $400, and third is $250.
Okay.
So let's get started with the users.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so from third place, we have our winning user is Timothy Zeliski.
Nice, bravo. We really like the red. We love that you took the time to model the tire in terms of look at that presentation quality, really set the scene, the shadow. Really well done, Timothy.
Very, very well done. We also have Maria, who designed this based on, her inspiration was from Da Vinci.
Wow.
Very, very cool design. The spokes looking incredible there. I'm not even sure how she made those.
Yeah, we'd love to hear more about this one. I mean, this one really struck us. So unique. There's nothing else like this.
It is. Luckily, I think we're going to actually get to meet some of our winners soon. Maybe Maria can tell us a little bit about this one.
All right.
All right, and our first place user winner is Gaston Flores.
Nice job.
Beautiful design. And it looks like he put a few of them together in this shot to kind of give us that realism effect, with more than just one of them. He added some color in there, and just a very, very original design. Haven't seen anything quite like that. Very thin walls in some of those spokes.
Good attention to detail, very sharp, just how the highlights hit those curves. I think he must have oriented that. And yeah, we saw several of the, I'm going to call artist engineers out there, put like several wheels together, really staged almost a little showcase of their design. So really thoughtful in making that pattern.
Yeah,
nice
really
job,
setting
Gaston.
the scene. So let's show our number 3, number 2, and number 1 on our leaderboard here for the users.
Nice work.
And yeah, you're going to get to meet a couple of these winners in a few minutes, but let's announce the reseller winners.
All right.
So this was open to both users and resellers who competed separately. So the third place reseller winner was Elazar. And this was also the most liked in the community.
Yes.
So the whole challenge was you design this custom wheel and then you post it to our Model Mania community as an image using one of the tools right in XDesign for sharing an image of that design. And this one received the highest number of likes in that community.
It's really a great attention to detail. And again, you can just tell the presentation well thought out in terms of how they're going to snap that screenshot. It looks great.
Yeah, very, very cool design. Number 2 was Jose Ibarra. Very, almost inspired by like a turbine or something, but very, very cool design, very sleek. And yeah, it really set the stage well, set the scene. And I think it's some type of maybe a brushed steel kind of finish on that one.
Very beautiful surface there. Yeah, I think turbine, although I heard someone last night talk about a juicer.
A juicer?
Yeah, but either way, the shininess, it really pops and comes to life. So again, great job staging that and great presentation score.
Yeah, and our number 1 reseller winner was Laura Nickerson.
Look at that one.
Yeah, this one was amazing. Like, incredible creativity, incredibly original. And you can clearly see they used both 3D Creator, the parametric cloud-based app, and then 3D Sculptor, the subdivision modeling for more of those free-form shapes, like you can see in the legs there. Amazing work, amazing detail, even on the center of the thorax right there. It's just a beautiful design.
We don't get to say thorax much on this show. What I noticed is, if you look at the quality of those surfaces, you can almost see there's like strip lights almost mimicking a zebra stripe. And Laura spent a lot of time, I think, on just the surface quality in the sub D. You can tell on the curves and the blends.
Definitely.
Nice work, Laura.
A lot of work went into that one. Beautiful design. So yeah, here's our leaderboard is Elazar, Jose, and Laura.
All right. Great job, everyone. Thanks for participating, having some fun, trying out the new SolidWorks Cloud tools during this competition. I think it's kind of short notice, of course, because we just determined the winners, but I think we have some of them joining us on Zoom. If we can patch them into the show.
Yeah, let's bring them on.
Oh, hey,
hello,
everyone.
Winners.
Great job.
Yeah, amazing
Thank you.
job. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'd love to hear a little bit about your designs. Timothy, maybe we could start with you.
Yeah, so I don't know. I looked up some wheel designs that I'd seen recently and just kind of I like the asymmetrical spoke where you have, a spoke shape that, isn't symmetrical in one direction. And then I just kind of used XDesign to play around with that and see what I could do.
Beautiful.
Now, is that SolidWorks red your color, or is that just a close approximation?
That was just a close approximation from the color palette from XDesign.
Awesome.
Really cool design. Love that you added the treads in there for the tire.
That caught our attention, 100%.
Definitely. All right. Who should we have next? Maybe Laura, could you tell us a little bit about yours?
Sure. Well, it started out as the clawfoot tub, the eagle talons off of a clawfoot tub, and that really didn't work out well. Looked more like a twisted chicken. So I had to improvise, adapt, and eventually came up with the spider. And it lent itself nicely. It has a center hub and some spokes. So I used X design for the rim, and then X shape for the spider itself.
That's what I was going to ask you, Laura. Have you spent time with X-Shape 3D Sculptor beforehand? Because it seems like you knew what you were doing getting into this.
I have spent some time with X-Shape and X design, absolutely. This was so much fun. I totally got into the zone, and just it kept going and became really a life of its own.
We were wondering, looking at the picture here again, there's like around the rim, is that some kind of text? Is it Morse code? I mean, what inspired the designer around the perimeter?
That's the spider web.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, very, very cool. I love how you started with one idea for this design, and it just kind of morphed into something totally different, and you ran with it. That's a sign of a truly great designer, right?
That's the overcome part, right?
Right, exactly. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Jose, could you tell us a little bit about yours?
Yes, the inspiration for my wheel was my son's favorite car. I use X-Design for a parametric design. I think that's it.
Beautiful. Yeah, we really liked it. What's your son's favorite car?
It's a Lego car.
Okay.
Oh, a Lego car.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Very nice. Good work. And Jose, have you spent time before with Creator and Sculptor?
Yes.
Excellent work. Okay. And what about Maria? What inspired your design?
Hello. Yeah, it's a design that I inspired in the Da Vinci shapes. I was looking to get some organic shapes like the coming from the nature, as I have the great experience before the corona that to go and visit the museum and really enjoy there playing like a kid, and that gave me the inspiration. It's the first time that I participate in the challenge, and I really enjoyed and using this tool as well. It was pretty exciting, and also that it was something a little different from the Solidworks desktop. So it was a nice challenge as well. So I good for the equilibrium of geometry, like could be that spiral. And I tried to make something different, something like a mix the geometric lines with the organic shapes. Like one of the comments that guess is really good, like looks like a fish fins. So it was really nice to make this design. I need to fight a lot with the software and to get the thing that I wanted, but I see that it was a great result, and I'm really happy with the design, and yeah, it was really exciting to participate in that one, and really excited to be in the podium. It's really nice to know about that positions.
Amazing. Yeah, and we definitely loved your design here. I'm curious, how did you actually go about making those spokes? You know, that almost look like the fish fins, like you said in one of the comments on it.
Yeah.
Was that with X-Shape?
Yeah, it was with the X-Shape. Actually, it was I'm most familiar with the mechanical design. So I tried to play with the sprites that seemed that it was a little difficult. I need to fight a lot with the software. But it was when I got that spiral that it was the main design to look that style of spiral Fibonacci spirit in Da Vinci. I get the different shape. I tried to play with the love to make it a nice shape in the base, and then I make different cuts on different. You can say that different sections to try to define this type of fish fins. So it was quite interesting, and I'm really excited about the result.
Well, we're excited too, and you all could be very excited about getting your prizes that will be sent to you very soon. And thank you again so much for participating. Congratulations once again. It was amazing being able to play a role in this competition where we were able to give all of you a chance to really show off your design tools. Some of you with some apps that you've never used before, and some of you have had some experience. Either way, all levels of experience welcome. And I mean, it just go like looking at the final designs we had, it's pretty amazing. And I think we definitely made the right call this year.
Yeah.
To keep this challenge going and change it up a little bit.
So you think, Gian, Solidworks Cloud Challenge, a little bit newer, but is it going to stick around next year? We're going to see it in Nashville?
As far as I can tell right now, I think we're going to see this again in Nashville. I don't know if it'll be a wheel design or not. We might have to come up with a new prompt. But I really like the way this went this year, so I'm excited to see what we transform it into in 2023.
Jose, Laura, Timothy, Maria, thank you so much for joining us on such short notice. Congrats again.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank
you.
Thank
you.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Gian, great job running this contest with John. I know it's a lot of work behind the scenes to set this all up, get everyone access. But yeah, it's so inspirational once again, just to see what people can put their minds to and go in and create.
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, I have to definitely give out a shout out to John Martirano and Jesse Sprague, who were instrumental in making this happen. You know, the three of us, a lot more work does go into this than it might appear from the outside. So very grateful to have a great team to, you know, run this competition with. It was amazing.
Well, speaking of great teams behind the scenes with this whole program of SolidWorks Live and 3D Experience World, you can imagine we have some key players. I want to throw it to Sean now. He has a Waltham walk-in with some of those unsung behind-the-scenes heroes behind the camera. He's there with Ian Adair and Byron Konold. Sean, tell us what's on their minds.
So we're live right in front of the X Station exhibit, which we learned a lot about during 3D Experience World 2021. And I'm here with Byron Konold. How are you doing, Byron?
Good, good. Sean, how are you?
Good. So, you know, in terms of 3D Experience World, you're an events director. How many world events have you had a hand in planning?
Well, this is my fifth world. I know there's customers out there who've been to over 20, 25 events. I've only had 5, so I still feel like a newbie, but I came on in Los Angeles, then we were in Dallas, then Nashville, of course, in 2020. The pandemic hit and we went virtual for 2 years, and we're anxious to get back to a live event.
So, a lot of worlds. Which one was your favorite?
You know, to be honest, I think Nashville was actually my favorite. It's a combination of a big city and a little town. I think everything is very easy to get to, of course. The entertainment was fantastic, the music, the food. We had a great offsite event, and we're really looking forward to kind of bringing that experience back to this audience.
At the same time, right, we've been virtual for the past 2 years now, and we've talked about it at the SolidWorks Live Desk. The virtual format has brought with it a lot of good changes, right? Maybe stuff that we couldn't have foreseen, but you know, we talk a little bit about the registration numbers, how many people are at the event consuming the content, how many countries, you know, just different representatives of different countries actually coming together to make up that attendee base. You know, from your perspective, like way up, you know, looking at this event and planning it and having that perspective of having done this for years and years and years, you know, what has been really special about the virtual format?
What I love about the virtual event is we get to bring that energy and excitement to a much broader audience. With a live event, you know, we have anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 attendees. We're constrained by the number of seats in the general session, our offsite entertainment venues, the playground, how we feed, 5,000, 7,000 people. It's all limited based on the constraints that you have at the venue. So what's great about a virtual event is we take that energy and excitement and we're able to push that to a global audience. You know, this year we had, almost 30,000 registrants attend the event, representatives from over 150 countries. And we just can't get that with the live event. So that's one thing that's really exciting about the virtual platform is just that breadth, right? We get to introduce our tools and our services, most importantly, our passionate customers to a much broader audience.
Yeah, and I mean, getting together in person, right? It's still special. Like we've talked about, and I think I made the Hive Mind meetups, right? We brought those into the fold in terms of, you know, the virtual presence of getting together and still connecting, right? But again, getting together in person is still special. One thing that I wondered though, in terms of that piece, just over the years, like even before I worked here at SolidWorks and Dassault Systèmes, is How do we pick the location for these physical events?
Yeah, it's not easy. Obviously, we start with a big list of possible cities. Being that this event takes place in February every year, we're kind of limited to warm weather cities, right? So anything we look south of the Mason-Dixon line to those big cities that have easy airport access, both domestically and internationally. The number of breakout sessions that we've got tons of great content, right? So we have to find a venue that can accommodate all of those parallel sessions, that have hands-on sessions, or user breakouts, or we've got a big, robust reseller program. So we go in with a list of requirements. We look at a big list of maybe 20 cities that can do that. We narrow it down to 5 or 6 cities. We go look at 2 or 3 of them. And then we come back and we present to the executive team and make our recommendation. For this type of event, these number of attendees, this is what we can do off-site. We listen to our customers, and one of the main reasons that our customers come to this event are for those face-to-face interactive activities, right? So if we can find a city that has those venues that we can help facilitate those interactions, that's really high on our list and really important. So there's no magic formula. It comes down to what's available at this time. As an events team, I work with Elizabeth, Leah, Sandra. We take a look out 3 to 5 years, and we're looking at 26, 27, the year 27 right now, to secure those venues so that we can create a good event. Absolutely, yeah, you have to with an event this size. Those venues are limited that can accommodate this group, so we do need to plan pretty far out.
Yeah, one thing personally that I'm really excited about, we've talked so much as we should about the connection aspect, getting together and networking and meeting new people, all the things that you want to do at a conference like this, like 3D Experience World. I'm excited to go back to the hands-on sessions.
Those are our most popular sessions, right?
I love them, yeah.
We work closely with our technical experts. We set up all of those workstations. Having customers sit with an expert looking over their shoulder as they get to walk through tutorials, that's what this event is all about. We can't wait to bring those. That's one thing that we've really struggled virtually, is to recreate that hands-on experience, and it's been very, very difficult. So that's one of the big reasons that we can't wait to go back live.
But we've been pushed in some ways. Again, we talked about how we've had to do things differently. We have to do things differently. You have to evolve. You have to adapt when change comes your way. Often it's not you sort of instilling that change. It's just that pandemic happened. We had to adapt. Like we just talked about. Brian was just talking with Gian about the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge. I'm not sure that's exactly something that we do if we don't go fully virtual. Maybe we don't have that exact idea in terms of giving people access to XDesign, XShape tools that made what we see right back here with the X Station to complete the student challenge. So it's surely special. When we think about going back to Nashville, though, right? We know that. We can say it. We can say it publicly. We try to get GP to release the news to us during SolidWorks Live. He wouldn't do it on day one.
He loves doing it on main stage.
Yep. He's like, he sat back, not doing it. Not doing it today. What makes it special, going back to the home city of 3D Experience World 2020, the last time we were in person? What are you really excited about in terms of going back to Nashville particularly?
Well, I love the fact that we kind of pick up where we left off, right? It was the last event for many of us. It took place in February. Everything shut down in early March. And so being able to return to the city that was kind of the last event that this audience attended is kind of excited, right?
Yeah,
it's like the pandemic didn't happen. We know it did. We spent 2 years. It'll be 3 years now by the time that we go back. So being able to pick off right where we left off, being able to get that energy back that we've missed for 3 years, right? We've been able to replicate it virtually a little bit. But there's just something special about having 7,000 passionate users together, all in one place, all sharing great creative ideas, learning and educating each other. That's what really I'm excited about. And so we've secured all of Broadway again. Those of you who were there in 2020, remember the great special networking event that we had on that Tuesday night. We're going back. We're going to do that again. And we're going to come up with a lot of fun, different things to make this even bigger and better than what we had in 2020.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to it. Everyone, give a +1 in the chat if you're in the live chat for Byron. Had such a huge hand in planning these events for us that we've built so many memories on over the course of many, many years. So, Byron, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Sean.
Absolutely. Oh man, this segment it didn't run as long as I thought it would. Ian, get in here.
Hey, Sean, how's it going?
Ian Adair. So one of the things that we really wanted to do with this segment, particularly, was Byron, he's been involved with planning so many world events, and you and I, a lot of people don't know that we have such a huge hand together as a team in handling SolidWorks Live programming. So one thing I wanted to ask you is, we work together on the live streaming. What's really special to you on the live streaming end? Personally, and then also as a brand, as SolidWorks, why do we do it?
Yeah, so SolidWorks Live, it's kind of the closest thing we have to having like our own TV station, right? It's
Very true.
It's the most interactive way that we can engage with our audience, right? We have the best customers in the world, and they love to go back and forth with us, in the chat, that sort of thing. We had our holidays and highlights show in December where we had our ugly Christmas sweaters, and we kind of asked like, hey, do you know these icons, and people were loving it. They were going back and forth, and it's such a great way and an instant, call and response kind of way to interact with our customers and with our users, and even people that are trying to get to know the brand of SolidWorks and the greater 3D experience works. It's a great way to do that because they can see the personality behind everything, and it's really is just the best way to engage with our audience.
Yeah, and I believe we have a clip we can show just to kind of give you guys a little bit of perspective as we talk about that. One of the things that's so special to me, you go on the SolidWorks YouTube channel, you really go on any brand's YouTube channel. A lot of times what you're seeing what you should see. You're getting information about products, right? Whether it's SolidWorks on the desktop side, on cloud, right? That's a lot of what you'll find. But on the live streaming end, whether it's SolidWorks Live, Live Design, or Manufacturing Live, we've been able to tell these stories. Not only the stories from our side, right, just specific to us, and talking about how we were coming out with this new product and that new product and that new enhancement, right, specifically on the software side, but also the community and kind of how that intertwines. So it's a super exciting platform for that purpose. Just looking forward, though, right? We've talked about stories that we've told, in the past, right? We have these well-established streams. What are you looking forward to for this year?
So really what we want to do with SolidWorks Live is, you kind of touched on this a little bit, is tell the human side of what SolidWorks is all about, what the brand is all about, what our users are doing with the software. We want to know what good are you doing in the world. In November, we had another broadcast where we featured Magic Wheelchair, and that's kind of the prime example, right, of using the tools that we have, that we've been creating and designing for the best possible good that we can think of, and really just trying to, it sounds kind of cheesy, but make the world a better place using the system and using the tools that we have, and we want to get to the heart of what what people care about, because that's what's interesting online, right? We hear enough about what businesses are doing and big picture kind of things, but really, like, what are the intimate projects that interest you, and that you can kind of show us the process as far as how you're designing these things and engineering them, and really, bringing in the manufacturing side of things with Manufacturing Live, and featuring some of those industries that may not be as in tune with SolidWorks as designers and engineers. So we really want to show how all industries really can benefit from what we're doing at SolidWorks and at Dassault Systèmes.
Yeah, and we've seen over the past 3 days on SolidWorks Live, shop floor, Mike Buchli. We work closely with him, of course. You, for sure, right on the production side when it comes to Manufacturing Live, which is a newer stream. Definitely check it out. We have all of the episodes on YouTube, and that's all the more reason. So the two of us, we're just like, subscribe please to the YouTube channel. It's the best way to stay in touch.
Yeah, like and subscribe. I know you hear that from every YouTube video on the planet, but really though, if you want to stay up to date on what's going on with all of these kind of passion projects and that sort of thing, just keep checking out live.solidworks.com. Subscribe on our YouTube channel. Check in, every once in a while to see what kind of videos we have coming out, because we're going to be cranking out content all the time, that covers pretty much all industries, and so we're just excited to move forward and kind of stay on that mission of telling the human side of the brand story and what our users are doing with the systems.
Yeah, and you and I, we've been in the background, we've been planning, once we get over this big hump of 3D experience world, what are we going to do live streaming wise already? And we'll have this published soon, right? We have it up on the screen. So Live Design, we have Jason Pohl Kirby Downey, Jesse Sprague, very, very talented designers. But one of the things that this kind of gives a bit of a sneak peek on is what we're doing roster-wise with live design. You know, a big plan of ours is to integrate the community into a bigger part of what we do with that series, which, you know, the goal is kind of learning from each other, you know, spending some time together, whether it's 30, 40 minutes to kind of see how we each do things. And maybe it's not directly, you know, related to your industry, maybe it is, but there are some transferable skills. And again, it's all that spirit of learning from one another. And we want to get more of your workflows, more of your insights there, right? We see so much of that at 3D Experience World. We talked to Lynn Allen about getting more users on the agenda.
Absolutely.
We want to try to get it almost to where it's in every other live design episode cadence, where we have one of you guys, one of our users, giving us some tips and tricks that are practically usable. And then on the live design, or the SolidWorks Live end, we're looking to have an episode later this month, catching up on the best breakouts. So the last Friday of the month, best breakouts from 3D Experience World 2022, which were the best attended, right? Once we're through with the entire event.
Yep. Yeah, we've got our program for SolidWorks Live for this event, so we really want to show those areas that maybe didn't have as much exposure, you know, because they are those breakouts, and we want to show, you know, those most popular ones, so that, you know, if you didn't have a chance to catch it before, you can check it on our episode.
It can be hard to get a scope of that, right? At a virtual event, it could be really hard. If you're at a physical event, right, you're walking by all the different breakout rooms, you're saying like, okay, this one's a lecture, it's packed, it has like 10 rows, it's standing room only at this point.
Yep.
But, you know, we can talk all day about the number of sessions and all that, but yeah, it's good to get those insights. So we're looking forward to delivering those stories to you this year. And Ian, thank you so much for everything you do. Again, +1 for Ian in the chat here. And yeah, we are going to deliver some amazing content to you guys.
We're excited.
We are super excited. So with that said, we are going to send it back to Brian at the SolidWorks Live desk.
Thank you, Sean. You're definitely getting some +1s here. And Ian, thank you. Thank you, Byron. We definitely could not do World without you. Thanks for giving us a little bit of a tease, a preview of what's going to come up on our live streams, both live design. So exciting. You can see we're moving to Friday. And that was great to see some of the upcoming sessions that we have. So definitely, if you're not there on YouTube, you're watching in the platform, great. Just make sure you go to live.solidworks.com and keep track of what we're doing. We're definitely on a mission this year to bring you as much awesome live stream content as possible. That's both fun, but, you know, technically enriching while being entertaining. So we couldn't do this event at all without our planners, the people behind the scenes. We wouldn't do this event if it weren't for all of you, our community. That's what inspires us. And we definitely can't do this event without the help of our sponsors, especially our platinum sponsors. So I just want to give another big shout out to them. And I'd like to use this chance before we look at some more breakouts to replay Sean's chat from Monday with Lenovo.
Awesome. So we are live here at 3D Experience World. We just heard from one of our platinum sponsors, HP, and we're all about hardware, right? Obviously, in the SolidWorks community, that is such a big topic, right? At 3D Experience World, we're always talking about hardware, and we're actually joined by another one of our platinum sponsors here, with Lenovo. Chris, you're here.
I'm here. Good to see you again.
Awesome. Great to see you. Yeah, we caught up fairly recently. What's it like, you know, attending 3D Experience World, you know, from the comfort of the same surroundings that I just spoke to you on?
Oh, you know, it's exciting and dynamic. I won't lie. I miss seeing you guys live in person. It's been a couple of years since we've done it live, but we've really enjoyed the virtual sessions, and we're proud sponsors and supporters of 3D Experience World and the entire SolidWorks and Dassault community.
Absolutely, and we surely appreciate it here at SolidWorks and Dassault Systèmes. Why don't you start? You know, a lot of us have, we talked, a lot of us have Lenovo devices, and myself included, for sure. Tell us about, yeah, you can see, yeah, everyone can see. Tell us about your particular role at the company.
So I'm the segment lead for AEC and product development. The AEC stands for architecture, engineering, construction, and product development is more the manufacturing sector. And I live between the worlds of product management, product marketing, and the sales team, helping to translate, the needs of Dassault users back to our organization so we can build the best products and services for you.
Yeah, that's surely a need, right? This is a huge, I imagine, a huge industry segment for you guys. And as a follow-up to that, whenever I speak to professionals like yourself, I always want to hear, right? I'm at 3DEXPERIENCE World, I'm at an industry conference. What are the trends, the workflows, and the challenges that you see impacting this community?
Well, it was exciting to watch the keynote today, and JP, I think, talked about some of the trends, cloud connectivity. We're seeing, greater use of simulation, generative design, everything across the board. What we're seeing is greater demand for higher compute. So whether it's digital fabrication, whether it's real-time rendering and ray tracing, whether it's CAM, whether it's simulation, we're just seeing greater demands being placed on our hardware all the time to be able to create and experience designs before they're real. So it's an exciting time for us to work with the community to help deliver products and services to help everyone design better with SolidWorks and CATIA and the entire 3ds family.
Awesome. And yeah, so typically we would see you guys, we might talk at the partner pavilion, which is now called the 3DEXPERIENCE playground, but we see here, there's definitely ways to check in with you guys, right? If we take a look at my PC here, if we just share my screen, if we look at the 3DEXPERIENCE playground, there's certainly a way to get here. If I go right up here to the main navigation, we can go to the solution partner zone. All right, yes. You can check out all that's going on with you guys, right? Head down to Lenovo, explore. All right, so we can take all of this in. And then I also wanted to shout out, for you guys over at Lenovo, that again, if we go to the session catalog, and it's so simple with a filter. Remember, Chris, I'm sure tons of conferences, I truly remember, where you would just have, your brochure. There's no find operation there's no control F. So you're looking for Lenovo sessions. It's so easy to filter these days, right? You just go to Lenovo, and you can see a lot of the sessions that you guys are involved with. Is there one that you're especially looking forward to, or that you want to recommend here? Obviously, we can see all of them here, as well as what we see on the solution partner zone.
We ran one of our sessions this morning right after the keynote. It was a great partner session that we did with AMD and our product manager for our new P620. It's a desktop workstation that focuses in on the Threadripper Pro technology as the key processor. And we'll talk about that in just a few moments. But that's one session that just ran, and there you see Jenny there. We have another session running with NVIDIA where we're talking. Mike Leach is going to talk about trends and technologies around how our workstations partner with NVIDIA to deliver high-performance graphics compute across a variety of different workflows. That one's up tomorrow, and I think we have two other sessions that are running. One, we're doing a partner session with Vario, and we'll talk about them in just a moment as well. They make the most amazing high-performance head-mounted displays for VR and XR experiences. And then there's one other session that we're doing as well. It's on demand around our P1. There's a video on the new P1 mobile workstation, as well as Mike Leach will join us again to talk about remote workflows, which is something that I encourage everybody to see as well. Because, in times of change, we're seeing, everybody working wherever work takes them. And there's lots of opportunities, but challenges as well in connecting a workforce across multiple time zones, distributed geographies, whether at the home or in the office. So it's a session that's worth checking out as well.
If you had to pick, Chris, and this is hard. I mean, think about like the products, services that Lenovo is offering your 3D Experience role. Which one excites you the most?
Well, it's like choosing between your children, but let's talk a little bit about the new the new ThinkStation P620. It's not that new, actually. It's been out for over a year now, but it's the world's first and only professional 3D workstation based around the Threadripper Pro technology. So it's a workstation that you can put between 12 and 64 cores in. It's PCIe Gen 4. It can take up to 2 NVIDIA RTX A6000 graphics boards. It's a monster of a workstation. And you may be asking, well, gosh, all those cores, what do I need all those cores for? SolidWorks is single-threaded. I don't need all of that. And that's the answer is yes and no. What we're seeing is SolidWorks is evolving as some of the other 3D experience products within the ecosystem. So while SolidWorks itself may be single-threaded, there are other aspects of the software that are multi-threaded that take advantage of multiple cores. So look at SolidWorks Plastics, for example. It scales up to 64 cores. If you're doing high-performance compute, having all those extra cores allows you to run simulations, whether it's SolidWorks simulation or SolidWorks Plastics or CAM, far more quickly than you could with a normal traditional workstation. And then when you add in the graphics capabilities as well with the NVIDIA RTX A6000 boards, you have a workstation that can take advantage of any challenging workflow, whether it's simulation, analysis, visualization, rendering, VR. It comes plug and play ready with some of the new Vario XR headsets that I was talking about. So we're extremely excited to talk to the SolidWorks community about the role of the P620 with SolidWorks and the broader 3D experience.
Awesome. Yeah, totally. Right. And I think it's probably music to everyone's ears that, you're talking about specific pieces of SolidWorks software, right? You're getting into plastics, you're getting into simulations. So we know you didn't just drop in here out of nowhere, Chris. Like you know your stuff. So that's just great. I mean, before we throw to the video here that you guys have provided, just as we have a bit of an outro to play for the audience, just to again advertise all the great things you guys are building. Just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for meeting up with me, last week to catch up. Thank you so much for sharing all of your industry insights and what Lenovo is up to. Not only here during this session, but again, all the areas that we just highlighted. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And we're strong supporters of SolidWorks and the entire Dassault community. So it's our pleasure to be here, and we can't wait to be with you guys again next year in person, hopefully.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. So we will check out that video, and once that video is done rolling here, we're actually going to head back over to Breakout TV to catch up with some more breakouts that are super interesting, right? Covering SolidWorks 3D Experience, DummyWorks, whatever that is. So let's play that video from Lenovo if we could, and then let's head over to Breakout TV for a 15-minute segment.
lastly, I'm going to grab that center line here because I want to dimension this center line to existing geometry references. So I'll put that at 0.7. That one's good to go. So what I can do now is just select chain, fit spline. So I know that one's going to be nice and smooth. I'll leave that sketch. So now that I have these two sketches that are perpendicular to each other, right? I can use project curve to have these two curves intersect each other. And I'll do that by going over here to curves, project curve, and it's already got sketch 13 selected. That's the one I just finished. I'm gonna grab this other one right here. Watch what happens. When I select the other one, it gives me a preview of this intersected curve that it's going to place here for me. So I'll go ahead and hit my green check, and it makes that curve for me. Now, I could sweep on this right now, but what I want to do to give this a little bit better quality is I'm going to actually use a 3D sketch. I'm going to the 3D sketch space, and I can select this curve and use convert entities to basically stroke it into an actual curve. And even better, if I go to mirror entities, I can actually mirror this curve about a plane, which in this case would be my front plane. So I'll green check that and then use select chain to grab both of those, fit spline to make them one continuous sweep, or really it's one continuous spline there. And then I'll go over to sweep, boss base, circular profile, and we know the name of this song, 0.375, choose what I want. There's my continuous sweep. Nice and smooth. Okay, so we'll go ahead and name those. Call this one the rear leg. For the brace, I'm just going to continue to use standard planes here. But first I want to make sure that I can see my control sketch. So I'm going to come up here to show all types, and I'm basically going to turn it off. Once I turn it off, I can see my control sketch, and this is the line that I want to use for my brace. We sketched it earlier in the control sketch, and we're going to use that now. Now, for this sketch, I'm just going to continue to use standard planes. In this case, I'm going to use my front plane. So I'll start a sketch on my front plane, and I can go normal to this, but I also want to make sure that I can really see that reference line pretty well. So I'll come over here to my display styles and use hidden lines visible. So now I can go ahead and sketch my circle, pretty small circle, 1/4 inch. And I want to make sure that I set it vertical to that reference line right there, while also dimensioning it to my origin at just the right height to where it's going to sit right under the lip there. Now I can go back to my previous view and use features. And I'm going to set my in condition to up to next in both directions. Also, if you notice, right away my merge results checkbox is cleared because I'm using the weldment feature.
So the product manager receives a notification that someone shared the dashboard with her, which is the marketing analyst. You'll be able to click on the notification, open the dashboard that is built by the marketing analyst. She can go and review and inside the content inside the dashboard. She can filter using the 3DEXPERIENCE platform 6W tags. And for example, in this case, she filters for the Honda articles. She can go through the content and the track topic and select a specific article of interest. So she can go ahead and click on it and review the content, and she can also share it if needed with the other team members that is actually part of that specific community. So now she can go ahead and create an opinion, and she can tag that as, for example, nice article. And after that, once the article is tagged, she can actually publish it to the community where everybody else can actually collaborate and provides feedback. So, for example, another person on the team finds the article on the community and then provide the feedback. In this case, they shown an interest in this article for review. Now, to put everything into perspective, the customer business intelligence process will start with first content creators. They are in charge of building the dashboard and collect the content and creating advanced query to gather all the content related to the topic from the web. Then after that, reviewers. Their part is to do the primary analysis on the content. And after that, consolidators to do secondary analysis to ensure the accuracy and the validity of the content. Finally, decision makers. Their part is the final part, which is basically in charge of moving the content to the final level and take action. In this process, social business analyst will help with the first part by gathering the data and building the business intelligence dashboard, and social business explorer will help with the rest of the process by consuming the content, review it, add opinion to it, analyze it, and finally disseminate this content to the key stakeholders to improve decision making. Let's take a look at some customer use cases to understand these customers' needs and challenges. Car manufacturer needs to perform market watch. Their challenges are their industry is heavily regulated. To look for new disruptive competition, they need to understand and collect trends for transformation and mobility sector. Follow at wide range customer discussion based on vehicle usage. Their use cases are market watch in order to follow transformation and mobility trends, customer satisfaction based on vehicles usage. Another use case is tobacco company, where they focus on regulatory intelligence. Their challenges are their market is constantly and rapidly undergoing major transformation to reduce risk products, to look for new disruptive competition, lacking customer reviews. Their needs are avoiding non-compliant products coming to the market and reduce product recalls and ensure zero consumer harm. Their use cases are anticipate changes upcoming and proposed legislation, and finally monitor regulatory content across markets. Now let's take a look at an example dashboard. So in this example dashboard, we build a dashboard to aggregate content or track information about 3D printing. So here you can see the industry news about 3D printing. We can see here, like for example, an article about Formlabs announcement. And here we can see organization that talks about 3D printing. For example, YouTube has published about like 394 articles.
What I mean by print in place is that, here's this 80 foot, but these little feet were all printed in place. They weren't actually assembled, and they move around. They can actually move. So you can start to really think about eliminating assembly. For example, instead of printing this in 5 different parts, it's all printed in one part, comes off the printer, and it's already working. That print in place thinking can also be applied to something like a tolerance tool. Similar to the comb, this is a great tool that allows you to find out what your minimum tolerances is. If you're going to be adding moving parts into your models, you want to find out what's a good loose tolerance for your machine, and you want to find out what's a nice tight fit. So print something like this, where all you do is you just print it out and then move these here and see if they loosen up nicely or not. If you can get away with 0.15, that'll be amazing. You can do really tight tolerances for your model. But if you have to go towards 0.3, you'll be able to gauge what your machine can actually do. I get asked this a lot. Should I 3D print some threads? Should we do some threads? The answer is no. You do not want to print any 3D. You don't want to 3D print any threads, because especially machine threads, they're not going to appear, they're not going to work unless you're doing really big, massive threads. Don't. Do what the injection molding industry does. Use threaded inserts or self-tapping, or do captive nuts. Great thing about 3D printing is that you can pause a print, you can set it up to pause at a certain height, so you can pop a nut in there and then it will print over on top of that nut, actually encasing it inside the part. So I've got 15 minutes left, and I'm going to bung through these tips and tricks for you guys and see, and hopefully they help you. So you've designed your 3D model, now you need to save it. If you like me and you like to design in a multi-body type of environment, this can be quite helpful. So say for example this part over here, let's find out what body that is. It's this body here. I want to just 3D print that part here. So if I go File, Save As, click on that first. So yeah, if I go File, Save As, and I say STL, such as that one. Yes, I want to replace it. Yes. What that's going to do is that's going to save the entire helmet, including all of these parts. Some slicers allow you to split them up, but some don't. Pop back to SolidWorks. So I want to save just that part. Click on any face of that part, or you can click on the actual body. Go File, Save As. We're going to select STL, say the same file. STL, we're going to save. Yes, I want to replace it. Yes, I'm happy with that many triangles. But then a third pop-up comes up. It says export. Do you want to export the selected face? Do you want to export the selected bodies or all bodies? If you select all bodies, the whole helmet's going to export. But if you say select bodies, what's going to happen is it's just going to export that body that I had clicked on. So if we go back to my slicing software, bring in that same file, boom.
Right, now we've got one more final place to add some of this appearance detail on the wheels. We have an appearance in Visualize called Used Brake Rotor. We can drag that over right on, go ahead and click on that material, and we'll see the properties for it. Essentially, we've got a texture that is a radial set of rings, and we are mapping that with a simple box map, which just projects it from the sides. That works for our application here. I'll just go ahead and paste that onto the others. Right, so those are our wheels. Now we're going to talk about the blackout appearance that I mentioned earlier, and addressing the reason why I made these different areas of the models different colors. So we've got these separately adjustable wheel wells because I colored those in SolidWorks differently. I've also, if I click deep in here, we can see two little areas that correlate to where I added those separate appearances. Now, you've got an appearance available in Visualize called Blackout. Now, Blackout is found on the Other category in the library. I've got it right here, and you'll see what it does. It just completely blacks out. It's pure black whenever we look at it. So another area would be up here. We could see in there, it just looks like a pocket, but if I drop blackout on there, it looks like it's a hole. Right? We've also got this little area inside here. I can just drop blackout right in there, and you'll see now it just looks like a shadow catcher. Right? So just with a little bit of blackout, we've gotten a lot more detail, and I can show those wheels again to view our final result. Pretty awesome. Alright, so that is the material application in Visualize. Let's move on to our next step. With the appearances on our model dialed in, it's now time to start looking at the light. So lighting in Visualize can be achieved in a few ways. The most easy way is by using what are called HDR environments. And you're going to find these HDR environments within the SolidWorks Visualize environment library. Now, an HDR is just a spherical image, And that is specially made to surround the model and project all of the light onto it. And that light has the impact of creating shadows and reflections.
Welcome back to SolidWorks Live here at 3D Experience World 2022, here on day 3 of the event. Still action-packed. You know, you can check out those breakouts, meetups. The event is still very much going on. Cannot have had the event the way that we did this year without the help of our sponsors. And just to shout out our platinum sponsors, you know, Lenovo, Dell, HP, Formlabs, right? Just thank you so much. And we're actually going to send it over to a conversation that I had with Dan Kirschgessner over at Formlabs to see what they're up to at the event. So let's take a look. We're back. We're back. Brian here taking a well-deserved break after doing back-to-back sessions. I am back. My name is Sean O'Neill, industry process consultant here, host of SolidWorks Live here at 3D Experience World 2022. We hope everyone is enjoying the show. We're here to talk to one of our amazing platinum sponsors here in Formlabs.
Hey, Sean. Thanks so much for having me.
Hey, you're here, Dan. Dan Kirschgessner. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, and nice job on that last name. That was a real gamble, and you nailed it. So nice job.
Listen, I don't rehearse anything here. We do it all live here. You know, zero rehearsal except for your last name. You got the golden ticket there. So Dan, you and I have worked together on a lot of different projects over the years. You know, across different roles here. You know, Formlabs and Dassault Systèmes. So I know you a good bit. But for those of us who are watching at home or at the office, wherever we're tuning into SolidWorks Live here at 3D Experience World 2022, what is Formlabs? What is Formlabs, and how do you guys see yourselves situated in the 3D printing industry?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. Really happy to be here. So Formlabs is a 3D printer company. We've been around for just over 10 years. We just hit our 10-year anniversary at the very end of 2021. We are in the business of making professional grade, but really, really intuitive, easy to use 3D printers. We started primarily in the SLA 3D printer market. And in the last couple of years, we've moved into the SLS space as well. So that's stereolithography and selective laser sintering. We're in a really wide variety of fields. Our main bread and butter is prototyping and product design. But we're also in dental, entertainment, medical, manufacturing, audiology, jewelry, all sorts of things, depending on, what your use case is, what material you're using, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we have an interview tomorrow with Todd Blacksher, and we talk about maker culture, you know, industry use cases, and we talk about 3D printers. And he mentions the first time he'd ever seen 3D printing technology, I think, was for him maybe in the mid 90s. And to think of how far things have gone, right? You talk about all these different industries that you guys serve. It's surely impressive. You know, when we think about 3D Experience World 2022, you guys are at World, you know, every year. And we know that at these sorts of conferences, we're big on announcements. We're big on news of you know, what's new with, you know, not only our products, our software, but with our partners as well and our customers. Are there any new products that you're really excited about, Dan, whether it's new materials, new machines there at Formlabs?
Yeah, absolutely. We're still really in the infancy phase of our SLS product line. It's going really well. It's a really solid product. People are getting really fabulous prints out of the machine, but it's still pretty new, and we're still sort of expanding into that world as best we can. The other main material we're really excited about that launched recently is called ESD, or electrostatic discharge. It's a material for our SLA product line, and it's designed to obviously not conduct electricity and discharge electrical currents. So it can be used to prototype objects that will have electric currents in them, like you know, PCB boards and that sort of stuff. So that's a material that opens up a whole new world of product design for our customers and users, which is really super exciting and awesome.
Yeah, it's incredible, right? When we think about being able to do that, because we you think of all of the devices that would aim to target, in terms of prototyping, it's super wide ranging. So I can see why you guys are really excited about that. What about industries? Industries that you guys are really breaking into. I know, and if we could roll the clip here. I know that when we were talking most recently, we were talking about a shared customer of ours in Vital Auto.
Yeah, absolutely. So Vital Auto is it's a small automotive design firm based out of the UK, and they use all of our printer line, both SLA and SLS, and they're a really good representative of a field we're trying to establish ourselves more into looking forward, which is the automotive industry, which the ways things have been done there, like in many industries, that's the way it's been done for a really long time, designing parts out of clay and obviously with CAD, which is really important. But they're in the business of designing kind of low volume, unique parts. And in order to do something like that, it often requires a lot of really rapid iteration on the prototype. So using our printers, 3D printing in general, really allows them to do more and to move more of their design processes to more rapid iteration. So that's one example. Like all those industries before I mentioned, we sort of have fingers in all those pies. But yeah, automotive and manufacturing are two we're really excited about looking ahead for the rest of 2022.
Yeah, what are some of the printers, just for the viewers at home, the printers that Vital Auto is taking advantage of?
Yeah, so you can actually see on screen right now both the Form 3L and the Fuse. So the Form 3L is the big machine with a big orange window on it. That's our large format SLA machine. So that's using a laser to cure liquid resin into a solid plastic or that sort of material. And then the Fuses are the big sort of fridge looking machines, the gray ones. And those are fusing a powdered nylon into solid using a similar laser, but it's a different process than SLA.
It's great to see, right, the things that you guys are doing with SolidWorks customers, shared customers, right, like Vital Auto. In this case, why is it important for a 3D printing company like Formlabs to have those solid relationships, with a brand like SolidWorks, but also its community members?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good question. So to speak really broadly, we're in the 3D printer business, and without a model to print, there's no use for our product at all.
Sure.
So really strong relationships with companies like SolidWorks and CAD companies all around the industry are really important for us, because that's how we show people what you can do with our machine. Without you guys and others, there wouldn't be anything for us to do. So it's really important to do that. In terms of interacting with users and our communities and our joint communities, really importantly, again, the best way we have to show off what our product is capable of and what all of our products are capable of is to show off what people have actually done, rather than speaking theoretically about what people could do or what the material allows for. And all that stuff is really good information, and it's good for people to know. But it's more impressive, and it's more important to see an end result and a real person using it for a real project. That's where really we want to align with companies like SolidWorks.
Sure. And there's several projects that you and I have worked together on over the years that might be good to discuss as we continue the session. Even if I could show my screen for just a moment, one thing I want to point us back to, as attendees of 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022, because we're so used to the physical playground, right? Going up and seeing your machines, shaking your hand, talking about new materials, right? Like, with the SLS and everything. But you can still get a ton of information in terms of what is available to our attendees from Formlabs here in the Solution Partner Zone. So right here on the main navigation, you just click 3DEXPERIENCE Playground and then Solution Partner Zone right there, right? And then we can go and kind of take a look at all that Formlabs is offering here. And it's interesting. These pages are pretty well set up, right? We get video, we get a general overview, right? Just like I asked you earlier, in terms of, what Formlabs is and what it's all about. We can see some more videos as well, some PDF white papers, comparison, so these are, it's almost in a way, you can look at it as a one form, at least, that we offer of an intermediary, right? Where these are the types of questions you might ask, a person at a booth, and you can almost self-serve and ask them yourself. And then here, right, we have your session highlights. Why don't you tell us a bit about the sessions that Formlabs has this year?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will mention, just to add on to that, we do have folks live in our booth running chat. So if anyone watching does have any questions about Formlabs, our products, anything like that, please swing by and ask us. We'd love to chat about it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, as you can see here, here's an overview of that ESD resin I mentioned previously, that electrostatic discharge. So we have a session on that was previously recorded, but it's a great way to get an overview of that material. And then, an introduction to SolidWorks as well, as you can see there, with a slant to how to use SolidWorks with 3D printing in mind. So those are two sessions we're really excited about. And then, as you mentioned, we've done a lot of stuff before with YouTubers like Impact Props, SolidWorks experts like Rob Maldonado, and including stuff that we had on the books, unfortunately, for the playground area at the physical 3DEXPERIENCE this year that didn't quite come together, but with the sort of artist in residence, Kate Reed, who's doing some amazing kind of fashion-based stuff with 3D printing, and we printed a bunch of stuff for her projects here in the room where I'm sitting. So a lot of really awesome collaboration, and hopefully more to come.
Yeah, and it's amazing, right? One of the big themes here at 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022 is how we're all expanding our horizons, right? We've traditionally thought of maybe Formlabs and Dassault Systèmes and SolidWorks is really serving, the professional use case all the time, right? But what we're talking about now are individuals, where we're talking about maybe maker use cases, hobbyist use cases. Rob is surely a maker. He's a content creator, right? And this gives a great perspective on that question we went through earlier, right? In terms of why it's so important that we have these relationships, and you guys as our partner, showing the industry, showing the community the way in terms of what's possible with additive manufacturing technology. And you just mentioned as well, Brad Thompson from Impact Props. So I'm actually on YouTube right now. This is a video that Brad created. So he's using 3D Sculptor on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform. But in just a moment, Brad is going to show a Form 2 printer, right? He's going to show the Form 2 printer that he used to make this amazing helmet that he demonstrated at 3DEXPERIENCE World 2020 on the main stage, right? And he got some really, really gorgeous shots of the printer. Hoping you thought this one came out pretty well, Dan. I know we had talked about it before, but
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is this was amazing stuff. There's actually some nice music on it too. If you guys want to watch it, just go to the Impact Prop channel, making the SRT-1 Barracuda. And then you mentioned, just as we look through this amazing B-roll, you mentioned Kate Reed. We'll catch up with Kate Reed tomorrow for day 3. We'll have Kate on SolidWorks Live, and we'll hear of what she's up to, right, on general session. But look, as we kind of close up this segment here, Dan, I noticed you're in a lab, digital manufacturing or digital fabrication hub, right?
Yeah.
So what do we have here?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, we'll switch cameras here. My colleague Nicole will kindly pick up my phone we're using as a secondary camera, and I think we're going to switch that feed in a moment. But yeah, as you can see here, I'm standing in like 100 printer print farm, where we do a lot of testing, customer prints, all sorts of stuff. And it's a good use case for a lot of our customers who want to be running kind of fleets like this. So yeah, this is only one part of this room, and I will actually transition very briefly into this other room and show off what else we've got. So this is the rest of our print farm and our hub. So we have it for visitors, things like that. We've got a full software set up with Preform here and SolidWorks ready to go as well. if folks want to play around with that. Then we have our Form 3 printers, like I mentioned before, the Form 3 and the Form 3B right here, the white one, which is made for medical use specifically. And then moving right along, we've got our big format SLA printer that I mentioned previously, nice. The Form 3L, the Form 3L finishing machines, the Cure L and the Wash L down below it there. And then finishing up here, we have the Fuse that I mentioned, our SLS powder machine, and then the Sift, which is how you clean parts off that machine. And we've got some cool parts here on the wall as well. So yeah, that's a cool little tour through our print space.
Man, yeah, we're making the virtual world that we have here at 3D Experience World 2022, I think, as physical as possible, short of being in an actual booth, you know, or short of being with you, Dan. So yeah, I just wanted to thank you to Nicole as well for your time. Thank you for giving us a tour. Thank you for telling us what Formlabs is all about. And as we close this segment, just want to show a brief video here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Welcome back. My name is Sean O'Neill. We are live on SolidWorks Live here at 3D Experience World 2022. So earlier today, we've done a lot here. We're kind of in the home stretch here of the event. But earlier today, we heard the Model Mania winners, the SolidWorks Model Mania winners. We heard of the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge winners. And now we're actually going to talk about another challenge and reveal the winners of that challenge. It's the SolidWorks Student Challenge. And to do that, I'm going to be joined by Charles Bonacieux. Charles, how's it going?
Hi, Sean. How are you? I'm doing good. Thank you.
I'm doing great. What time is it where you are?
It's around 9:30 p.m. Yeah, I was waiting for you before going to bed.
I appreciate you staying up for us, Charles. Yeah, I knew.
You're welcome.
You're based in France, and this isn't the first time we've talked. We've worked together on a couple projects, right? Most recently, I think for you and I, the Living Heritage project, which was truly special to me, right? Engaging multiple countries with students who were designing historic structures from the past to make sure that we preserve that you know the looks of things like the Roman Colosseum, right? In the case of Team USA with Team Storm Gears out in Massachusetts. So me serving
Thanks for your job as well, because you have been an excellent mentor for the students that were working on that. So thanks again.
And Charles, to thank you for the opportunity. I mean, it was truly a privilege. You know, we talked with Marie Blanchard, right, from the education side yesterday, and talking this concept of, you know, in this case, we were talking about the LN4 prosthetic hand designs, but this concept that when you go back to these projects where, you know, maybe it's you're helping students, or maybe it's you're helping others who maybe you'll never meet around the globe, and designing for
it's refreshing, right?
It's so refreshing, right? And definitely that, in that case, being a mentor for that team as part of Living Heritage for Team USA, it was super special for me. And I think if
we'll launch, I think next week or in 2 weeks, a video that we've just finished on this project, and it's looking very good. So I just can't wait to have it live.
Fantastic. Yeah, cannot wait to see that. Where are we publishing it? Just so viewers at home, you guys can search all about it. But where are we going to be publishing that video? Because it's truly, again, a fantastic project.
It's going to be on our EDU website called edu.3ds.com, and then we're also going to publish it on our Facebook and YouTube channels.
Awesome. Yeah, just amazing stuff, right? When we talk about education, it just, like you said, it's so enriching. It lifts you up. And with the SolidWorks Student Challenge, right? It's the third challenge here that we're talking about today. I think we're going to unveil the winners finally of the challenge. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, what's the big idea with the SolidWorks Student Challenge?
Well, we've decided to renew that this year. The first edition was last year, the student challenge, and we asked students to. We gave student licenses for 3 months. So from November 1st to January 21st, students were supposed to ask their licenses and work on their projects. And basically, the goal was to replicate a model Mania project from 2010. Using 3D Designer, and to capture their screen, and then we have selected the winners based on the duration of the completion of the project, and also on the accuracy of the project. So we had around 200 licenses that were given to students worldwide.
Wow!
And we selected 5 winners at the end. So I know that they ask on the student community, when are you announcing the winners? And I was just on the community just before this live saying that just watch the live and you will know the answer.
Charles, I hope on most nights you have a better wind down routine. Going on a big live stream being watched by thousands of people and going and engaging on 3D swim communities. I'm hopeful that maybe you read a nice book on usual nights, but we appreciate you being here. If we look here at my screen again, you mentioned, and this is something I noticed as well, as we prepared to talk today. This is the Model Mania model from 2010. I'm sure a lot of us here in the audience, whether you're members of the SolidWorks reseller community or whether you are a SolidWorks user, right, in industry, maybe you were someone who tried to complete this model and in the best time possible and have it analyzed right for factor of safety.
Yeah, and we chose this one because we thought it was the right model net to redesign it using 3D Designer, and students also use the student community to ask from support if they had some issue. With the replication of this model, and they really play the game. They use the platform to ask questions. They use the platform to ask questions from between each other and find answers, and then just to participate to this contest. Here you are just you have some projects that have been posted on the community. So there's a screenshot of the project that student did. And you notice that there is a huge difference from the winner who did that in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and the last one that made the project in more than 30 minutes. But as we said in French, l'important c'est de participer. The important thing is to participate, right? So exactly. Even if the last one made more than 30 minutes to do this project, I think he learned a lot with the solution, and he received the solution for free because we decided to give students this solution for free for 6 months, so they have more time to work on that and maybe to participate for the next edition.
For sure. What a great opportunity. We've talked so much about how the virtual nature of this event has actually unlocked a lot of capabilities. When we talked about the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, you're not necessarily needing access to 3D Creator and 3D Sculptor coming into it. It's such a big deal. And with the ability to just log into a browser and just use the apps, it sounds like a simple thing, right? But us SolidWorks users know that if you try to sort of make out of the box, this sort of competition portable for software that maybe the participants didn't have with hardware that installs thick client software that installs in your PC. That would have been a super, super hard challenge, I think, to do it, almost unfathomable. And if we look at my screen here, just want to show this off. So I'll make this full screen, make it a little bit bigger. So we talked with Matthew Hall yesterday about 3D swim communities, and you can see I have a few favorites, right? SolidWorks User Forum, SolidWorks News and Info, Makers, Made in 3D. We have 3DEXPERIENCE EDU. Maybe I'll even bump that up to my favorites. There we go.
Great.
I did it,
Good
Charles.
job.
Good job. You did it. So we showed just a moment ago a lot of those screenshots. But if you go to the 3DEXPERIENCE EDU students community, which you can, you're basically going to the same space. If you access the SolidWorks User Forum or Made in 3D regularly, you're going to the same exact spot to get there. You can just search it here in the Find Communities box. We're able to see a lot of these submissions. So you'll see I searched for Model Mania 22. And just kind of scrolling down, I see Amrit here, a great 3D modeler, by the way. Amrit's a SolidWorks champion, as is Ahmad, as is Mohammed. So we have a lot of things in common. I made I think I shared with you, Charles, at some point. I created the SolidWorks Champions program. So a lot of familiar faces here in the comments.
Yeah, we are starting to have some champions here in the community, and that the funny fact is that the champions are answering other students' questions, and this is what we think when we think about community is just students answering to other students about common questions that they might have, and this is what you are showing here. It's not only Dassault Systèmes people that are behind and answering; those are students, some of our champions that are here to answer and to help.
Absolutely, and this community, 3DEXPERIENCE EDU students, it's not really just for Model Mania 2022 submissions, right? What is it more broadly used for?
At the beginning, it was a kind of support community to help students finding answers to their issues, but it's becoming more and more community where we can post project, where we can discuss about any kind of topics, future jobs, system engineering, mechanical engineering, any kind of topic. I think that yesterday it was the pizza day or something like that in the US. So we just posted a pizza made with the 3DEXPERIENCE platform and say just happy pizza day to our American friend. And it's really a community to exchange between students.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the same community that we leverage for the Living Heritage project, right? When there were questions, we saw a ton of involvement there. But let's not stand on ceremony. Why are we here today, right? We're here to I think reveal the winners. Are we prepared to do that? Can I show that slide, Charles?
You can go ahead.
And here are, if we show my screen here, you are the SolidWorks Student Challenge champions.
So yeah, the fifth one is Muhammad Owais. Is from University of Engineering and Technology Texila in Pakistan, and he made this project in around 4 minutes and 45 seconds. And the gift for him is a camera stabilizer.
Nice. I was wondering exactly what that was. I thought it was just, I was like, okay, this seems like it's a selfie cam, maybe, or a selfie stick.
No, it's just to stabilize your camera when you're doing some videos. And then the fourth one is Leonardo Barraras from Cuvales University in Mexico. And he did that in 4 minutes and 14 seconds. In third position, we have Anmol Yash Kumar from the Indian Institute of Management in Bangalore, in India. And he made this project in 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Congratulations to him.
Wow.
And in second position, we have Hamad Khan from Arjuman Islam, I'm not helping here, Kalsekar Technical Campus in India. We did that in 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
I cannot wait to see the time for first place.
I was just discussing with him on the community and say, stay tuned, because he said to me, I'm waiting for the winners to be announced. And I say, okay, yeah, wait, because I think you're on great position. And it's Nadir Oktay Kukulkatun, sorry for the pronunciation, from Kukurova University in Turkey. And you see the huge difference between the first and the second one, because he did that in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. So very fast and very accurate. So yeah, he is the champions of the 2022 edition of the SolidWorks Student Challenge.
Wow. It's just, I am stupefied, like just startling speed. Well, congratulations to all the winners, all the champions of the SolidWorks Student Challenge. And Charles, again, I know it's late for you. We surely appreciate you zooming in from France and joining us. And thank you for
my pleasure. Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting on this great challenge. We'll talk to you soon.
Sure. Thank you, Sean. Bye bye.
All right, as we continue this wrap up, we have more on the way for you guys. Next up, we are going to look at an episode of Future by Design. Oh, actually, just got my earpiece. We switched up a little bit. We're actually going back out to Breakout TV, which is awesome because looking at the clock here, 3:34. So there's still time to catch up on breakouts, catch up on meetups. Head out to 3DEXPerienceWorld.com. If you haven't registered yet, doesn't mean you're too late to the party. You can still register, catch up with breakouts that are happening now, meetups that are happening now, and also replay breakouts that have already happened. So let's check in with Breakout TV.
Now, if I were to create a top-level only bill of material for this assembly, it would list the parts, assemblies, and cutlass parts that are at the first level of the assembly only. It will not list any components that are at different levels other than the top. When you activate the detailed cutlass, it will automatically dissolve the part level row for any parts that are at that top level. So in this example, cutlass part 1, cutlass part 2, and cutlass part 3 are at the top level. So you can see that weldment 1, sheet metal 1, and non-structural 1 are displayed in the table with a quantity of 1. You do not see cutlass part 1 or cutlass part 4 that is part of subassembly 03 because that is at a different level other than from the top. For a parts only bill of material, which only will display a part across all levels of the assembly, when you have the detailed cutlass option on, it will promote it will list all of the cutlass items regardless of what level it's part of. So in this example, you see that part 01 is not only part of the top level, it is also part of subassembly 01. So you see here that it will list part 1 with a quantity of 2. The same thing with part 2. For the cutlass item, cutlass part 1 appears both at the top level as well as subassembly 03. So you see that weldment 01 will now display with a quantity of 2. For an indented bill of material, this will show every item throughout the structure, every assembly, every part. And if you have the detailed cutlass option on, it will show the cutlass items below the parent row. So you see here that cutlass part 01 is displayed, as well as weldment 01 below it. There's a new option in 2022 to automatically dissolve those part level rows. So it will identify all those part level rows and promote it to the top level. So if I go ahead and show you the difference in that structure, you see that all of the part level rows are dissolved, and those cut list items that are below it are promoted to the part level for the cut list.
Among those, there's a basic set of apps, as a matter of fact, that every user will use that just gives them basic functionality on the platform so they can do the classic things you would need to just operate in the enterprise. It would be common to everybody. And these are basically two key roles that are behind these applications: the collaborative business innovator, collaborative industry innovator. They're basically a prerequisite for most other roles in the system as well. And they allow you to do things such as share dashboards, markup and compare information on the system, just experience the products that are stored in the system and look at them and visualize them and connect and discuss through communities and social systems on the network, and drive change. And let's look at that a little broader. Beyond those, I should say, there are the other applications that really drive the overall product definition. And these are organized into multiple roles that are above and beyond collaborative business innovator and collaborative industry innovator. And of course, as you can see at the bottom, they bring a number of other applications. These are just examples, applications that may appear. And these extend from everything from requirements management to our CAD integrations, part of our PLM collaboration services. We'll talk about in a moment. Now, the experience of these delivered on the platform is done in such a way that all the roles are grouped on one side of the experience platform, and they appear based on your login, because it's a user-defined system such that each role is assigned to a specific user. That role gives you certain subset of applications, and those are grouped together in its own panel. Now, a user can get to a particular application simply by selecting one of the particular roles, or they can just launch an application or drag it into a dashboard to build a dashboard directly from this panel to the far left. Now, once they can create tabs, as we see along the top there, to create a particular layout of applications just by simply dragging and dropping them from this panel here on the far left. Once we have a tab laid out of applications, we can create other tabs. You can see examples along the top here: planning, tasks, issues, engineers. And I find a lot of customers will organize these based on a particular kind of scenario or process they do. They'll lay out the applications they need just for that process in a particular tab. Now, even beyond that, you get this one dashboard. I can create multiple dashboards. So I could have a dashboard dedicated maybe to an entire project, and all the tabs are geared to that one project. And then I have a dashboard for each one, possibly. I may have a dashboard defined just for a particular kind of work I may be doing, and another dashboard for another classification of work that I do. There's no limit to the type of dashboard organization you can create here. And of course, this is necessary because we're addressing not just the engineering and technical staff, we're addressing every possible job across the enterprise and how that individual user wants to do his job in his daily role.
This is Felix. He's a SolidWorks CAD designer, and he has the role Preferred Component Consumer. His company uses SolidWorks PDM for data management. He's working on a lawnmower project inside SolidWorks. He needs to insert a mortar bracket into the drive shaft of the lawnmower. The Preferred Component Consumer role can be accessed from the 3DEXPERIENCE platform add-in for SolidWorks. It allows you to search for in-house components that are published by the standard component manager. You can browse through various categories like mechanical, electrical, hardware, etc. Once you find the components that you need, there is a compare button that can add your components to a user interface where you can have a side-by-side comparison of all the models, their properties, and choose the best one that fits your needs. Once you identify the right 3D component configuration for reuse, you can simply replace the configuration directly from the SolidWorks task pane. There are 3 options available for each configuration: Open, Insert, and Replace. The Open option opens the component as an independent part in SolidWorks. The Insert option inserts the SolidWorks component into your assembly file. The replace option asks you to select a configuration in your assembly to replace it with the new one from the SolidWorks add-in. Once you insert the SolidWorks configuration, there is an Insert Component dialog inside the SolidWorks interface. You can also have a thumbnail preview of the component that you are inserting. To confirm inserting of the component, click on the green tick at the top. This is John Christoph. He's an aircraft designer using XDesign on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform. He's working on an electrical design and he needs to replace the electric motor in his design. Part supply is available as a widget on the 3DEXPERIENCE platform. You can add the widget into your dashboard, search and find 3D components on the fly. He finds a motor component that is a potential candidate for his design. However, this component is part of the part supply marketplace community. Before he can use this part in his design, he needs to get approval from sourcing team.
Notice how I've drugged this in. I want it to be an envelope, so I'm going to go ahead and select envelope here. And because I haven't made it to origins and stuff, I'll go ahead and leave it at that. But I'm going to show you some things here, and I'm getting ahead of myself when I do. I'm going to go ahead, I selected envelope as you've seen down here, and I'm going to go ahead and say OK. So there it is. So I brought it in as an envelope. Now notice, what I brought in already had an envelope. Well, I can go ahead and just show that, right? Not to show. I won't get ahead of myself. I'll save that for later. I'm going to go ahead and hide all these axes, right? Get rid of that so I can see a little clearer. And as you can see, I've got a semi-transparent feature that is of an aqua color maybe. And you see when I inserted that model in, I selected envelope. Okay, that's great. What if I didn't? What if I forgot to do that? So let's delete that. Let's go ahead and insert. Notice I use mouse gestures. I've got my insert landing right there. I got to replace over here, and just a few things that I think I need off the cuff, because it's just a way to reduce mouse miles. It's great. Let's say I didn't pick the envelope button, and I just set it in my model. Set it in my assembly. I am going to go ahead and go back and turn this back on. Go ahead and show that. I'm using a hotkey there. Another way of reducing those mouse miles. We'll go ahead and look at it in ISO or fit to screen, right? So once I've done that, you see that I've got it in here. And yes, this is an envelope, but this is not, because before I chose it all to be an envelope, right? So this was that same color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, I'm going to right click it, I'm going to go to the properties, and this is what we talked about a minute ago. Now watch, when I click envelopes, watch what happens. Automatically defaults and excludes from bill and makes it grayed out to where you can't select it. So you cannot change that. It will never be on the bill. We do have it as an envelope now. So when we hit OK and come back, notice the whole thing is an envelope. So now I have an envelope in an envelope. Pretty neat, right? We'll get into some more of that here in just a minute. Let's come back to this top level model. Breadcrumbs here. Breadcrumbs are an awesome feature they implemented a few years back. But let's say this is a purchased item here. Maybe this grab handle is purchased. But I've only got it on one side. What if I needed it on the other side? What do I do? Well, that's where the publisher can really come in handy, right? So we're going to see the grab handles right here. So we're going to come up to Tools. We're going to Envelope Publisher.
Let's talk about some steps of creating a simple 3D prosthetic arm. So the first step is the measurements. Then to get the exact shape of the residual arm. So basically the residuum can be scanned using a 3D scanner that is portable. So this instrument, which is a 3D scanner, uses laser-free structured light scanning, is fast to use, and allows for minor movement while capturing geometry and texture information. So this is the first step. After creating a point cloud, We repaired the 3D triangle meshes using an open source software before converting it into parametric data to edit and design prosthetic parts in SolidWorks. Then, based on feedback from the users and prosthetists, design and technical specifications are developed. So let's take the open source Open Bionics as a perfect example. So the next generation of prosthetic limbs is being developed by Open Bionics. What distinguishes these from traditional prosthetics is that all of the mechanical parts are 3D printed, resulting in significant cost saving. So basically, Open Bionics models are both functional and aesthetically pleasing, ensuring that the wearer is both physically and socially comfortable while wearing them. So the Open Bionics hand is designed for transradial amputees who have an elbow joint but are missing anywhere from their hand upwards. So basically the prosthetic is controlled by sensors placed on the wearer's muscles. When specific muscles are flexed, these emit an electrical signal that allows the hand to move. Each finger can move independently at different speeds, allowing for different gripping modes and movement. And to support the varying functionalities of different parts of the hand, the Open Bionics hands are made of both rigid and flexible materials. The fingers are printed in one piece with flexible TPU and have built-in joints that function immediately after printing. So basically PLA is used to print parts that need to be more rigid because the fingers joints are built in. The number of different parts that must be manufactured is greatly reduced, making the assembly process simpler. So generally, the development of the Open Bionics hand relies heavily on 3D printing. After scanning the wearer's residual limb in 3D modeling software, as we said before, a prosthetic design is created and both the hand and its sockets are 3D printed.
I don't know about you, I could watch that Breakout TV for days at a time. In fact, there's so much Breakout content. There's the final time slot of Breakouts that just started a few moments ago. 3DEXPERIENCEWorld.com. Make sure you register and start watching those Breakouts from Monday. Amazing stuff. You literally could spend all of next week watching those, and just such great content, such amazing knowledge that our community has been able to put into video format for you all. Again, thank you guys so much for making those videos available, and everyone joining us on live. We are about to touch down on day 3. We have about 40 minutes before we're going to cut over to the main stage and hear Tracy's wrap for the day. One thing I'd like to do before we do our wrap, we're going to have a special guest joining us here in about 20 minutes to say goodbye, say adieu, and help us wrap this up. But I wanted to replay a segment that we aired Monday and Tuesday. It's that Future by Design documentary series. It's a really powerful look at what made SolidWorks successful back in 1990s when it started, 95, first releases. You know, it really took the market by storm, but it was an uphill battle, right, against entrenched competitors based on new PC technology. And of course, it's easy to look back and say, oh, yeah, of course you're going to be successful being on PC, but you know, it wasn't easy. And a lot of those same people, those same values, the same DNA that made SolidWorks great still continues to this day. And we've already heard from so many of those leaders like Suchit, Manish, GP, and you can be excited about what the future holds based on where we've come from. So let's run the first 2 episodes of Future by Design. 3rd episode coming soon. We'll be back at the desk here in 20 minutes to do our wrap. And then at 4:30, we'll be going over for the day 3 wrap.
I've seen all kinds of things, and it is just amazing how much innovation our customers are doing, right? And sometimes, you know, look, I feel very proud. I think a lot of our people who are involved with SolidWorks in general feel very proud when we see what our customers can do using our tools.
We have a huge community. We meet every year in February. We have probably the largest convention of innovative, of creative people. We tell amazing stories of innovation. We tell how people invented the Mars rover, how people invent new ways of living in space, how we are influencing what's going on in life science, how people can create artificial limbs, can create artificial bones and replacement and prosthetics. And we show all these things, and those things inspire, because they inspire me, and like me, inspire millions of other people.
We had a lot of customers come into the corporate office we were in Concord back in the day and spend a week and just work with developers, work with our development team to say, how do you want these things to work? How can we make our product better?
The impression of the user community back then was people were really excited to be on that journey with us. It was new software. I mean, it was exciting. People wanted us to improve, so they were eager to report issues so that we could fix those and just make the software better for everyone. So there was a real sense that we're all in this thing together, and we really want you guys to be successful.
One aspect which was very relevant and important, which helped in the network, was our focus on education from the very beginning. You know, we cared about the students. We knew that it was the right thing for us, and it was the right thing for, you know, let's call it the budding engineers or whatever, and it still continues. And I think that has really helped, because these students come out and, you know, they're working for companies, etc., and they already know SolidWorks and they're passionate about it.
The attachment that people feel to the SolidWorks community is, I think, part technology and part people, right? You have tools that we've used throughout our lives, whether it's in school, in industry, maybe that entire time, that have helped us advance our careers and have helped us make some really, really cool things that we're proud of personally, and hopefully have had an impact on other people's lives as well.
In order to create a great product, you need great users. The users are really what drive the innovation, so if your users aren't speaking up and telling you what you did wrong, then it's never going to get fixed. And the SolidWorks users community has gotten so big. You know, there's millions and millions of users out there, and it's actually amazing to see how you know, collaborative that community is. I mean, you go to 3DEXPERIENCE World and you have 5,000 people fired up to see us show a model on screen. It's amazing.
We enjoy seeing their passion, and it comes out in their products, and we're, you know, it's nice to see internally here that everyone's so excited to see that fancy widget that was designed, you know, whether it's a mouse or a jet engine or whatever. We have customers come in most quarterly meetings and show us what they've been designing and how they're using the product. It's kept us tied pretty tightly to the customers and to the products that they're delivering.
Our users are very vocal. Our communities are active and vibrant. So you really do get to hear, you know, the real truth behind what our users need and what our users are looking for.
I've always been really proud of the community for it, both before I, you know, came aboard at SolidWorks and certainly afterwards. It's just how vocal the community is. The community will be really, really, really vocal about, you know, some of the awesome enhancements that we happen to, you know, incorporate into our products.
We had this idea to make the productivity better. Let's change the icons of the interface. Now, it might seem like a small thing, but oh my God, the community suddenly said, nope, we don't like this change. So we changed the colors back. And that was that.
We were always looking for user feedback to channel that into our product definition teams and development teams so that we could quickly bring those improvements into a future release of the software.
We have a mandate that every single product definition person has to go at least for a certain number of customer visits every single year. It is done not in order to get to know just what is good at customer side, rather to understand the real need of our customers, to know how they're using the product, what they like, what they don't like. And the most important ones are what they want to get done in future, what are the workflow limitations that they are facing, and so forth.
When we design something, we would just kind of do a litmus test within North America and just have very localized conversations about how to approach a problem. Now we have teams from India, teams from Asia, we have customers from all over the world who can give us great feedback. And it's just those perspectives of cultural differences. So all those things are coming into play nowadays for user experience, and it's exciting, but it's daunting.
A lot of what we do is take in feedback from our users, understand what works, what doesn't work, what they like, what they don't like, how can we make their processes better, faster, quicker, all of that. And then we try to formulate all of the use cases for that feedback, and then also kind of feed that into the R&D team and try and really drive the next innovation for these products.
I do enjoy the one-on-ones, the small type of conversations. So in the environments like user group meetings, in the environments where we are having one-on-one usability tests, that has always been positive for me. When I request and ask for help, someone is always there to help. That's the type of culture that's in the user group.
SolidWorks community is the biggest influencer into what goes on in SolidWorks. The core DNA of SolidWorks is that it is driven by customer needs. It is extremely focused on customer needs, and it tries to provide our users with the best possible user experience.
In all honesty, it hasn't changed too much. It's still very easy to use. It's the capabilities and what it can do is light years beyond what it could do 25 years ago. But at the end of the day, it's still Windows-based. It's still meant to be customer-driven, customer-focused. It's still drag and drop, copy and paste. So the power of the tool has grown tremendously. What you can do beyond just CAD design now with simulation and data management and documentation is crazy. You would never have thought of that in 1996 or the mid-90s. But at the end of the day, it's still the same tool.
SolidWorks has progressed so much with that as you start, it's not like learning a new language anymore. You don't have to know quite as much of that foundational knowledge of CAD to actually get started. You can pretty much pick up SolidWorks and be productive from day one.
We will still be listening to users 20 years from now. That's in our company DNA, as is innovation, and also making the complex simple. So we have an expression here, SolidWorks Simple, where we take complex problems and potentially complex software solutions and make them simple and accessible to most users.
So we need to make sure that we're not just creating the best tools, but we're making sure that it's as easy as possible for this next generation of engineers and designers to access and to use. And that can come from whether we be flexible with what laptops or tablets or machines that they're using, or many other sort of aspects. But I really do think that this next generation expects it now, and they know that if we can't provide it, they can get it somewhere else.
So what makes me more excited is that today we have the tools to help our customers be more innovative for the next 20 years.
I used to live in Los Angeles, and the first time we had to visit Solidworks in the Concord office, I was driving up to the Route 2 on a rental car. And I'm like, what the heck? Where is this place? In the boonies or where?
I worked at GE actually for 7 years. Worked in the CAD group, did sort of the CAD admin, did a lot of automation programming, a lot of programming, and then again backed my way in by mistake. My wife saw an ad in the paper for a job at this new CAD startup, and that was it.
Company meetings could take place. We could fit most of the people in a single training room.
At that time, I was a student finishing my PhD degree at MIT. I heard there is a new founded CAD company by 2 MIT alumni. I applied for the job.
I started my career with manufacturing and consulting services, working on the milling package. SolidWorks came to one of our users groups and took most of our customers. So, if you can't beat them, join them.
At computer vision, I guess for me, that's the before SolidWorks timeframe. We were developing on Sun microsystem workstations. It was Unix-based. It was really an industry for the really privileged customers at the time to be in CAD.
I came from GE where we had Unix machines, which were high-end, super expensive boxes, and in a cooled room, special area where you had to keep the machines cool.
Every CAD software product was based on either mini computer or workstation. Software and hardware was put into one. That you can imagine, that whole system will cost you like $1 million.
When I was at Computer Vision and SolidWorks had just started, it was an extremely novel idea in that SolidWorks was actually democratizing access to CAD/CAM. It was on PCs, it was made available on Windows, made available to everyone.
But SolidWorks is the first product to release a CAD software based on the PC, personal computer. That is really a revolution.
This product at that time, it was pretty new, and PC-based CAD software was not even possible before.
SolidWorks, the product back then, was not as strong as the 3D product that I had implemented at the company I came from, but I could see how fast it was growing, and I could see the biggest difference between SolidWorks and the product that I was trying to implement was by far ease of use. Previous product was Unix-based. It was hard to use, powerful, pretty powerful, yes, for 1996, but there were so many people that couldn't utilize the power because they couldn't figure out how to use the product.
Our competitors' reaction to SolidWorks at first was that it was a toy and it wasn't a threat.
Our competitors, the high-end competitors running on Unix said, oh, SolidWorks is a toy, it'll never work.
Their mindset was like, if you don't spend like hours, days, even weeks, or if not months to learn my software, your software is a joke. That's their mindset. And at that time, we just like, okay, we'll see what happens.
In the early days, people don't understand how much we actually did lose to our competition. Even though SolidWorks was easy to use and it was capable, it lacked a lot of the functionality that our biggest competitors did at the time. So it was fun to go out and present and demo SolidWorks, but at the same time, we would have a lot of feedback on what it was missing, what it could do better. And that was when I think the nature of the company came into play. SolidWorks with their partners was very in tune to what the customers in the market wanted. So they would listen to us, they would gather their feedback, they'd go back to R&D, and they would turn around these updates very quickly. And we quickly overcame a lot of the challenges that we saw early on in the early days.
In October 1995, Stephen Wolf, who was industry analyst, and his computer-aided engineering newsletter was very popular among the industry. And he wrote, move over, Pro Engineer, the next generation is here of CAD.
Computers were already changing every life, so people knew that the pen and paper was not the way. So in a way, we were creating a new paradigm on a vision that was already established.
We used to do what we would call a benchmark. The customer would drop some drawings on front of you and say, you got to make this. There were 4 vendors in the same big conference room at the same time, all in 4 corners. And the customer would come around, look over your shoulder at various times and say, okay, now I want you to build this part. And, so you'd build that part, and then the other one would have to wait to build that part. So you were building, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 part assembly. And the reseller that I was going with, they were really good. And they brought a printer in with us. So every time I would get done with a part and a drawing, I would print it. So our competitors would hear the printer go off. And it would make noise, as it did back in the day. And they'd be like, oh, geez, that guy just got another part done. He got another part done. He got another.
If there was any fire anywhere, I was the guy who can go there and try to work on that part, because I had to learn a lot. And I enjoyed all that stuff. So if you think of early challenges back then, everything was a challenge. It was 98. SolidWorks was still an upcoming CAD software. It was not mature at all. If you look at SolidWorks the way it is today, of course, everything looks as if it just happened, but there was a lot of hard work to get where we are today.
I can still remember Mike Buchli, and he was the VP of R&D at that time, and he always had a paper in his hand. Okay, these are the bugs we need to fix. If we want to kick his ass, you gotta do this job. Finish up these bugs.
The spirit at that time is you find the problem, you fix the problem. So there's no pushing around. And you see a bug and you fix the bug. Doesn't matter that code belong to who. There's no ownership in SolidWorks, and there are always disasters, multiples each day. The spirit is you have to make mistakes to create something great, and so the founders has that great spirit to allow you to make mistakes, and they also very frank, and they helping you by fixing it. So remember, the rule is you find the problem, you fix the problem.
There was a major problem 3 weeks before one of the SolidWorks releases went out. We were able to get it solved within the 3-week period, but we knew that we had introduced some difficulties in the system. And with every single person working like crazy for the next week or two, we produced probably the quickest Service Pack 1 that ever went out in SolidWorks. Life isn't predictable, and the world can throw a curveball at you. And when it threw a curveball at SolidWorks, it was difficult, but everyone really hung together. There was no release party. Everyone was sweating it out to the very end.
What used to be said, John Hirschtick and then John McElhenney after him at every single company meeting, that hiring is the most important thing we do. And they reiterated that constantly. And it really, I think it made a huge impact. I mean, the people that, joined, the first 10 years, and a lot of them still here, are phenomenal. I mean, they love the work, they love the industry. They're, everyone's respectful of each other, and everyone wants to do the right thing and help the customers. And that, it just makes it such a fun place to work.
At that time, we work as almost like a family, all right? Even though the pressure to release is very high. However, I think we work day and night. So every other Friday, people will bring some dishes to the office. Then we will have the a dinner together to maintain the family environment.
The user experience was one of the biggest challenges. By that, what I mean is, even in order to create the simplest possible designs, people had to go through they had to jump through a lot of hoops. SolidWorks was perhaps the very first CAD application which focused first on user experience, then on functionality. So our motto right from day one was that we are a customer-driven company. We listen to our customers, their needs, how they want us to grow. But We also focused on solving their needs by giving them the easiest possible way to get things done. That is still part of our DNA. Even today, when you see things, we still do it in the same exact way. So that was part of our DNA, it is part of our DNA, and it will be part of our DNA in future.
We need imagination. We need to imagine a future. We need to imagine new ways to solve old problems. And for me, one of the best ways to do it is to empower as many people to use what the human brains are designed for, which is to imagine, to be creative. Experience is human, right? When we create this human connection, things goes very well. That is why we invest so much in our community, because we like the human touch, the human exchange. And this makes everything easier and better. And we intend to continue to do so.
Innovation doesn't stop at SolidWorks. We listen to our customers, we take their problems, we solve their problems. And again, we are moving more from 3D design into this world of experience that we have.
Scientists dream the world, engineers create it.
Welcome back to SolidWorks Live here at 3D Experience for 2022. We have a special guest back, GP. What's going on?
Hi, how are you, Sean? I am exhausted. That's what's going on.
Desk magnet still works. Whenever you walk by, it's like even if you're trying to go to the restroom, it's like, get him in here. We get you back.
We started with you Monday, very early Monday morning at Makeup, and you're still here with us. Thank you for coming to bookend our live program.
Thank you for having me. It's the last day, yes. Still one more to go because we have other events going on. But yes, we came to the conclusion of this 3D Experience World 2022 edition. And, you know, I'm happy the way it went. I think attendance was very high.
Do we have any numbers?
Yep, actually, the number of sign-up, the number of registration was above the 26,000, which was very good. If you think that the event was not designed to be, since the beginning, to be virtual. It was marketed and designed to be an in-person event. So when we had to pivot to virtual only, we had to let everybody know what was going on. And it was a different type of conversation because, you know, when there is an in-person event, the virtual part usually is considered a little bit less complete, right?
Yeah, secondary to the big.
Secondary to the primary, yeah. Which is of course not completely true, but from an emotional point of view, it was a good point. So when we say, okay, he's not in person anymore, he's only virtual. So there was an acceleration in the last day, but I think 26,000 is a pretty good number.
It's amazing. And we know people will be watching this. They're going to be going into the breakouts for many, many days to come and getting the knowledge.
Yeah, because everything, especially the breakout sessions where you go learn useful things for your job, they will be posted on our communities. They will be available forever. So I think I am very happy that the entire team was able to quickly adapt to this new reality and still make the amazing assets that they produced available. And still there is a lot of very good material out there. And people understood this and rallied to support us, and that is very good. You know, you never know. When you do these things, you only know afterwards what happens, right? So I'm very happy. I'm very happy, yes.
I think
exhausted, but happy.
If I had to pick, that's one of my favorite aspects of the way that we've gone virtual. Right? Like, of course, we love to be in person, but this idea that, you know, we've all gone to breakout sessions physically, you know, if it's a surfacing session, simulation, and if you miss it, you miss it. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? This idea that you can just like go back and watch sessions, you know, even if it's after the event itself has already occurred, I think that's just so awesome.
Yeah, this will be, for sure, will be a staple of what we do. So everything that we will do will be recorded and available online because accessibility is extremely important for us. but the physicality brings the energy to another type of level. So luckily we have a lot of employees here, the production team. It was still a very cozy and energetic and exciting environment. And of course, you knew that there were several thousand people watching remotely, as right now, right? We are live, right?
There's certainly an energy. Sean and I are not based here at Dassault Systèmes North America headquarters, so there's this energy when we come here, a different type of energy. And I like, Sean, you did a great job walking in, to different places. GP getting his makeup, but all over the campus. That went to the hardware certification lab yesterday. I mean, these are places we definitely weren't going to show in Atlanta, but users probably never would see that. So we got a chance to show off just what the energy is like here. I think that was kind of cool too.
Yeah, we said, right, like GP, I went into the hardware certification lab for the first time ever, not just the first time. Yeah, and that was cool. Just seeing, like, I love our API. I love code as you do, and just seeing like how we just continuously cycle and put those machines to the test. I felt like I was in Wonderland. So I felt like I was really actually sharing that with all of you guys genuinely. It wasn't an act. I was sort of in shock. I was like, this is so awesome.
GP, were there any surprises with this event? I mean, you're so good at pivoting, and you're great whether it's on the little main stage virtually or on the big stage. But were you surprised or caught off guard by anything?
I don't know if you noticed, but when we wrapped up and we announced the next venue, which by the way is Nashville. And we'll talk about this later.
Yeah.
But we had a surprise visit. Joe Lance, it's an old friend. Just simply showed up. I say, hey guys, how are you? I'm here. How are you doing? Say, okay, Joe, come over on stage with me. And there was a little panic in the team because it was not planned. And the production team is very, very well organized, and they know exactly who goes on stage when and who comes out. And they didn't see this happening. So there were, people staring at each other. What's going on? What is Paolo doing? But I don't know if anybody noticed. Joe was. Of course, the usual charming person. He came right away and we picked up a microphone on the fly and he said hi to everybody. It was nice because he is always there. He's the guy that does the Ola.
The wave.
Remember?
Wave.
The wave.
A one-person wave or what? Yeah. That's so nice. He got to reveal Nashville because that's such a big thing. You wouldn't tell us on Monday where it is.
Yeah, I would not.
Our hardest to try.
Shows where your priorities are.
Hey, come on. That was such a. The revelation of the next award is another tradition that it only happens on Wednesday, and we like traditions, right?
Yep.
Like the top 10. I'm just out of the top 10 meeting.
How did that go?
It went very well, very, very nice. A lot of people there, a lot of smiles, a lot of good news, because the team is doing a fabulous job, especially on stability, performance. They were showing the numbers, and what they are doing is really impressive. I know what they are doing because Manish, he's at shouting distance from my office every other day, comes with his chart, says, Gianpaolo, look at the bugs here, look at the bugs. We are knocking them down. You were not doing that well, right? So you're right, Manish, you are doing much better. These numbers are coming down in an impressive way. And, usually when we go to these top 10, users are very demanding.
Yes.
They're the most competent users. There are people from all over the world really watching one by one the things that we added and looking forward the enhancements that they had been asking for many years. And so sometimes they challenge us. They say, why this did not make it the top 10 and so on. But this time there was a lot of cheerful atmosphere, and it was a very nice conversation, and it was good. It was good. And it is beautiful that we were able to keep up with the tradition. By the way, we did a change. I don't know if you remember, but it used to be part of main stage. The top 10. But of course, because of time, there was a slot of 5 minutes. Now we moved the event, the top 10 breakout to a full session that lasts 1 hour. This is a dedicated room, dedicated people. I always go there. So and people at the first were a little surprised. So they said, the top 10 go go off stage, so it's less important. I say, wait a minute, guys. It's a 1 hour event against a 5 minutes type of announcement.
Right.
So we really want to give much more importance to this 10 top thing. top 10 thing because it is real, by the way. I mean, there is an entire system to gather user recommendations and to put them into the product, and it's become a huge part of what we do. And Bruce is, so we had a lot of fun. Bruce is masterfully choreographing the reveal of the top 10 and so on. So it's fun. And again, it's a staple. It's a tradition that I don't want to miss in a lifetime.
Was there anything new on the top 10 list this year that surprised you? Like, oh, I hadn't seen that before.
No, not really. What was interesting is that overall, in the last 20 years, we were able to realize more than 63% of the top 10.
Okay.
So, which is amazing. And while we were discussing it, there were people that were texting saying, "Oh, no, wait a second. In 2007, you did 100% of the top 10." Or in 2010, and so all those guys that were many familiar faces, they were debating on the statistics, you know. So there is a lot of energy, a lot of cool stuff happening there.
You said our users are very detail-oriented.
Very detail-oriented.
Spreadsheets, they have blogs about this.
The top 10, a Control-D command. I mean, can you imagine? Made the top 10, and everybody was cheering. Wow, Control-D can do new things, but oh my God, a Control-D. And then, you know, they keep saying, and everybody's saying, hey, no, you know what? It is absolutely appropriate that people are cheering for a Control-D capability because, you know, at the end, SolidWorks is the result of millions of little things.
Yes,
and the little things are those that make a difference. Everybody was saying that. And I picked it up and I want to keep it with me. SolidWorks is the results of a million of little things. And every single one is important to someone. Okay, so the tradition continues. We will keep focusing on the next set of million things, 10 top at a time.
It's funny. I think one of my first teachers that was educating me on SolidWorks did the same exact thing. The SolidWorks is a million easy little things.
Yeah, exactly. And it actually makes sense, right? And this is a totally different philosophy. I mean, many other software houses, they just focus on, you know, what is the most important thing, what is revenues, those type of things. Everything counts. A little Control-D counts. They changed, they made, you know, some dialog box reconfigurable in order to improve the readability of what's in it.
Yeah.
You don't see those things in software that has been around for years. You know, software used by millions, hundreds of millions of people, they don't dedicate the same level of attention. We were discussing all the work done to improve the usability of SolidWorks on the new generation of monitors, like 4K monitors, multiple monitors, and there was an interesting conversation about that. And, you know, those things are important. You know?
Well, we've done a great job with 4K. We're on a 4K at home. You have to.
Yeah.
And it's so true because what you spend your time during the day, that's where it counts because you're in a sketch, you're in an assembly, and you're doing the things to get your product model as fast as you can so you can go do all the things that Works can do, or you can go print it or go fabricate it. So yeah, being super low friction, low stress in CAD, it does truly make it a joy. I think that's why all of us are still here. It's a joy to use, and you can't say that about a lot of competitive softwares.
Yeah, still you have to support any type of hardware because one important characteristic of SolidWorks is that it works everywhere, right? And I was surprised. We ran a list of statistics during the top 10. I asked how many people are on 4K. And then John was able, because we track this, you know, when we get installation time, we get the feedback from the installation, is about 15% of people are on 4K. So a lot of older monitors, and we have to still work flawlessly, right? And we do.
So you guys are mining this data to make sure there's a broad range of hardware out there.
Absolutely. It was great. We didn't prepare for that. I came up with this question because I'm a little bit obsessed about the 4K thing. And you can't imagine how many software don't run at all on 4K thing to alter the resolution, which is terrible because the quality degrades dramatically. So there are still a few little things.
There's a few little bars, a rollback bar, but hey, you guys know I love it. You already on top of it, and it gets better. We saw in day 3, you saw the skit. We saw some 2023 previews. We always say this in our demos, and we mean it. Like, you can't go back. You don't want to. Once you use 2022 Control-D showing the planes, and then we see 2023, like the bomb filters, some of the other drawing enhancements. I can't wait.
Yeah.
And I love that. There's so much anticipation.
Yeah.
GP, we have just a couple minutes left. You talked about going to a top 10 session. You did a fireside chat. You did some press briefings. Any other highlights off the main stage that you really enjoyed this week?
I think one thing that surprised me a little was during the press conferences, there were a lot of questions on intelligent materials. Conversations that we had on day one, right? It's a topic that fascinates me a lot. And also because it's sometimes some people take it as an anti-robotic stance, right? So intelligent materials may reduce the need of robots, because robots are very complicated machines, very costly, also dangerous, that are all made with fixed parts of metal that are joined together and actioned by motors. So it's linkage and motors. Those things are costly, very difficult to control precisely, and also to keep them safe. So introducing new materials that are flexible, that can be actuated with different principles than just motors or martinets, I think it's very interesting and will probably reduce the need of. Speaking of that, completely.
There's the Doosan.
Pinata.
But true, it's all that, and really what you want is the end result. The end here. So intelligent materials are thinking about how you can activate different articulations.
Yes, well, there is an entire line of research on grippers that are not made of linkage and actuators. It's just made of material that can deform themselves by the use of electric stimulation of bimetal components covered with silicon plastic. So you can create a generation of gentler manipulators and robotics that probably will revolutionize once again the concept of automation. It was very interesting. Many other things are happening. Also, intelligent materials are materials that can be used and reused over and over again, are easy to recycle, and that's a very important topic as well. We also a lot of interest in. I was talking to a guy called Robin from the Netherlands, and he invited me to a conference that he's organizing, and it turned out that he's an expert on material with variable properties, right? You can create materials that today with 3D printings, you can create materials that don't have homogeneous mechanical properties. They are rigid here and very flexible there. And he was very much interested. So we had a beautiful conversation. So I think that this idea of intelligent materials is getting out of the labs and more in mainstream thinking, and people will probably introduce this innovation soon. And I mean, the beauty of World is that you have the chance to have these conversations with a lot of people, so you learn a lot of stuff, and so you come back home enriched with the collective imagination of all our audience. That's the magic of World, actually.
It's such a magic time. Unfortunately, the magic stops. Well, it pauses until we pick it up in Nashville. We have to leave it there. We got to cut over to Tracy's Daily Wrap. I want to give you a huge thank you.
Okay,
GP,
thank you to you guys.
Putting this conference together. I also want to throw a big thank you to all of you watching in our community, everyone who contributed a user breakout session. If you guys can show my screen real quick, a big thank you to the Kramer production team on the other side of our wall over there. Thank you so much.
Amazing
everything
work.
you do to make this flawless, seamless, make us look good, sound good. And of course, also thank you to the brand offer marketing team. GP that's there on the social media, monitoring the chat and blogging about all these things. Awesome. Yeah. Can you imagine the routing? So we actually saw the routing diagram. It's, draft site. We'll get them in 3D. And there's a brand offer marketing team, watching the chat, making sure everyone's paying attention. But a huge thank you to everyone. Thank you to the Waltham facilities team for putting this all together at the last minute, just being completely amenable to everything, in the events team. And thank you to all of our guests here on live. We had over 50 guests, including GP 3 different times.
3 different times.
Count that 3 times.
Yeah, I think we had that 3 times.
All right, we got to cut over to Tracy for the day 3 wrap. We'll see you in Nashville. GP, thank you once again. Great job.
Sean, Brian, thank you very much. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the third and final day of 3D Experience World 2022. I have to say, I think today was my favorite day. Every day has been great, but today's focus on connection and the future of everything was really inspiring. It is phenomenal to see how the power of human imagination can not only tackle the challenges of today, but can also improve upon past innovations, leading us to infinite future possibilities. So let's rewind and take a look at our Day 3 highlights. During general session, Suchit Jain highlighted how various students, teachers, entrepreneurs, inventors, makers, and professional engineers in the SolidWorks community are creating a better future with technologies that spark curiosity and innovation. It was amazing to learn about the self-replicating fab labs that will bring hope to the community in Haiti. R&D simulation expert Delphine Genouvrieve interviewed GE Healthcare about their use of the 3DEXPERIENCE Works simulation products. The advanced tools helped them work alongside engineers to ensure the performance and reliability of their anesthesia machines and nebulizers. With simulation on the cloud, they easily shared analysis data, communicated their challenges, and imagined what-if scenarios. Mike Buchli and a panel of manufacturing marvels tackled various topics ranging from a skills gap to automation to competing in a global marketplace. Industry experts Meaghan Ziemba, Scott Volken-Scott Harms, and Jeff Holfelt shared their experiences and how they're solving tomorrow's issues today. They highlighted viable career paths for those just starting out or for anyone looking for a change. These general sessions will be available by 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and on all 3 days will be available on the virtual event platform to watch on demand. Day 3 of 3DEXPERIENCE World is Student Day. So hello to all the educators and students who are joining us now. We had special student and educated focused breakout sessions today, and our annual Life After School, a panel discussion for students, was on Monday. Students got to connect with professional designers and engineers who use SolidWorks and 3DEXPERIENCE Works in their everyday life. You can learn more about all of our educational offerings at the EDU zone in the 3DEXPERIENCE Playground. We have design solutions for users of all ages, from 4 to 40 to 94 and up. Well, during his general session speech today, Suchit announced a great new competition for students, the Arm for All Design Contest. Students can make a difference and help design an elbow device to compliant LN4's low-cost and durable prosthetic hand. You can learn more about this exciting contest and how to win prizes at solidworks.com/arm4all. Now, speaking of competitions, our annual Model Mania competition went into overdrive this year. For 3DEXPERIENCE World 2022, Model Mania was split into 3 different challenges: the SolidWorks Challenge, the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, and the 3DEXPERIENCE Student Challenge. Let's check in with Gian to learn more about these challenges. Okay, Model Mania, it is a favorite.
Yes, it is. We've been doing this 23 years now. Traditionally, a lot of our users have participated in it, and we give you a 2D drawing, and you have to recreate what's in that 2D drawing using SolidWorks and complete it as fast as you can. And then the top 3 fastest people who create it accurately actually get a prize, both for users and resellers. And it was amazing to have this happen again this year.
Amazing, but also this year it was a little bit different.
It was, because we actually had 3 challenges instead of just the one that we traditionally have. We had the SolidWorks Cloud Challenge, which allowed our users to be a little bit more creative. We wanted you to express your creativity while diving into some of our new cloud roles and use 3D Creator and 3D Sculptor to design your own custom wheel and post it to our community. And then the third challenge was the Student Challenge, which is very similar to the first one, where we give you a drawing and you recreate it. And those all just finished up yesterday.
That's fantastic. And we already know who won.
We do. We have 6 winners who brought home their prizes already, and happy to share those with you.
Amazing.
Thank you, Tracy.
Great. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Did you miss a session that you were hoping to see over the last few days? Rest assured. All sessions are available to watch on demand within 48 hours of the broadcast time. Sessions were offered at several levels and provided knowledge and know-how on many of the products that make up the 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio, including SolidWorks, Simulia, DraftSight, and DummyWorks. Replays will be available to you on the virtual event platform for 30 days after the conference. Now, you might be thinking, it's 3D Experience World. Where are the certifications? Well, don't worry, because they are still here. Starting on Monday, February 14th at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, attendees will have access to free SolidWorks and 3D Experience Works certification exams until the end of the day on Friday, February 18th. Certifications are one of the best ways for our users to demonstrate their competencies to employers and peers alike. Having a SolidWorks or 3D Experience certification can be the leg up that you need to get hired for your dream job. And they are a great way to connect with others in the community. Well, 2021 was another successful year for our community in terms of earning certifications. Our users earned just over 95,000 certifications last year, including a record-breaking 9,000 certifications for the 3D Experience platform roles. In only 3 years, platform certifications alone grew at a rate of over 600,000 year over year, topping the 15,000 mark. In comparison, it took nearly 10 years to reach the same mark on the SolidWorks desktop side. Very impressive. So congratulations to all our certified users. Instructions on how to access the exams, as well as which exams will be available, will be emailed to all virtual attendees who qualify on Friday, February 11th. So don't miss your chance to get certified. Oh, and I hope you didn't miss the conclusion of Don't Miss This Demo. Our heroes, Mark and Michael, transformed from just watching videos to making them. And it was sure fun to watch all those great viral video spoofs. And not to mention the sneak peek we got of SolidWorks 2023. We saw how the entire 3D Experience Works portfolio can transform the way you work. Which was your favorite spoof? I liked the Hot Ones parody. That was my favorite. And don't forget to tune in to SolidWorks Live for a post-show recap event on February 25th. With so much going on at this year's conference, it'll be fun to check back and recap and see what you may have missed. Well, those were just some of the highlights of day 3. And like all things that are good, 3D Experience World must come to an end. But before I go, let's take a look at the event by the numbers. 3 days of general sessions highlighted customers taking advantage of the 3D Experience Works portfolio, provided information on the future direction, and showcased the community that makes up the ecosystems. We had 2 great panels, one tackling ongoing issues with the manufacturing industry, and the other highlighting the joys and challenges faced by engineering services providers. 6 in-depth interviews on how clients are using the portfolio to deliver amazing experiences to their customers. We had more than 200 breakout sessions to help you up-level your skills. We had 16 different product disciplines covered in the sessions, including 2D and 3D design, engineering, simulation, manufacturing, ERP, and data management. There were more than 35 meetup sessions that connected like-minded individuals, SolidWorks experts and executives, influencers, makers, and students. The discussions had something for everyone. There were 19 SolidWorks certifications to help you demonstrate your expertise. More than 18 sponsors showcasing solutions that expand the ecosystem. 6 zones in the 3D Experience Playground, including the Dassault Systèmes Hub, 3D Experience Lab, and the shop floor. There were 3 Model Mania contests, challenging users and students on the desktop and cloud products. There were 9 hours of SolidWorks Live each day, delivering in-depth interviews and behind-the-scene activity. There were 7 Swaggin Awards, including 2 Suchit and Dan delivered today. So congratulations to Eric and Theodore. We had more than 20,000 attendees from over 100 countries. And one community joining together to imagine a better future. We hope you enjoyed yourselves over the past 3 days and had a great time learning about the innovations taking place in engineering, design, and manufacturing. The past couple of years have been full of uncertainty. But one thing we know for sure is the passion and resiliency of the SolidWorks community, and it is as strong as ever. So thank you for being a part of 3D Experience World. Can't wait to see you again in 2023, and I have my fingers crossed I will get to see you in person next time. So thank you so much for being with us the past 3 days, and cheers to the future.